the Immortal King, who commands millions of skeletons, the Holy Knight, who wields the power of the gods. The two strongest beings on the continent are actually the same person. Our story begins long ago, when humans started awakening special abilities and being summoned to another world to complete trials. Very few of them managed to return to Earth and rise to the pinnacle of life. Our protagonist once suffered an accident that left him unable to walk normally. Then, while living quietly at home, he suddenly awakened the incredibly powerful Avatar ability. It allowed him to send his avatars across the continent while he stayed home reading stories. Yet he could still level up and acquire absurdly powerful abilities. With super recovery, he could immediately stand up and leap higher than ever before. Without further ado, let us begin. The story opens with a terrifying Immortal King extending his hand toward the people and declaring with disgust, "You are worthy of being my eternal nemesis, Holy Knight." The Holy Knight's side refused to back down and shouted in return, "He is truly the nightmare of the entire continent, the Immortal King. But as long as the power of light remains with us, we shall never be defeated," alongside the righteous Holy Knight. As it turned out, all of this was merely a show that a young man was watching for entertainment. What kind of battle looks this staged? Then again, it is only a show. The same goes for the loser watching television in this room. He wondered how everything had ended up like this. But there was only one answer. It was all because of him. The next morning, an employee called to the young man from outside. "Good morning. I am from the Special Investigation Division of the Ability Management Bureau. Are you Han Songhyun?" "Yes. As you can see, your identity has been confirmed. If you awaken an ability, please remember to report it to the Ability Management Bureau. Have a good day." Songhyun silently watched the employee leave. His first interaction with an outsider in 6 months was over. That meant he would not have to open the door again until the next inspection 6 months later. It had been 2 years since he last went outside. He had completely isolated himself from society. Some people might call him pathetic or accuse him of lacking willpower, but he was a victim of this damned world. As he struggled with his thoughts, he turned on the television and saw a news report. Breaking news: firefighters are currently battling a major blaze. He stared at the screen, thinking of a single word: awakened. One day, humanity had mysteriously begun receiving supernatural powers known as abilities. Once someone awakened an ability, they would be forcibly summoned to another world within 24 hours. If they fulfilled the necessary conditions, they could return to Earth. However, only a small number survived and made it back. Some desperate awakened committed reckless crimes immediately before being transported. About 2 years ago, I lost both my family and the use of my legs because of one such crime. Perhaps he had also lost the courage to stand again. Even so, he continued rehabilitating his legs every day. But Songhyun felt that everything he did was meaningless. Why do I keep doing this useless exercise? I really am pathetic. Why am I overwhelmed by fear whenever I try to set foot outside? If I were braver, would anything change? If only I could escape this damned room and go somewhere. A notification appeared. Spatial distortion detected, connecting to the Akasha system. The sudden message startled Songhyun. Awakening unique skill. What the hell? Did I just awaken? The system immediately announced, "Unique skill awakened, Avatar." After studying it for a moment, he noticed another line of text. "Awakened, 24 hours remain before you are transported." 24 hours? Why did this have to happen to me? You have got to be kidding me. If you do not enter the transfer zone within the allotted time, you will be forcibly transported. As soon as the warning appeared, he panicked and began packing. They say it takes at least a year to return to Earth. Time passes 10 times more slowly in the other world, so I would have to survive there for at least 10 years before coming back. Can I really survive that long? Only 3 minutes remained before the transfer. He hurriedly gathered everything he needed and approached the transfer zone. Before he could take a single step, his feet began trembling. This is impossible. I cannot even walk out my own door. I have no strength or useful skills. How am I supposed to survive in another world? Wait a minute. Speaking of skills, I awakened an ability, didn't I? Let's see what kind of power I have. Acting immediately, he shouted, "Activate Avatar." A three-dimensional copy of Songhyun instantly appeared before him. Startled, he recoiled. What the hell is that? It is me. A moment later, his head began spinning. I can see myself twice. No way. Is this? I see. I can share my avatar's field of vision. He looked at the avatar uncertainly. Try to control both bodies is making me dizzy. Moving both of them at once is impossible. Before he could understand the ability's mechanics, the system announced that only 1 minute remained. If he did not enter the transfer zone, forced transportation would activate automatically. He rested his forehead against his avatar and lamented, "What a useless ability. Of all the powers I could have received, why did I get something even more useless than me?" Song Hyen raised his head and wondered if only someone could go in my place. The moment that thought occurred to him, a daring idea took shape. He decided to send his avatar instead of his original body. Once he had made up his mind, he pushed the avatar into the transfer zone. The system immediately confirmed that the awakened was initiating transportation. As the avatar entered, its eyes closed and its arms went limp. Transportation initiated. Transfer successful. The transfer zone had recognized his avatar as Song Hyen himself. Transportation to the QTJK dimension complete. Song Hyen's avatar was instantly transported to a strange forest. He examined its hands, legs, and body. "I sent my avatar, so why am I here?" The system continued. "You may return to Earth by selecting return in the merit shop. Accumulate merit points during your expedition. Current merit points, 0. Since Song Hyen had not yet mastered his skill, sharing the avatar senses was still affecting his mind. "I'm not actually here. I am only sharing the avatar's vision. This is making me sick. Dismiss avatar." The moment he said it, his consciousness returned to his room. Worse still, a violent wave of nausea struck him. Without hesitation, he scrambled into the bathroom and threw up. Once he had calmed down, he considered what he had learned. At least I avoided being transported. He then summoned his avatar again to investigate. "I am in serious trouble. How am I supposed to use this useless ability from now on?" While he was worrying, another notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have achieved a remarkable feat, returning to Earth without using the merit shop. You have received a special reward. Achievement unlocked. Daily spatial portal. Once per day, you may travel through a portal to an area you have previously visited." And just like that, I became the awakened who returned to Earth in the shortest time ever. Current merit points, 1,910,213. 1.9 million? I received this much just for dismissing my avatar? He then looked at the unavailable option reading, return 1 million. I received 10 years worth of points all at once. Returning to Earth costs 1 million points. Merit was calculated according to a person's influence on the other world, whether through good deeds, evil acts, killing, hard work, or anything else. Song Hyen pondered the situation. There must have been an error. Accumulated merit can be used to enhance skills or return to Earth. What if they demand that I give it back later? Still, I did not deliberately exploit anything, so whatever. Let us see. I am already on Earth, so return is useless. What is available under Attribute Enhancement? Without thinking twice, he selected it. The status window displayed, Stamina Enhancement. Recovery Enhancement, 10,000. What? Enhance my recovery ability? A moment later, something like an electrical current surged through Song Hyen's legs. I can feel something in my legs. My injuries, they are healing. To me, the injury to my legs was more than a mere inconvenience. It marked my final farewell to my family and became the scar that imprisoned me. My regenerative power had now surpassed normal limits. The skill window displayed, you have acquired super recovery. Effect, greatly enhances regenerative power. When night fell, he eagerly resumed his rehabilitation. I poured merit points into healing my injured legs. This ability is ridiculously powerful, and I still have plenty of merit left. What should I spend it on now? The notification window displayed. Enhance existing skill, 300. Enhance an existing skill? What will happen if I enhance avatar? Song Hyen gently stroked his chin. As expected, I look incredibly manly. He proudly admired his avatar. You have an amazing physique. You must have been training, right? This is the result of all my hard work. When I awakened Avatar, my consciousness split into two. It allowed me to move each body freely. Enhancing the skill also granted me a new ability. Calm Mind filters external stimuli and emotions, allowing you to receive only the information you desire. This means I will no longer suffer from spatial disorientation, and I will not feel pain even if my avatar is injured. After testing the ability with his avatar, he glanced toward the desk in the corner. Now I can explore the other world from the comfort of my room. I can control my avatar as though I were playing a game. That was not the only change. There were now 3 of him. The number of avatars will probably increase as I grow stronger. This is already getting exhausting. I can worry about that later. First, I should give you names. I cannot keep calling you avatars forever, though I'm not very confident in my naming skills. A name. I need a name. That is it. From now on, your name is Hans. Common traits: calm mind, super recovery. Personal trait: mana affinity. Special note: Hans Songhyan's first avatar, and you'll be Heinz. Common traits: calm mind, super recovery. Personal trait: perseverance. Special note: Hans Songhyan's second avatar, mana affinity and perseverance. Why do both of them sound so useless? Now, shall we begin the main quest I have been waiting for? Prepare to depart. It is time to visit the other world. Hans immediately entered the transfer zone. Meanwhile, Songhyan picked up a year's worth of accumulated garbage and went outside to dispose of it. Hans, his first avatar, was quickly transported away. Songhyan stepped outside. The sunlight made him feel slightly uncomfortable. I do not feel anxious at all. Calm mind is working properly. Hans must have reached the other world by now. Once the transfer was complete, Hans returned to the forest where he had first arrived. Is it already dark? Nothing seems to be lurking in this peaceful-looking forest. He had barely finished speaking when a black panther suddenly appeared. Good grief. Why did you have to appear so suddenly? Without hesitation, it lunged at Hans. Reacting to the situation, Hans raised his sword like a shield and blocked the panther's jaws. That is disgusting. As expected, I do not feel any fear or pain here. This really is just like playing a game. He drew a long knife and counterattacked. Manasles. After defeating his first monster, he stared at its body for a long moment. The knife embedded in it was still glowing. Is it because I'm still weak? That was exhausting. If I stay here and encounter another monster, I will be in serious trouble. As he stood there lost in thought, he noticed something in the distance. There's a village over there. Without hesitation, he entered it. An elderly man warmly welcomed him. Welcome, traveler. I am the village chief. My name is Malcolm. You crossed a forest filled with monsters at such a late hour. That is truly impressive. Hans cheerfully replied, that is why I am covered in wounds. By the way, may I stay in the village for one night? Of course. It is only right that we help you. Hans sighed in relief. Thank you very much. I have never seen clothing or equipment like yours. You must come from very far away. I gathered various things while wandering around and somehow ended up here. I see. It has been a long time since an outsider visited us. Would you care to join me for a drink at the village tavern? After enjoying a hearty meal, Hans returned to the inn to rest. They even gave me a vacant room. The more I see of this place, the friendlier it seems. How long has it been since I last enjoyed talking and drinking with other people? Today was so much fun. But while Hans slept, a shadowy figure appeared and slowly approached him. Meanwhile, back in his room, Songhyan was happily enjoying a glass of beer. This is the best, eating fried chicken after a shower, while simultaneously traveling through another world. He felt slightly guilty about Heinz, who was exercising to develop his perseverance trait. I do not know when I will send him out, so it is best to prepare in advance. Excellent. The harder my avatars work, the more I can learn about what is happening in the world and what kind of place the other world is. I will become the perfect commander. Wait a minute. What is this ominous feeling? A red notification immediately appeared. Avatar deceased. All traits and accumulated data belonging to the avatar will be reset. What the hell? Hans is dead? He was inside the village, yet he died. That old man must have done it. Did he drug my drink? I let my guard down in an unfamiliar place. Songhyan immediately reconnected with his deceased avatar. Meanwhile, village chief Malcolm was speaking with a red-haired man. TSK. I thought he might be useful, but that was all he amounted to. Indeed, he crossed the forest alone, so I thought he possessed considerable talent. But now he is nothing more than a skeleton. What is this? A system notification appeared. Personal race changed to undead. You have acquired the special skill Decayed Heart. Hans checked his new information. Race, undead. Classification, upper tier skeleton. Common traits, calm mind, super recovery. Personal trait, mana affinity. He looked at himself in disbelief. I became an undead. There was also a special note. You have become an undead. Due to the effects of calm mind, your consciousness has not succumbed to madness. After processing the information, he wondered, what is going on? Where am I? When he looked around, he was startled to see countless undead standing in rows. What the hell are these things? Could those bastards have turned all the villagers into undead? Someone suddenly entered, forcing Hans to stand motionless again. That is the man from the tavern yesterday. As Joseph entered, he complained, "How much longer do I have to stay in this remote mountain region?" Hans wondered, were all the people I met earlier actually dark mages? Why is he looking at me like that? Did he realize I can move? Joseph frowned. Why is this thing here too? No one ever does their job properly. Get out there. My heart has already decayed, but I still nearly had a heart attack. I can feel some kind of power forcing me to move. I can resist it if I focus, but it would be better to obey for now. Why do they always make me conduct the inspections? That old man is far too cautious. Hans sensed a very familiar power. Is the same power that moves my undead body. Is this because of mana affinity? I think I have figured out how this power works. I may even be able to control the other undead. 1 week later, Hans sat atop several crates and focused his full attention on the undead before him. Then he took a deep breath. Blue flames began flickering in his eye sockets. The undead in front of him immediately began to rise. Hans was somewhat surprised. At last, he could control another undead. Oh, this might be a bit much. It's still very clumsy, and I can only control one undead. Is that the limit of an upper-tier skeleton? As he wondered what to do next, he heard squeaking. Looking down, he saw a mouse gnawing on his leg bone. Got you, you little rat. You're the one who's been gnawing on my heel all week, aren't you? You nimble little pest. Wait, small and fast, huh? Maybe I should try using this instead of person. Without hesitation, he got straight to work. After Hans struck the agile mouse in the stomach, it miraculously came back to life. I finally did it. Go, EFZ. Operation Night Watch begins now. The mouse would eavesdrop on conversations at night, and Hans sent it outside. There's one of the village chief's lackeys ahead. Just wait. I'll make that cautious old man pay. This fellow never stops complaining. What about the other warehouses? Are there undead in them too? Shall I follow him? Before long, Hans sensed a dense, ominous aura surrounding the area. What is this? Calm mind is suppressing my emotions, but my instincts can still feel it. It would be dangerous to get any closer. Yeah, good work. When is the maturation process going to finish? Whether the fragment of the Immortal King or whatever, I feel as if my lifespan is being drained. Can it go any faster? Master is stuck there every day. Isn't it ridiculous that we have to guard this place? We set traps not only around the village, but inside every building. Who would ever sneak in here? Oh, thanks for the information. What I sensed earlier must have been a fragment of the Immortal King. Now, where can I learn more? That damned village chief must know. As Hans assessed the situation, his mouse was suddenly attacked. The village chief had discovered it. I was wondering what it was, but it's only a mouse. An undead? I can't sense any dark magic from it, yet its body is strangely saturated with dark mana. Was it naturally turned into an undead by dark mana? There's only one place here overflowing with dark mana. Joseph, weren't you in charge of the warehouse today? Master, after being fatally impaled, the mouse slowly died. I am sorry, AFZ. I swear I'll avenge you. Please watch over me. After being reprimanded by the old man, Joseph angrily kicked open the door to the undead storage room. Who would have thought a mouse would crawl out of there? So what if there's a mouse? Damn that old man. You lot, you're standing too close together. Form a straight line. You useless idiots. I said stand properly. Huh? Who do we have here? Aren't you that arrogant man who defied me? You said you wouldn't forgive me if I touched your family, didn't you? Why don't you say it again? Oh, right. I already tore out your tongue. This is no fun at all. It was much more entertaining when I hunted down every bastard in the village. After being taunted, the undead suddenly moved. Still, you should be grateful that you're together with your wife. Is that all? The other families and their children were. At that moment, the undead man lunged forward and sank his teeth into Joseph's neck. What's gotten into you? Stop. I said stop, you bastard. He tried to retaliate with magic, but another undead immediately restrained him from behind. The situation grew increasingly dire, and Joseph met his death before the horde of undead. He slowly perished, marking the beginning of the victim's revenge. Elsewhere, Han Songhayan had sent Heinz into the village to look for Hans. When he reached the gate, 2 guards stopped him. I'm telling you, my younger brother is inside this village. Didn't you say everyone had already left? How could we carelessly allow an outsider like you inside? Then at least let me speak with the village chief. What's all this commotion? I'm the village chief. Hello, sir. When Malcolm saw the man before him, his eyes widened in surprise. Why you are? I believe my twin brother, Hans, is somewhere nearby. Having 2 bodies really is useful at times like this. Thanks to Heinz keeping that old man occupied, I managed to get in here. This is the fragment of the Immortal King. I can feel its overwhelming power. Has it been absorbing dark energy from the surrounding undead? No, rather than absorbing it, it seems to be resonating with them to replenish what it lacks. But the undead here look extremely powerful. It seems the warehouse I was in before was where they kept the failures. Damn, that's annoying. Still, I can't afford to be picky. Let's see what this little snack tastes like. Hans immediately crushed the fragment in his hand. Meanwhile, outside, Malcolm continued speaking with Heinz. So the two of you are twins? That's why we always know where the other is. Ho ho, that sounds rather difficult to believe. Suddenly, Malcolm sensait danger. Something has happened to the fragment. Kill that bastard. I've been discovered. A stream of dark energy burst from Heinz's pocket. Seeing his suspicious behavior, the two soldiers turned and tried to restrain him. You bastard. However, Heinz escaped in time, leaving them bewildered. Where did he go? Kill. Hate all living beings. Kill them. The more you trample upon the world, the stronger you will become. An enormous flood of negative emotions surged into Hans without end. Calm mind blocked most of it, yet the emotions continued pouring in. Who could endure this and remain sane? The entity immediately fulfilled the necessary conditions and began evolving. Entité information, indigne image, demi-liche. Notable information. Rank increased through the fragment of the Immortal King. The dark magic imbued within the fragment has been assimilated by the entity. Special skill acquired. Demonic wisdom. Notable information. Grants absolute understanding of and talent for dark magic. Meanwhile, one of the guards outside cursed. Damn it, that bastard Joseph couldn't even deal with one undead mouse. And now I have to clean up this mess. Malcolm immediately shouted in his ear. Hey, you bastard. Yes, master. There's nothing here. Stop talking nonsense and go check the fragment. Contact Joseph too. The guard immediately called into the holding chamber. Hey, Joseph, check the fragment. Hurry up. Hey, can you hear me? No. Answer came from inside. Instead, a glowing figure appeared. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Before he could understand what was happening, the undead began lunging at the guard. Hans appeared among the skeletons and spoke. Oh, hello there. Lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Impossible. How can it speak? More and more undead hands grabbed at him. Losing his composure, he picked up a nearby object and hurled it through the opening. But the undead vastly outnumbered him, and the door was soon destroyed. Ignoring my greeting like that really hurts my feelings. I don't know whether this is because of demonic wisdom, but I understand how to use dark magic simply by looking at it. After destroying the holding chamber, Hans gave the undead an order. Advance. Don't let a single one escape. Kill everyone in this village. As the attack began, one of the undead was suddenly hurled to the ground in front of him. Malcolm attacked in fury. You should have become a complete upper-tier skeleton. You bastard, what did you do to the fragment of the Immortal King? Oh, it's been a while, village chief. Do you still remember me? Well, thanks to you, I lost my heart. So I picked out a new one from this warehouse. You dared fuse the Immortal King's fragment with that wretched body? Malcolm raised his hand. Carbon finger. A stream of dark energy shot toward Hans. The attack struck him and destroyed one of his arms. Old man, don't you know it's polite to wait until someone finishes speaking before attacking? But Malcolm's mind was consumed by rage. Shut up. I poured an entire year's worth of resources into this project. I was about to obtain power greater than anything else in this world. It wasn't meant to turn a lowly skeleton like you into a demi-lich. He immediately summoned dark spikes and attacked. Isn't that like handing a top-tier spell to a novice? Hans halted. I'm the only one capable of using it like this. You could never wield it properly. I don't know how you resisted the corruption, but I'll destroy your body and use it as an experimental specimen. Ectoplasm destruction. Yeah, ending every sentence by shouting a skill's name is really annoying. This is for AFC. AFC, what are you talking about? Did you know someone in this village? Did you infiltrate this place because you knew everything from the beginning? When Malcolm turned around, countless dark thorns were surging toward him. That doesn't matter. He's become unnaturally adept at dark magic. Is it the fragment's power? I can't waste any more time. Pact of destruction. Meanwhile, the dark mages in the village were fighting the undead when one of them suddenly began acting strangely. What's wrong? What is happening to you? It was as if all their souls were being pulled from their bodies. More precisely, the dark mages' souls were being drained away. Malcolm absorbed the souls of his followers and formed a black crown of destruction. He then placed it upon his head. Now you may rest in the depths of the underworld. You amplified your power by sacrificing the souls of your fellow dark mages. You may have endured until now thanks to the fragment's power, but now you will die. Soul flame drowned in darkness. Before Malcolm could do anything, Han struck him with a devastating blow. Listening to all those skill names nearly put me to sleep. Let's end this. Still, thanks to you, I learned how to use this dark magic. For you to die like this really is such a waste. After dealing with the village chief, Hans looked up and murmured, "You're watching, aren't you? I've avenged you, so rest in peace, AFZ." Elsewhere, in a church, a young woman sat praying devoutly. Her eyes opened as if she had sensed something. She walked gently to the door and opened it. "Bishop Martin, have you finished praying, Saintess Gesta?" "Yes. Could you contact the others?" I sensed signs of the Immortal King's resurrection in the west. The bishop's eyes widened in shock. The Immortal King? Understood. I will convene a meeting immediately. Having received his orders, the bishop hurried away. The Immortal King, the resurrection of the being who plunged the continent into terror centuries ago. I will not allow such a thing to happen again. Back with Hans, he surveyed the scene and sighed. Those are some serious losses. There were several hundred undead, but nearly all of them have been wiped out. Still, if my forces have been depleted, I simply need to replenish them. The interesting thing about being a necromancer is that I can build an army from corpses. First, I need to do something about this arm. He looked over the surrounding skeletons for a moment. Oh, this one looks pretty good. Activate super recovery. Once the treatment was complete, he cheered up again. Perfect. Now, shall I start building my army? A moment later, he extended his hand toward the skeletons. All of you become my servants. Let wicked wisdom illuminate the path. Fragment of the Immortal King, lend them your power. Corrupt the mana remaining in their bodies and erase the fragments of thought within. Oh, it doesn't seem to be working. Well, after trying a few times, I think I'm beginning to understand. Now, what should I do next? Should I turn him into an undead with a soul and force information out of him? Without another moment's hesitation, Hans got to work. But while performing the spell, he discovered something. What the hell? This old man doesn't have a soul. It seems his soul was extracted through this magic circle. It must be a secret technique belonging to some hidden organization. Well, considering they carried out an operation on this scale, it would be stranger if they hadn't prepared something like this. But that's fine. I can still use his body. Hans immediately conjured a mass of dark energy. Good. Let's turn this old man into a high-ranking undead with intelligence and excellent combat skills. Corrupt the mana remaining within his body. Gather the remnants of his consciousness and implant a new ego. After becoming a death wizard, Malcolm slowly awakened. I await your command. Oh, he spoke. Not only is he intelligent, but he can talk too. Your name is Ma. From now on, you will obey my every command. Answer me, you idiot. Yes. He doesn't remember anything about his past, but that doesn't mean his crimes have disappeared. I'll keep tormenting him from now on. Ho. Hey, Ma. That staff looks pretty nice. After taking the staff from him, Hans walked away at a leisurely pace. That undead over there is the young man who helped me kill Joseph. Hans placed a hand on the undead man's head and offered a final blessing. May you rest in eternal peace with your family. With everything settled, Hans set fire to all the skeletal remains to release their souls. Meanwhile, Han Sung-hyen was busy enjoying a meal. I am stuffed. The food here really is delicious. Let's see, how much is gold selling for today? Since that place was occupied by mages, there was plenty of gold. They had accumulated an incredible amount of treasure. Let's check the spoils. Summon Hans. The moment he spoke, Hans appeared through the portal. Hans looked far more terrifying than Han Sung-hyen had expected, and he cried out in shock. See, cancel the summoning. I thought I was going to die. What should I do? I need to summon Hans. Oh, maybe I should upgrade my unique skill first. Merit shop. He opened the system panel and checked it. I earned more points than expected. The last time I checked, I only had a little over 400. He selected the unique skill enhancement menu. His unique skill evolved, increasing the number of avatars he could create. Furthermore, his mental strength had surpassed the required threshold, allowing him to acquire serenity as well. Serenity prevents the mind from being influenced by external stimuli and defends against mental attacks. Once everything was complete, he placed some of the gold into a bag. Judging by how I feel fine, even while standing beside Hans, serenity seems to affect my original body as well, unlike Calm Mind. It's strange how I always seem to acquire exactly the skills I need. All right, let's go sell this gold. After taking it to the bank, every employee's eyes lit up. Han Sung-hyun gave them his instructions. Please deposit everything into my bank account. Why, yes, sir. Once the transaction was complete, he confidently left the bank and walked away with a relaxed air. In case of an emergency, I used dark magic to hide Hans inside my shadow. I even made him wear a mask in case I have to summon him. Maybe I'm worrying too much, but before he could enjoy his newfound wealth, a massive explosion erupted behind him. We hit the jackpot today. Who would have thought there'd be so much gold in a remote place like this? Save the bragging for later. Just run. Han Sung-hyun turned and saw two robbers. Damn it, villains. Someone had already reported them. Villains were awakened who used their powers to commit crimes. Guardians protected ordinary people from such criminals. However, as the robbers fled, the werewolf accidentally struck Han Sung-hyun in the face. All he could do was clutch his face and endure the pain. The Guardians will probably chase after them. I can't do anything. Good. Everything is going according to plan. We still have plenty of time. It'll take the Guardians 3 minutes to get here. We just need a rendezvous with Boda. But when the two arrived, all their companions were lying in a heap on the ground. Wait, isn't that her over there? Boda, wake up. Who did this to you? A wolf? Look over there. Someone's there. Are you a Guardian? No, that bastard isn't a Guardian. Hans immediately reached out, and several skeletons rose from the ground and latched onto the villains. Han Sung-hyun may not be able to do anything, but Hans, can. Over there. Hurry. These people are Guardians from the Korean Fraternity Association. Are you planning to let Hannah slip away again? What happened here? Someone defeated the villains and disappeared. They looked around and found every last one of them lying motionless. It hadn't been long, so the culprit had to be nearby. The team leader immediately gave the order. Everyone spread out and searched the area. While the Guardian team investigated, Hans' shadow seized the opportunity to escape. Soon afterward, it returned to Han Sung-hyun's main body. That was refreshing. Letting loose like that once in a while isn't a bad idea. Meanwhile, Han Sung-hyun's second avatar, Heinz, whose personal trait was perseverance, had reached a town. At last, I'm finally here. Ma, I guess that old man wasn't lying about everything. Heinz recalled Ma, saying he would find a town if he headed east. Without hesitation, he confidently entered. It was finally his turn to make his debut in the other world. However, as soon as he entered, he wondered why the town was so deserted. No one even inspected him or showed any interest in a foreigner. However, Heinz failed to notice a group of thugs to his left. Are you kidding me? I already warned you. I'm sorry. If you could just give me a little more time. Remember this. You two must pay us 2 silver coins within 3 days. If you don't have the full amount by then, don't blame me for being merciless. City thugs exploiting a young girl. I'm already sick of these people. Still, it has nothing to do with me. As she ran away, the girl accidentally bumped into Heinz. I'm sorry. Hey kid, do you know this town well? Perfect timing. I needed a guide anyway. The brown-haired girl could only nod repeatedly. Yes, but who are you, mister? Heinz immediately struck a confident pose and handed her 2 silver coins. I am your future employer. Why don't we discuss the terms of the job? The girl's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 silver coins, and she eagerly nodded. This is the best place to stay in town. The girl's name was Diana. After losing both her parents, she had to earn money to care for her sick younger brother. What do you think? Do you like this place? Diana had met Heinz after getting into trouble because she couldn't pay the protection money. Good. Come and see me tomorrow morning when you wake up. She'll be my guide every day for 2 silver coins. Whatever. Even if I'm being deceived, I'll just consider it a good deed. Time to sleep. Early the next morning, Heinz awoke feeling dizzy. Ugh, the bed was so hard that I couldn't sleep. When he looked out the window, he found Diana already sitting in a corner. Hey kid, why are you waiting for me this early in the morning? In response, Diana merely gave him a naturally cheerful smile. A little later, they sat at a nearby wooden table for breakfast. Heinz began speaking. Don't wait for me this early anymore. Just come around lunchtime. Yes, mister. I told you, I'm not a mister. But are you already finished eating? Yeah. You can eat more if you're still hungry. Seeing how generous he was, the girl stopped holding back. Thank you, mister. This place was called a Zantu, a small town on the far western edge of the kingdom of Talia. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary medieval town. But this symbol said everything. That isn't paint. It's blood. Really? I didn't know that. By the way, you ate venison soup yesterday, didn't you? Yeah. How did you know? I have an excellent sense of smell. Heinz looked at the girl curiously. Interesting. Her nose is so sensitive that I could believe it was a special ability. What does that symbol mean? Oh, it's the emblem of an organization called Varkalak, which oversees this street. That organization. Diana suddenly froze in the middle of the conversation. What's wrong? This smell is, do you smell something? Diana sniffed more carefully before reaching a conclusion. It's freshly baked bread. Since you've come all the way to this town, you have to try it. Didn't you just eat? I can eat anything. As they passed by, a gust of wind blew from a nearby doorway. They even glimpsed a human figure washing away blood. Several days later, Heinz stood waiting for Diana as usual. She had never been late before. Did something happen? While he waited, a young man approached him. Hey friend, let's have a little chat. It was one of the two thugs who had harassed Diana before. So the time has come? Understanding what they wanted, Heinz handed them some silver coins. Please take these. It isn't much, but I hope it will help maintain order in the community. Ahem. It seems we truly understand one another. I brought those coins precisely for situations like this. He has the same emblem I saw on the wall. Heinz remembered Diana's warning. Never go behind the alleys. You should leave the town as soon as possible. Damn it. How badly did they threaten her to make her so afraid? Boss, why did you capture that kid? How should I know, idiot? We just have to follow our orders. That kid. Don't tell me these bastards captured Diana. Heinz immediately called out to the two men. Wait, hold on. What is it? Heinz's hands began trembling. Motivation is crucial in situations like this. If I end up in danger, I can simply cancel the summoning. There's something I'm curious about. Just as he was about to ask, Diana appeared behind him and called out. What are you curious about? Oh, I was going to ask whether the silver coins I gave these gentlemen were enough. In the end, they took every last coin. Heinz angrily scolded her. Hey kid, you're well past our meeting time. Why didn't you come sooner? Do you know how much money I spent looking for you? No food for you today. My younger brother has disappeared. He had been getting healthier thanks to the food you gave us, but now I can't find him anywhere. Heinz suddenly remembered what the thug had said. Boss, why did you capture that kid? Could those men have been talking about her brother? It was Varkalak. They may have taken your brother. I heard them talking about capturing some child. Diana immediately began to break down. Oh, no, don't worry. If they demand a ransom, I'll pay it for you. If they're really responsible, Azo will die. They only want blood, not money. Blood? Why would they want blood? This town is nothing more than a food storehouse for vampires. Meanwhile, Hans sensed an intense concentration of dark mana. Was there an internal conflict over the fragment of the Immortal King? What terrible timing. I intended to claim it once it was complete. I don't know who took it first, but I know where they went. I'll capture them myself soon enough. Vampires? Yes, even Varkalak. Every organization in this town is controlled by vampires. Even if someone escapes the town, they never survive. We simply do our best every day, clinging to life however we can. Eventually, my brother and I will both be eaten here. Calm down, Diana. If that's true, then we don't have much time. Do you know where they might have taken your brother? You want to help us? You can't. It's too dangerous. Heinz gave her an unusual look, as though making a bold declaration. Don't worry, I'm a specialist when it comes to dealing with bastards like them. And so, the mission to help the unfortunate girl began. While Diana suffered, the members of Varkalak were drinking and celebrating. Wait, how did a penniless bastard like you get that much money? I emptied the pockets of some idiot from out of town. Heinz suddenly kicked the door open and barged inside. One of the men noticed him. What? Who the hell are you? Wait a minute, that's the outsider we swindled. It looks like he's back to make another donation. Did you kind of share more with us? How did you get past the guards outside? Did you bribe them? I won't ask twice. Where did you take the boy you mentioned earlier? Are you insane? Do you have any idea who you're provoking? Meanwhile, Heinz concealed a knife behind his back. He immediately drove the knife into the man's vital point. I know exactly what kind of filth you are. You prey on other people's families to satisfy your own greed. You're nothing but garbage. That's one down and two left. What the hell is he? Do you know where you are? D, you bastard. I have physical fortitude and rapid recovery. This should be interesting. During the fight, one of the men stabbed Heinz in the ribs, only for the blade to make a metallic clang. What the hell? Why won't the blade go through? Taking advantage of the man's confusion, Heinz struck him directly in the head and knocked him unconscious. Idiot. This is a Korean-made, stab-proof vest. The remaining man raised an axe to retaliate. Heinz immediately responded by creating a shield. A magical barrier? How's he have a magic item? Then the inevitable happened. Hines stabbed him through the heart. It's a good thing I brought plenty of defensive items. Phew, is that it? I brought so many magic items that I haven't even used half of them. What's all this noise? Huh? Who's that guy? Good grief, this one is loud. Hines continued taking down every man in the building, one after another. 6, 7, then 8. Damn it, why are there so many? I don't even want to count anymore. I almost forgot where I was. Hey, big guy, where's the boy you brought here today? Ugh, do you think I'll tell you that easily? You're an outsider, aren't you? I don't know who put you up to this, but you'll regret it. The boss will be here soon. Once he sees what you've done, your life is over. Hines glared at the man angrily before immediately sending him to the afterlife. Thanks for telling me. You should have worried about your own life first. Afterward, nothing but the thug's screams echoed throughout the building. Hines searched thoroughly until he finally opened the door to a room. Are you Azo? The boy could only tremble and beg. Please spare me. Please don't kill me. Don't be afraid. Your sister asked me to rescue you. You know my sister? Yes. I'll explain everything once we're out of here. Let's go. As they prepared to leave, a bat descended from above and landed directly on the windowsill. It transformed into a vampire and issued a warning. Who gave you permission to touch my food? Are you playing with my meal? Are you from the Reversal Covenant? Hines studied the creature. Is he a vampire? Or are you that child's brother? You know exactly what happens to those who defy us, don't you? Me? I'm merely an outsider whom your subordinates extorted. I happened to help this boy after finding him. Is that so? How disappointing. I prefer eating children. D. Sensing the danger, Hines lunged toward Azo and shielded him. Watch out. The floor collapsed beneath them. They fell straight down to the ground floor as a pink liquid spilled everywhere. Ugh, the smell of alcohol is overpowering. Were those beer barrels? Azo, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? This is your chance. Hurry outside. You dodged that? You're faster than I expected. This will be a good warm-up before my meal. Hines quickly pushed Azo behind him. Run. No matter what happens, don't look back. Hines struggled to hold his ground while the vampire attacked relentlessly, slashing at him with razor-sharp claws. Your body is remarkably sturdy, and your recovery is impressive. But the difference in our strength is too great. You weren't on the menu, but perhaps you'll make a delicacy. If you weren't toying with me, I'd already be dead. But I could still do this. Catching Hines off guard, the vampire drove his claws into him. I'll have to deb one you before I eat you. Your futile resistance is over, and now you'll pay dearly for it. If the difference in our strength is that great, then we'll die together. Hines bit down on a strange object hidden in his mouth, and his entire body immediately erupted in flames. What is this? A fire attribute magic item? When did you hide that in your mouth? I got the idea when he threw me to the floor, and I saw the alcohol spreading everywhere. I can turn this around with this. You lunatic, are you planning to die with me? If the flames spread through the building, I'll burn to death too. D, you bastard. Oof, you weak piece of meat. However, the vampire let down his guard when Hines suddenly smashed his forehead into his own. You said it yourself. My body is sturdy, and I recover quickly. I'm simply a tough delicacy that's difficult to chew. The vampire screamed in agony. It burns. Stop. Stop it. A moment later, the entire room exploded. Everything nearby was swallowed by a sea of flames. Even Han Song-hyen's main body felt the effects. Lying still, he exclaimed, "Wow, I can't believe it. Hines is still alive in that condition. I suppose being too sturdy has its drawbacks." Well, the mission to help the unfortunate girl is complete. The siblings stared at the ruins in stunned silence, mourning what they believed to be Hines' tragic fate. Just like that, Hines' avatar died. Time until Avatar Resurrection, 7 days. After the incident, Diana earned a living by shining shoes every day. This should be fine. All right, please leave the money on the table. Yes, thank you. As Diana diligently worked and caught her breath, another customer appeared behind her. Could you do mine as well? Oh, of course. Please take a seat. But before she could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly filled with joy. The moment she saw him, she threw her arms around him. It's you. It really is you. Are you all right? Of course I am. Do I look like someone who can be taken down that easily? In truth, he was lying to her. My avatar really did die this time. It will take an entire week to resurrect. Diana must have been terribly worried over the past week. So why not try a new avatar? From now on, you are Hines II. Personal trait, acceleration. Special note, Han Song-hyen's third avatar. I hurried here using a spare avatar. I wonder if she'll notice that this is a different person. Meanwhile, Diana continued happily hugging him. It's definitely him. His soul still has the same scent as before. That's right. You shouldn't come here anymore. That vampire must be searching everywhere for you. Come on, don't worry. I've already accounted for everything. With Immortal King Hans backing me up, vampires are hardly a serious problem. It looks like I'll have to wait 10 days for Otherworld reincarnation's cooldown to end. It will take longer than I expected, but that's fine. However, while Heinz was distracted, a vampire suddenly appeared behind him. You're responsible for all of this, aren't you? The trail from the forest clearly led here. Heinz turned and saw the vampire. Have they already found me? An outsider remained in the territory of the vampire who was killed. He only grabbed my neck, yet I can't move at all. This one is a monster too. The vampire leaned close to Heinz's neck and examined him. But I sense no dark magic, nor can I smell the blood of my kin. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Oh, you claim not to know? You know nothing? Then let me ask you again. The vampire immediately sank his fangs deep into Heinz's neck. Now you can no longer lie to me. What the hell? Why is this happening again? Hans's avatar rapidly changed species and became a vampire. The special skill vampiric bloodline was acquired, and rapid recovery evolved into regeneration. Now I will ask once more. Do you truly have nothing to do with the Reversal Covenant? This pressure, its authority, my blood is screaming at me to submit to a higher-ranking vampire. Heinz knelt and answered him. No, Lord Kazak, I am merely a traveler. I can handle this. Calm Mind is acting like a filter, removing the instinct to submit from my blood. It appears I was mistaken. Now follow me. We have work to do. Fine. I'll go with him and gather more information. They arrived at the Azanta branch headquarters of the Brokaslak clan. Kazak led Heinz inside, and everyone politely bowed to him. It has been a long time, Lord Kazak. Others began whispering among themselves. What is that? Don't tell me he's Lord Kazak's new blood servant. What could he be thinking, accepting such an inferior creature? Meanwhile, a cheerful, lively female vampire stepped in to ease the tension. Come on, it's been ages since we welcomed a new bloodkin. I am Doshiritsa. What's your name? Who is this drunken woman, anyway? Oh, I'm Heinz. Nice to meet you. She enthusiastically held a glass of blood out to him. Don't be so stiff. We're both bloodkin, aren't we? Here, have some fresh blood. Drink up. I have to drink it, or they'll become suspicious. Damn it. Even with calm mind, my craving for blood is still this intense. Drinking it immediately would be too risky. I'll block my senses of taste and smell first. Thank you for the blood. Hey, you're exactly my type. If you were human, I'd drain you dry. Heinz cautiously asked, You keep calling me a bloodkin. What exactly does that mean? What? You really know nothing about the vampire hierarchy? We bloodkin are like human knights. Pure blood vampires, such as Lord Kazak, are the nobility. True blood vampires, the leaders of our race, are royalty. Then there are the blood saints, who are like the objects of our faith. Objects of your faith? They are our ancestors, whom we must obey absolutely. As they spoke, Kazak addressed everyone from the stairs. Attention, everyone. Now that everyone is here, we will begin. A fragment of the Immortal King was stolen by the Oath of Heaven's Defiance. We confirmed that it was brought toward this city, but at some point, it vanished without a trace. It may already have entered the city. To introduce them briefly, this is Tizita, a pure-blood vampire. And this gentleman is Tiafor, also a pure-blood vampire. A fragment of the Immortal King? Oh, you don't know about it? Dosilica explained. Some dark mages in a nearby village had been cultivating a fragment of the Immortal King. So they were the Oath of Heaven's Defiance. Starting today, thoroughly search your assigned areas and report immediately if you find anything suspicious. Going outside during the day will burn our skin. Exactly. I can feel my strength draining away beneath the sunlight. Even Lady Tizita, a pure blood, is out searching. We cannot afford to be lazy. What a nuisance that the fragment disappeared. It seems bringing our own fragment here was pointless. Wait, their own fragment? You also have a fragment of the Immortal King here? Yes. Once the Dark Mages finished cultivating their fragment, they planned to merge it with ours. What a stroke of luck. Right now, there's probably only one pure-blood vampire guarding it. Heinz immediately asked Dosilica, Where is the fragment? Do you know where it is? She merely burst out laughing. How would someone as lowly as me know? But when he asked Diana, the girl casually replied, I think I know. I think I know where the Immortal King's fragment is. Upon hearing her answer, he shouted in surprise, What? You know where the Immortal King's fragments are? Yes, but I can't be certain because it happened a long time ago. But about a year ago, I worked cleaning the cemetery. Every Friday night, members of the Varkalak organization visited a stone chamber inside the mausoleum. And whenever they entered, an incredibly foul and sinister odor came from inside. Heinz raised his chin thoughtfully. That is worth investigating. Hearing his sister's story, Azo finally understood. Oh, so that's why you told me to stay away from the cemetery. Once they were finished, Heinz stood and prepared to leave. Thank you for this valuable information. I'll investigate it myself. You two stay hidden. As he was about to leave, Diana suddenly grabbed his hand. Mister, your scent is a little different today. Could it be? Heinz showed the children his vampire fangs. I really can't fool your nose. Yes, that's right, but don't worry. This won't affect you. When Diana realized Heinz had become a vampire, her eyes began to tremble. And mister, if you ever have trouble, you could drink some of my blood. But don't overdo it, okay? Just a little. Heinz immediately gave the girl a light knock on the head. You really say the strangest things. Enough of that. Tell me where that terrible smell came from. At the place Diana mentioned, a desperate cry rang out. Get up. Stand straight. Do you want to die? A young man dressed in orange trembled as he faced the vampire before him. Try again. If you manage to slash even one of us, I'll let you return safely. The young man hesitated at first, but then risked his life and charged. How crude. The vampire immediately summoned a red cord that wrapped around the young man's body, throwing him backward. The red cord then began burrowing into his flesh. Within seconds, the young man's body was reduced to a horrifying, dried-out husk. Quite realistic. Clean up that garbage and bring me a stronger victim. Yes, Lord Tiafor. But as his subordinate carried the victim away, he noticed someone ahead. Who's there? A horde of skeletons immediately surged in from nowhere. Tiafor frowned. How did these filthy corpses get in here? Push forward and clean up these disgusting things immediately. The skeletons charged without hesitation. Suddenly, rows of blue spikes erupted from the ground. What are you? A necromancer from the Oath of Heaven's Defiance? How did you discover this place? The one responsible for the attack was Hans, but he remained silent. Tiafor clicked his tongue. TCH, it seems you have no intention of talking. That's fine. I'll ask you again after reducing you to nothing but a head. He swung his fist in a decisive arc. A moment later, the skeletons were severed in half. Hans clenched his hand. You're going to leave only my head? Very well. The skeleton's lower halves immediately transformed into sharp points. Go ahead and try. Tiafor quickly found himself in a difficult position. Those loyal to Lord Kazak have breached the outer perimeter. A subordinate behind him shouted, I'll join the fight and support you, Lord Tiafor. Good. Focus on supporting me. That one is quite strong. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. But the moment he finished speaking, red droplets of blood splashed across his face. Heinz had sunk his fangs into the subordinate's shoulder. What the hell? Why is his blood splattering all over me? Have you gone mad? This is dark magic. Are you and that creature working together? How is that possible? Tiafor's breathing grew heavier as Hans approached. Stop! How dare you drink the blood of your own kind? That is a crime that corrupts the mind. After finishing Tiafor, Heinz wiped his mouth. Corrupts the mind? That doesn't affect me. By acquiring a blood circuit, he quickly comprehended blood magic. Good. With this new ability, I can break through this blood barrier. But there isn't enough time. In that case, we'll smash it apart. Seconds later, they detonated the building. Found it. This is the second fragment of the Immortal King. If that's the case, let's do it. Hans extended his hand. A moment later, countless sharp purple rays surged toward them with overwhelming force. Even after filtering out the negative thoughts with calm mind, this fragment still contains far too much darkness. All three spoke in unison, focusing the full mental power of their bodies into Hans. A violent cloud of magical smoke erupted from the top of the building. What is that smoke? Am I already too late? Hans appeared atop the building, surrounded by a torrent of dark energy. He's up there. Fire. However, the vampire's attacks were now completely harmless against him. Hans pulled something from his own bones, then launched it directly at the vampires. His form had evolved into a special undead species, Archlich. Hans acquired the special skills, immortality, and forbidden knowledge. Meanwhile, the soldiers in Tisak saw the smoke and stared in bewilderment. Good heavens, is there fire? That must be very close to Azantu. Turn around. I'm returning to the church immediately. We must inform the Saintess. That is no ordinary ash. It is a sign that the Immortal King has returned. The scene descended into complete chaos. Even Kazak was horrified by what he saw. Impossible. He's 5 times stronger. No, 10 times stronger. Hans. Race. Undead Archlich. Characteristics. Through the power of the Immortal King's fragment, Hans's rank has risen, greatly strengthening his latent dark magic. As long as the origin of his dark magic is not destroyed, Hans will continue to revive. Through the attributes demonic wisdom and forbidden knowledge, Hans possesses a profound understanding of dark magic and has inherited its secret arts and accumulated knowledge. Hans immediately pointed his staff forward and released a mass of black smoke. Kazak and his subordinates lost their sight. Smoke? Is this a diversion? What is he planning? Lord Kazak, we must get out of here first, and before the subordinate could finish, Hans's hand dragged him into the smoke. Damn it, it can't be. Countless blue spikes pierced his body in rapid succession. Hans approached and spoke calmly. You are certainly stronger than the other purebloods, but now you are nothing more than a bag of blood. This overwhelming magical pressure. Did you completely absorb the fragment? How could you withstand alone? Ow! Because I'm not alone. After Heinz finished off Kazak, his body fulfilled the conditions for evolution. Special skill bloodline. Low-tier bloodline has evolved into pure blood bloodline. Excellent. I've become a pure blood. As expected, devouring my own kind allows me to advance even faster. Just wait. Vampires. I'll devour every last one of you. Lady Pegida, what should I do? If Lady Pegida were here, we would never have been defeated so easily. If even Lord Kazak was defeated, then our enemy is no ordinary opponent. The ashes still contain an immense amount of magical power. Our enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. Besides, the sun will rise soon. We must return to the base and request reinforcements. Meanwhile, the human who had been following the vampires desperately fled toward the village. Damn it, they aren't following me, are they? Stupid vampires. They acted so high and mighty, only to be wiped out in an instant. Following them was nothing but trouble. Before he could celebrate, Hans's hand seized him. His terrified scream immediately echoed through the streets. Hans had remained in the city to eliminate the remaining members of Varkalak, while Heinz hired a small merchant caravan to leave the city with Diana and Azo. Now I'll add some pepper. Here comes the house special steak. It's delicious. Thank you, mister. You're welcome. Eat as much as you like. Perhaps because they had finally escaped the dangerous city, the children's faces looked much brighter. Heinz asked Diana, your uncle owns a shop east of Labelat, right? Yes, but I don't know whether he'll want us to come. You don't need to worry about that. If it doesn't work out, I can simply give them a large allowance. I've grown fond of these children, so the thought of parting with them is a little painful. How long has it been since I last felt this way? I've changed so much since coming here. Seeing that Heinz looked unwell, Diana asked, Mister, are you all right? Is your blood sugar low? I'm fine. I've already eaten my fill. I took care of all the remaining vampires in the village. Meanwhile, Hans was turning the corpses into undead. Hurry and get inside. This subspace is incredibly convenient, like a bottomless bag. Forbidden knowledge and demonic wisdom are resonating with it as well. If I study it further, perhaps I'll eventually be able to open a subspace on Earth. At that moment, a hand appeared overhead and summoned a spear made of blood. It thrust the spear straight at Hans with tremendous force. You're still lingering in our city? You have greatly underestimated us. By the way, are you truly a member of the Oath of Heaven's Defiance? This was Ovalay's Varkalak, a pure-blood vampire. If that's what he believes, I can only thank him. That's right. I am Hans of the Oath of Heaven's Defiance. Liar. Their stronghold was attacked by someone else and reduced to dust. Weren't you the one who stole the Immortal King's fragment and fled? Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. Hans reacted quickly and narrowly dodged the attack. But the bones around his abdomen began separating. That terrifying power nearly destroyed me. Even a pure-blood vampire might not be able to defeat him. Do you think I'll let you escape so easily? The finest blood mages of our clan created this barrier. Hans touched the barrier and carefully examined it. I could break it if I tried, but I need more time to grow accustomed to this new power. Ovalays then summoned enormous hands made of blood, which lunged toward Hans. I'll crush your bones and personally tear them out one by one. In that case, there's only one option left. Hans immediately declared, remember this. I am Hans of the Oath of Heaven's Defiance. The day you met me was the beginning of your end. I shall withdraw for now, but next time I will come for you. A villain's trademark, the dramatic escape. Hans, dismiss. The moment the command was issued, Hans vanished. Ovalays and his subordinates had no idea what had happened. What did he just say? I have no idea. What a ridiculous speech. How did he escape our barrier? When Ovalays turned to look at the corpse, he saw a holy knight's silver arrow. A subordinate called down from above. Lord Ovalays, we have a serious problem. The Holy Knight Order has arrived. They're surrounding the mausoleum and heading toward us. That damned lich. Was this why he stayed in the city and kept us occupied? You cunning bastard. No matter where you run, I will find and kill you, Hans. Back at Han Song-hyen's apartment, after the successful retreat, they exchanged thumbs-ups. Phew, we survived. I'm telling you, dismissing the summon like that is cheating. Remember this. I am the embodiment of death. Hans of the Oath of Heaven's Defiance. Remembering that moment, Han Song-hyen covered his bright red face. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous villain speech was that? I'm dying of embarrassment. Why did I say that? I must have gone insane. But honestly, I also feel a little proud. I single-handedly dealt with an entire organization of evil vampires, rescued a helpless girl, and saved the whole city. Saying it aloud makes me feel like a hero. Alright, a contribution this great must have earned me a huge number of merit points, right? Should I check the merit shop? The moment he pressed the button, Han Song-hyen's face filled with surprise. 700,000? Merit shop balance. 731,002 merit points. I thought I spent everything on the last upgrade. How could I have earned this much? Did turning the dark mages and vampires against each other actually work? That must be it. Should I enhance my unique skill again? After thinking for a while, he selected the enhancement option. The system immediately accepted Han Song-hyen's request. The maximum number of avatars that can be summoned has increased. Oh, I can summon more avatars now. Did I obtain any new skills? A system message appeared. You have acquired the special skill persona. Just as I expected. I wonder if persona is similar to Calm Mind. Let's see. As he excitedly checked the description, he suddenly froze. Special skill persona. Use one avatar as a vessel to contain a person's emotions. A unique skill evolves in the direction its user needs. So the system determined that I needed this skill. Now I understand why I obtained it. I befriended complete strangers and helped them defeat powerful enemies. But I'm someone who locked himself in his room for 2 years. I was only able to do those things because, to me, it all felt like a game rather than reality. In reality, I'm still trapped within these 4 walls. The reality I've avoided for so long is right in front of me. The loneliness, sorrow, and anger I kept suppressed have accumulated into a mass of negative emotions. Hans Song-hyen summoned Hans. Transfer all those pent-up emotions into the vessel. Hans did as he instructed. I feel so refreshed. But those emotions don't seem to have disappeared. They've merely been locked away in a drawer. I wonder if Hans will be all right after absorbing them. Hans looked at him and solemnly declared, "Do not worry. Pain and despair have accompanied me throughout my life. They can no longer harm me." No, those were clearly words I had once said, but his tone changed without me even realizing it. Un moment laté, on s'assume de confident pose. I see. Does this mean an avatar filled with emotions develops a personality of its own? If that's the case, then this. En explosion? What's going on? Is it another villain? In the city again? Things are getting worse and worse. The more Song-hyen thought about it, the more he shook his head. Whatever, the Guardians will handle it. Besides, unlike last time, it isn't happening right in front of me, and I don't really care about it anyway. Hans asked him, "Do you need a reason to eradicate evil?" Hearing that question, Song-hyen froze for a moment. After transferring his negative emotions to Hans, everything had become painfully clear. This is nothing more than my habitual avoidance. The truth is, I want to destroy those evildoers more than anyone, but I've always made excuses because I lack the courage. When the world's order collapses and chaos descends, outlaws run rampant everywhere. Hans declared to him, "From now on, I shall be their law." That very night, he began searching for his first prey. Damn it, how many times has this happened now? Those bastards have launched another terrorist attack. So why haven't we received any reinforcements? Have all the villains joined forces? Unfortunately, everything was already over. Leaving empty-handed would be embarrassing. With that, he summoned 2 floating eyeballs. Then he ordered them to begin the hunt. Go, become my eyes and ears in the night, and find the sinners hiding in the darkness. Hey, bring me an ashtray. Here's your human ashtray. You're a pretty good ashtray. Please don't do this. The first incident involved a group that habitually bullied the weak. Moving on to the second incident. A woman and her child were being abused by the father. Where could we possibly run? Don't talk back. The third incident. involved a thief robbing homes at night. Ah, I got everything I need. I can see it all. I shall punish those evildoers who are beneath even garbage, and their punishment shall be terror, overwhelming, horrifying terror. I shall sow fear into your very souls, seeds of evil. Remember this day. When your wicked impulses emerge again, you shall meet me once more in the darkness. That night became a night of terror for all evildoers. Good. I'm beginning to get used to this new power. I need more. More. I must continue the purge. I will cleanse this city. Before long, dawn arrived. Cleaning up the filth hiding in the darkness all night was deeply satisfying. These eyes of darkness are quite useful, but they clearly have limitations. Their power weakens when exposed to light and eventually disappears. I need a more efficient way to identify my enemies. I can't simply release undead throughout the city at random. What should I do? While Hans was thinking, a bird overhead relieved itself on his head. Hans Kushid, those damn pests. I ought to kill them all and turn them into my servants. As the pigeons flew away, Hans suddenly found the answer within his own question. Eyes that were everywhere, inconspicuous, and able to move freely. That's it. Summon beasts. Beast enslavement is a form of magic that subjugates animals and controls them at will. It is commonly used by masters of dark magic. But one thing puzzles me. Why doesn't it work on me? It would be ideal if they looked normal while possessing powerful infectious capabilities. However, if I reduce the amount of mana to make them appear normal, their ability to spread the spell weakens. Now I understand why programmers grind their teeth while debugging. Final version of Infectious Beast Enslavement. Last revision. It looks like it's finished. And so, after 3 weeks of continuous research, he still had no meaningful results. Is this already my final test subject? This time, I will definitely succeed. You little pest, hold still. All right, adjusting the mana output. Infectious Beast Enslavement. Phew, finally finished. The moment the enchantment was complete, the pigeon flew right past his face. At least it looks normal. Now, I only need to test its ability to spread the spell. The pigeon pecked several decoys, and their eyes turned red. Excellent. It worked. The infected creatures are becoming my eyes and ears. Good. Go. Fly out and find my enemies. Meanwhile, in the other world, Bishop Lacius was pondering something. He recalled Hans's words. Remember my name. I am Hans of the Oath of Defiance. I am your death. A knight approached him and spoke. Bishop Lacius. Oh, you have arrived, Sir Tutkin. The knight reported. After interrogating the survivors we captured, it appears the vampires are not allied with the heir of the Immortal King. We need more clues. Even as we speak, the Immortal King continues to grow stronger. Suddenly, the pendant around the bishop's neck began shaking violently. Yes, Saintus, you called for me? Indeed, Bishop Lacius. The Immortal King's presence has been detected again. He is inside a cave on a mountain northwest of that region. Thank you, Saintus. I shall not disappoint you. Meanwhile, inside the mountain cave, Hans sat upright as though waiting for something. I configured the summoned beasts to transmit information whenever they encounter a monster. Now I only need to verify that the information is being received correctly. But the movements of the creatures on the surface seem strange. It looks as though they're fleeing from something. They're utterly terrified as well. Still, if they had encountered a monster, they should have sent me information already. Wait, could it be humans? Have they encountered humans? Humans came to this remote, dangerous place? Is it an ambush? Unbelievable. How could so many people conceal themselves without leaving a single trace? Even Hans's pigeons were subsequently shot down. Outside, Tutkin shouted, Hans of the Oath of Defiance. Your deceitful tricks cannot fool us. No evil can escape the gaze of the divine. You can hide no longer. Surrender and accept God's judgment. That is, a knight of the church. I saw that emblem while training within the Varkalak clan. Divine power counters dark magic. This is troublesome. How did those church lackeys find me? The knight immediately swung his sword at Hans. I will not give you a chance to speak. Do not think you can deceive me with your lying tongue. Hans Skuffet, you truly are as stubborn and narrow-minded as you look. Since it's come to this, I suppose I should put on an act while searching for a way to escape. Such clumsy tricks will never deceive a messenger of God. With that, Tutkin drove his sword directly into Hans's sternum. Hans asked him, would you condemn me merely for punishing evildoers? Silence. The moment you touched forbidden power, you became no different from them. What kind of logic is that? But just as Hans prepared to fight back, he suddenly froze. Something unpleasant has been interfering with my magic this entire time. Unable to react in time, he took a direct punch from Sir Tutkin. The punch blasted apart the cave and sent Hans flying outside. He has appeared. Prepare the sacred hymn. The members of the church immediately extended their hands and began singing. Their voices made Hans's head ache, forcing him to cover it. This hymn is weakening me. I could kill them and end it, but I cannot harm innocent people. Hans concealed himself in a blind spot. Then he swiftly thrust his sword from behind. Now, choir, restrain Hans at once. Hans now found himself in a difficult situation. Obeying the order, the choir cast an enchantment. I was far too careless. They immediately conjured golden chains that bound Hans's entire body. Well, it seems I left myself wide open. I can't even move or use magic. These irritating chains won't come off. They prepared this trap in advance to ensure I had no path of escape. It seems you put a great deal of effort into capturing me. As expected, no wicked demon can escape this prison formation. Are you ready to surrender? Do you really think I would surrender that easily? It appears there is no room for negotiation in this conversation. Enough joking. Let's end this here. If you have the ability, try your best to capture me, Father Lacius. I do not know what you are plotting, but do you think I am foolish enough to stand here and watch you escape? Oh, it's useless, no matter how powerful this encirclement is. At that moment, Song Hyen's voice rang out. Hans, Isumunyu. He escaped those chains? Impossible. Just what in God's name is that man? After successfully summoning Hans away, Song Hyen released an exhausted sigh of relief. This seems to have become rather troublesome. Why do I suddenly have so many enemies? Did I cause that much chaos everywhere I went? The Dark Army of the Oath of Defiance, the Vampire Clans, the Varkalak clan, and even one of the continent's most powerful factions, the Church of the Almighty. Wait a minute, the merit shop. Could the reason I've received so many merit points until now be? Don't tell me it was because. That's exactly it. It was all because I went around making enemies across the entire continent. I suppose I'll have to think more carefully about that. For now, I should focus on the plan I've already made. Meanwhile, Hans sat watching the cats before him. Now it is time to reap the fruits of my long research. The principle is simple. Controlled creatures spread dark mana to other individuals through physical contact. With that alone, my eyes and ears now cover an enormous area, and they will continue spreading even farther. It is only a matter of time before they cover every corner of Seoul. The moment he finished that thought, he sensed a nearby disturbance. Have they arrived? My first signal. Inside the basement of a house, desperate pleas rang out. Please, sir. Please spare me. The girl trembled. Please, sir. I'll do anything you want if you spare me. She even called out to a passerby. You, the handsome man with glasses. Please save me. This man kidnapped me. Sir, don't leave. Please, I'm begging you. Without giving her another chance, the abuser grabbed the girl by her hair. It's useless. Scream as much as you want until your throat turns inside out. Scream as loudly as you like. Thanks to my ability, I'm the only one who can see and hear your screams and suffering. Come on, scream louder. You have such a cute voice, so why did you stop? You'll have the honor of taking third place in my trophy collection. Just as he prepared to continue abusing her, Hans stormed into the basement. What the hell? Who are you? Your abilities are sound suppression and invisibility, correct? Unfortunately for you, I am immune. Your repulsive string of crimes ends here. Who the hell are you? Are you a guardian? How did you get in here? If you come any closer, I'll kill this girl. As soon as he finished speaking, dark magic surrounded the girl's body, and she was instantly transported beside Hans. Really? What will you do now, a returnee? How dare you steal my prey? Fine, I'll kill both you and that girl. Before he could even swing his knife, Hans's dark magic restrained him. Judging by the way you speak, this is not your first offense. Shall I take a look? Necromancy, whale of the underworld. After reading the man's memories, Hans discovered that he had done the same thing to countless victims. Please, sir, please forgive me. Oh, you're a serial killer. That settles it. I shall sentence you to death. Even death could be considered far too merciful a punishment for you. However, I also require a few undead commanders here on Earth. I might as well use this opportunity to turn you into a specimen. It was a brutal process that drained every drop of blood from the man's body. I did not expect to create one so soon. In an instant, the killer became an intermediate tier undead ghoul. Enter. You will prove useful later. As for this girl, perhaps I should clean up the aftermath before leaving. Once everything had been handled, the police and other outsiders arrived at the scene. Park Han-ju, team leader of the Supernatural Crime Prevention Bureau, was also present to inspect the situation. Team leader, we've recovered footage from the scene. It appears the victim was the serial killer we've been unable to catch, and the person who killed him seems to have been a Ritter-ni. That's right, we couldn't find a body, but a large amount of dark magic was detected on the floor. At the very least, it's good that the scum who deserved death is finally gone. The case files documenting his crimes were truly the stuff of nightmares. Are you joking? You think it's acceptable for someone intoxicated by his own power to play the hero? People like that are the most dangerous. Does he think the law exists merely for show? He appointed himself judge and executioner. Who the hell is this lunatic? I like to see his face at least once. What none of them knew was that Hans stood atop a tall building, stroking a white cat as he silently observed everything below. Meanwhile, at the South Seoul branch of the Korean Returnees Association, branch director, excuse me, but something has happened again. Director Yoon Ji-hun, please wake up. It's important. What time is it? What's going on? The Ability Management Bureau has sent us a request for cooperation. Is this about the arrest of those 3 jewel thieves? Is that case connected to the recent killing as well? The culprit was a user of dark magic wearing a long cloak and a grinning traditional mask. Security is getting worse by the day, yet they still refuse to send us more support. I'm almost tempted to hand this entire case over to him. What? That bastard is a killer. Don't say things like that. That's exactly my point. He has useful abilities. If we put a suitable collar around his neck, he'll make an excellent hunting dog. Can't we recruit him as a guardian instead? I know you're overwhelmed with work right now, but even so, stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Can't you see all these documents piling up? I wish I could beat every one of those damn villains to a pulp. Meanwhile, Song Hyun was relaxing comfortably. Beating up those villains really is satisfying. Unless they're serial killers or something similar, I usually stop after placing a curse of terror on them and administering an appropriate punishment. That's merciful enough, isn't it? It looks as though I'll need to deal with those other people soon, the criminal organization carrying out terrorist attacks. Well, since everything here is nearly settled, perhaps I should start paying more attention to the other world. Diana, Azo, you've both been through so much. You did very well. Uncle, no, we're all right. I'm relieved that he seems like a good man. If he'd acted suspiciously, I might have needed to threaten him. Still, something does seem suspicious. Thank you so much for bringing the children all the way here. It's nothing. I merely did what needed to be done. Sir, thank you so much for everything you've done for us. Come now. It isn't as though we'll never see one another again. I'll visit often. In the meantime, behave yourselves and grow up healthy and strong. Understood? Sir, I was a little worried because it felt as though your personality was gradually changing. But you truly are a good person, and that is such a relief. You think my personality has changed? Heinz wondered privately, could it be an effective persona? In Hans's case, it created a combination of negative emotions and a desire for recognition. In other words, it gave him a rather attention-seeking personality. Meanwhile, Heinz II, who specializes in infiltration and deception, seems to have developed an extremely calm and composed personality. Uncle, where are you planning to go now? Me? I shall use this opportunity to go on a pilgrimage. Meanwhile, in Talaza, the capital of the kingdom of Talia, there's only one reason I came here. Talaza, the capital, is the headquarters of the goddess's church and home to the largest temples in this land. Good. With this, no one will be able to watch me. Immediately afterward, he summoned his 4th avatar. Avatar Zummoning, Heinrich. This avatar's name is Heinrich. Shared traits: calm mind, super recovery, and serenity. Unique trait: warrior spirit, which grants additional skills and experience through training and combat. Traveling through a holy nation in a vampire's body was beginning to reach its limits. Here, take this. Now, walk toward the light. Next believer, please step forward. What? How much is all this? This is my entire fortune. I wish to offer everything to the goddess and become a holy knight in her service. Until now, my avatars have been an undead, a dark mage, and a vampire. They were all children of darkness. But this time, my avatar will wield a sacred sword and earn the respect of the people. He will become a holy knight of light. Very well. You truly are a spirited young man. As your instructor, I will train you to become an outstanding holy knight. Wait a moment. Sir Marco, no matter how much he donates, we cannot make someone with an unverified background into a holy knight. Do not worry, Inspector. Any hidden wickedness will reveal itself during holy knight training. What do you say, young man? Are you confident that your true nature will not betray you? Heinrich declared boldly. Of course, but things did not go as he expected. This training is exhausting me to death. Water. I'm so thirsty. What the hell is this? This is absolute madness. It has already been a month since I began this wretched Holy Knight training. At first, I thought the Holy Knights were noble and impressive, but they turned out to be a bunch of muscle-bound freaks. The entire training hall echoed with shouts. Brother, one more. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. The more Heinrich heard them, the more irritated he became, and the worse his headache grew. Recruit number 12, you are losing focus. Have you forgotten the rule that you must never stop praying while training? All right, concentrate and begin praying again. Yes, sir. Oh, gorgeous. Again, keep going and concentrate. While training, focus on your prayers and heal your shattered body. Good. One more. Repeated prayer under extreme conditions strengthens your faith and increases your holy power. I have to admit, it is incredibly effective. My back feels amazing today. Keep going. Hit me harder. My faith is growing stronger. Heinrich shuddered as he watched them. Do they really have to train in such a perverse way? Marco, that recruit you brought here is no joke. He has already developed this much, even before his baptism. His shoulders and lower body muscles have become almost unrecognizable. I cannot wait to see how much more he develops after his baptism. Why are they drooling while staring at my body? This is disgusting. I do not want those freaks paying attention to me. It has been 3 months since I began Holy Knight training. Without warrior spirit and super recovery, I would have washed out long ago. My body and stamina have improved, but the most troublesome thing here is, Heinrich, if you have finished training your lower body, why do we not work on our chest together? No, I'm fine. Another man glanced over and suggested, on a day like this, we should be training our backs. Do you not agree? Heinrich shuddered as he looked at them both. Get away from me, you muscle-obsessed freaks. I am going insane. Not a day passes without them asking me to train with them. Well, perhaps the senior members simply have high expectations for you. As the two of them rested, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted in cheers. They are here. It is really them, the Grand Archbishop of the Central Temple and Sir Tutkin. I heard they departed on an expedition with the Holy Knights and Crusaders, but it seems they have returned. That man, was he not the Holy Knight who pointed his sword at Hans? He went on an expedition and has now returned. Do not tell me, have they been searching for Hans all this time? Trainees, you have all been summoned today so that those who have met the required standards may undergo baptism. Although this is earlier than usual, the ceremony has been moved forward due to exceptional circumstances. We ask for your understanding. Those whose names are called, please step forward. Heinrich's fellow trainee asked, why are they already holding an event that normally takes place only once every 6 months? I can make a reasonable guess. The Holy Knights urgently need reinforcements to pursue the descendant of the Immortal King. Either way, this is the perfect opportunity to save some time. Shall I use this chance to test it? A new application of Avatar and Calm Mind. Trainee Mark Joan, do you swear to offer everything to the goddess and live in the name of a Holy Knight? I swear, High Priest. Those who receive baptism must offer all their mana to the divine, leaving them unable to use magic. In return, the goddess blesses them with an abundant amount of holy power. However, the strength of the blessing varies greatly from one person to another. The greatest factor determining the strength of that blessing is one's faith in the goddess. The purer and more sincere that faith is, without lies or doubt, the more powerful the person will become as a holy knight. When the ceremony ended, the high priest called the next person, Trainee Heinrich. This is exactly why I chose to become a holy knight. Until now, I have only used calm mind to suppress outside stimuli or restrain my emotions. But I realized something. It can also be applied in reverse. Avatar skill. I will implant the emotion of faith into Heinrich, and when the high priest draws out my mana, I will use calm mind to filter emotions such as disbelief and doubt out of that mana. My mana will then become completely pure, without the slightest trace of uncertainty. Only pure mana and absolute faith will remain. And to absorb the greatest possible blessing, I will focus the mental power of all my avatars into Heinrich. This amount of holy power, it is unbelievable. The trainees pointed upward. Look, his holy power has risen all the way to the top of the goddess's statue. Heinrich. No, Sir Heinrich, you have only just been baptized, yet you have already reached this level. In truth, your holy power is already on par with that of a priest. Such profound faith is truly impressive. Continue to work hard from this day forward. Heinrich happily accepted the high priest's praise. Thank you. System notification. You have acquired the skill Purification. This increases the avatar's potential and allows mental power to be shared more efficiently between individuals. Is this the limit of my holy power? Well, I should be grateful that it worked at all. I was not sure whether faith artificially created through such a trick would have any effect. Even so, it seems that it did not work perfectly. The deity of this temple appears to be more like a system than a god with a distinct personality. But when I received the blessing, I sensed something vague. If I had to express it in human emotions, it felt like a watchful presence. Was that what it meant? That this power should only be used for good? Meanwhile, Sir Tutkin and Bishop Latius were discussing the situation. This is discouraging. We have failed to find a single clue about the Immortal King's descendant for months. I no longer have the courage to face the Saintess. Furthermore, it will probably be difficult to request additional support from the Kingdom of Talia. There is a possibility that the vampire organization hiding within the kingdom has interfered. While we pursued Hans, our clashes with the vampire clan and their resistance became far too severe. The execution squad has made no progress, so political pressure from the Kingdom of Talia is increasing. They may be using that as leverage. The execution squad will be disbanded. Sir Tutkin, recall everyone to the royal capital. Yes, understood. We are being pressured from every direction, and our reinforcements are completely inadequate. How should I resolve this problem? While wrestling with the issue, Sir Tutkin looked down below. Are those the newly appointed Holy Knights? Wait, Heinrich and one of his fellow trainees were engaged in a duel. When Heinrich was stabbed, he immediately drove his elbow into his opponent's face. Heinrich won the match amid the crowd's cheers. A system message appeared as well. Individual enlightenment has been achieved through repeated training. You have acquired the skill Crusader Combat Arts. By combining super recovery with holy power, the wound that had just been inflicted healed completely in an instant. You deliberately let yourself get hit just now, did you not? Trading one blow for another is exactly the kind of tactic Heinrich would use. But this still is not enough. To improve further, I need a new change. In terms of holy power, you're clearly already at the level of an instructor or a high-ranking holy knight. However, you still lack the experience required of a true holy knight. Oh, Sir Tutkin. He approached Heinrich with a proposal. You probably understand this better than anyone. I can make you stronger. I will make you stronger. Would you like to accompany me to Rosalia Cathedral? Yes, I will go to Rosalia Cathedral. That is right. Is there a problem? No, not at all. Of course I want to go, but Sir Tutkin refused to let him hesitate and firmly pulled him along. Then follow me. We are leaving immediately. Could you give me some time to pack my belongings? Someone else can handle that later. I understand that this sudden summons may feel overwhelming. I will explain everything in detail once we arrive. Hearing that, Heinrich nodded. Understood. After entering the teleportation gate, they quickly arrived at Rosalia Cathedral. So this is Rosalia Cathedral, the church's largest sanctuary, located at the center of the continent. It was the heart of the church itself, where both the Pope and the Saintess resided. Jesta clasped her hands together in welcome. Welcome, Sir Tutkin and Sir Heinrich. You must be tired after your long journey. Thank you, Saintess. I have entered Rosalia Cathedral, where the Saintess herself lives. This is the perfect place to grow stronger quickly. Here, I will become a renowned holy knight and rise steadily beneath the radiant light. Meanwhile, Hein sat absent-mindedly on a building's balcony. I will quietly take care of this dirty work from the shadows. While feeling bored, he even browsed MeTube for information about himself. So I accidentally became famous. Most of the human trafficking organization's remnants have already been eliminated. But there is something strange here. What is this so-called judgment order that those criminals kept mentioning? Kill that bastard. If you ruin this operation, the judgment order will never forgive you. Well, I will probably find out if I keep eliminating them. Now, how should I deal with the profits from this operation? Heinz walked through the district in disguise. If the Haho mask suddenly began trading large quantities of expensive goods from unknown sources while being hunted, it would be the perfect way to become the #1 suspect. I need a discreet place to conduct these transactions. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered an arcade. There was no one inside except a single clerk. "Welcome." Heinz placed an item pouch on the counter. "I want to sell something." The clerk stared blankly at him. "Where do you think you are, a pawn shop? I do not care what you brought. Get lost." "Is that so? I heard this place was interested in things like these." A moment later, a pile of gold coins spilled onto the counter, startling the clerk. "This is the emblem of the Human Traffickers Trade Association. I heard they were wiped out by some masked madman. What about now? Are you interested?" The clerk gestured toward the rear, then used the back entrance. "Do not wander around." Following the clerk's instructions, Heinz opened the door and entered a darker room. Another employee was waiting inside, wearing a strange mask. "Welcome. What would you like to sell?" "Yes. Can you pay me with something other than money?" "You mean payment in goods? What do you want?" "A first prize winning lottery ticket, and as soon as possible. There is no point exchanging these goods for money if I cannot use it. I need a legitimate source of money for the man named Han Song-hyen. A lottery ticket would be clean and leave no trail." "A winning lottery ticket? The commission will be quite high. Is that acceptable?" "Of course. How much can you provide?" "We have one worth 6.1 billion won. For months remain before the redemption deadline." Heinz accepted immediately. "Excellent. Prepare 2 more like it." "What? The goods you brought today are not worth enough for that." "Do not worry. I have plenty more." A moment later, he silently placed 3 large blocks of gold on the counter. "Is this enough?" This is a subspace storage device." "Who exactly are you?" "This is no ordinary item. Where did you obtain it?" Heinz immediately spoke in a cold, stern voice. "I did not come here to chat with you. Complete the transaction quickly. Understood? Opuludisa? I will finish it immediately." So the faint scent of blood I have noticed this entire time was not my imagination. Good. Let us continue conducting these clean transactions. From now on, I'm sure we will understand one another much better. After purchasing the winning lottery tickets, Heinz felt quietly pleased with himself. "I have finally achieved my dream of winning the lottery jackpot. What should I buy? More importantly, it would be nice to have a few subordinates I could order to handle errands like this. Going back and forth constantly is a nuisance. Well, I suppose I can treat this as an opportunity to enjoy the nightlife." The streets are crowded again, probably because of the rumors. It feels rather satisfying to know that I am the one who restored peace here. As he enjoyed the atmosphere, a red-haired figure leaned close and whispered into Heinz's ear. "Where did you come from? Who is this?" He got behind me without my noticing. "Hey, do not look so startled. I only wanted to have a little conversation." Annoyed by the man's mocking tone, Heinz shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? You creepy bastard. Sneaking up behind someone and sniffing them like that. What are you plotting? Wait, are you a vampire? Well, so am I. I am a 6th-level vampire from the burning void dimension of Mies. What is your name? What did you return to Earth? Another vampire who traveled between worlds? What is going on? I need to invent a story and get out of here." But suddenly, a red wave of energy began hypnotizing Heinz. He answered sluggishly in a robotic voice. "My name is Heinz. I have not been back on Earth for long." Damn it, why did I answer him? Is this mind control? Of course. You are merely a newcomer who recently returned to Earth. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Gamma, a member of the Blood Pact, an organization that gathers all the vampires on Earth. My job is to recruit vampires like you who have recently returned to Earth. An organization like that really exists? Well, if we want to survive, it makes sense to cooperate. It seems I have no other choice. Heinz asked, "What was that level you mentioned earlier?" "Oh, are you becoming interested? Instead of talking out here, why not verify it with your own eyes?" Gamma pressed the button on his key and summoned a red supercar. "Fine, lead the way." In the distance, a young woman witnessed the entire exchange. "Headquarters, this is the surveillance unit. The target is moving according to plan. I am following him." After Gamma drove Heinz to his destination, Heinz followed him down a stairway. "What is this place?" Every vampire possesses a vampiric coefficient that determines the extent of their power. We measure that coefficient through the Blood Pact and quantify it into levels. This magic circle can determine the level of your vampiric coefficient. The door opened, revealing several robed members gathered around a magic circle. A magic circle? This is suspicious. What are you doing? Hurry up and step inside. Fine. If the situation becomes dangerous, I can dismiss this avatar. Wait, this skull bears traces of dark magic. And not only dark magic. Witchcraft, curses, alchemy, and many other forms of magic have been interwoven here. How is something like this possible? It has been 20 years since returnees first began appearing. Magical tools are still rare, and magical technology remains underdeveloped because the laws governing supernatural energy differ from one world to another. They combine many different abilities into one. The Blood Pact is a far more impressive organization than I expected. A hooded man ordered Hines, "Extend your hand so that we may conduct the examination. It will sting a little." The moment the blade cut his palm, blood-red magic appeared. 5 blood orbs. Level 5? Judging by how tightly connected they are, your regenerative ability seems quite powerful. Come to think of it, a pure blood from Auterica should be around level 5 or 6, correct? I was a little concerned when I heard you came from a dimension I had never encountered, but you are only level 5? What a waste of worry. At level 5, there is no need to sever any limbs. Let's begin. Yes, Lord Gamma. So they really did have another motive after all. I knew this ritual was far too complicated just to measure my level. I need to summon Harris quickly. Just as they were preparing to begin, someone pounded on the door outside. "Do not move. Gamma of the Blood Pact, level 6. You are under arrest for abducting and murdering your own kind." Miss Jean Soran, is it not rather rude to barge in like this? What is the meaning of this? Meanwhile, Hines wondered, that girl looks familiar. Who is she? When we received the report that you were abducting vampires, I was not sure whether to believe it. I never imagined it was actually true. Release that vampire and surrender immediately. Exactly what I would expect from a loyal, naive little slave of the Blood Pact. But have you ever wondered why we must live as slaves in the first place? We are far stronger than ordinary humans. Why must we obey the Blood Pact's rules, skulk around among humans, and hide underground? What did you say? It is precisely because warmongers like you keep pulling this nonsense that we were forced into hiding in the first place. That may be what you think, but do your comrades feel the same way? Before she could understand what was happening, the man behind her suddenly clenched his fist. While they were caught off guard, he struck the other member of their team with his elbow. "Mignon, what are you doing? Why are you betraying us?" The moment she finished speaking, he stabbed her through the abdomen. "Why did I betray you?" The answer is simple. In my dimension, I was once a lord with wealth, status, and power. But after returning to this reality, I was forced to hide in a filthy basement and work for some pathetic club. Do you understand, Lady Jean Soran? Not every vampire enjoys a comfortable life like yours. So what is your plan? Abducting vampires? What do you want? Are you planning to oppose the Blood Pact with these half-baked, low-level vampires? How many centuries do you think that would take? There is no way to accumulate more merit in this reality, which means we cannot become stronger. But after extensive research, we found a guaranteed method of rapidly gaining power. The next moment, the body of Soran's colleague floated toward Gamma. What are you talking about? Do not tell me you crossed the forbidden line. Where do you think all those abducted vampires went? Do not tell me you created blood-crazed vampires. Have you forgotten why we were persecuted in the first place? Blood-crazed vampires? You mean cannibalism. But on Earth, it is not like ordinary cannibalism. When a vampire devours one of their kind from another dimension, their unique vampiric traits merge. The result is overwhelming power, but cannibalism inflicts severe mental damage, far worse than ordinary blood consumption. Those who cannot endure it become blood-crazed vampires, consumed by endless thirst. After the first blood-crazed vampire appeared, vampires came to be regarded as a global threat. But do not worry. After countless failed experiments, we finally discovered a way to purge the lingering will from blood. Your bodies are perfect materials for our experiment. A moment later, the entire room was flooded with red magical light. This magic circle was not merely created to classify vampires or measure their attributes. It was also designed to process vampires into medicine without side effects, correct? You had better keep your promise. I risked everything to follow you here without being discovered. Of course, as agreed, Gamma handed Mignon a red pill. Here as promised. Without hesitation, Mignon tossed the pill straight into his mouth. In less than 2 seconds, His body underwent an obvious transformation. So this is the power gained through cannibalism that I have only ever heard about. This increase in strength is on an entirely different level. I cannot believe it is real. He grabbed Jean, Soran by the throat, and held her out toward Gamma. You also promised to provide pills to the people I brought here, did you not? Give me more. All right. I understand that you are eager to become stronger, but there is a proper process for these things. Our new guest is still waiting. Just be patient a little longer. Unable to do anything else, Soran could only plead with them. Stop. Please stop. 2 pure bloods and 4 of inferior blood. So cannibalizing vampires from other dimensions truly is that effective. I cannot wait to see how powerful I become after absorbing all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hines summoned Harris to deal with them. What the hell is that? Your concealment is quite impressive, but your defenses are pathetic. From now on, no one leaves this place without my permission. What the hell is that thing? Do not panic. Stay close together, and we will take them down one at a time. Drawing upon his newfound strength, Mignon repeatedly punched the summoned creature's head on. As Mignon prepared to charge Harris, Harris studied the spikes protruding from his body. That man's transformation does not look normal. So even vampires' appearances differ depending on their home dimension. After assessing the situation, Harris slammed his staff into the floor. A cluster of green thorns erupted around Mignon. Once Harris had restrained him, Hines stepped forward to subdue him. Harris warned him first. I want to capture them, so do not let them lose too much blood, though I doubt you will need my help. Is this the downside of trying to progress naturally? Well, it is no great concern. Plenty more food is on the way. With his prey in his grasp, Hines sank his fangs directly into Mignon's neck. One by one, every member of Gamma's group was drained of blood and reduced to a withered corpse. A notification appeared. You have acquired a new vampiric trait. Through the effects of hybrid evolution, you have obtained the skill Insight. Insight allows you to measure your opponent's condition and physical attributes. Insight, that is a useful ability. Vampires possess unique supernatural powers called bloodline abilities, which vary according to lineage. With the power I acquired through hybrid evolution, I can steal every one of those abilities. Pinned against a pillar by Hines, Gamma wondered, how the hell can you devour your own kind and still retain your sanity? Amused by the question, Hines brought a hand close to him and replied teasingly, Interested? Would you like me to tell you how to keep your mind from being corrupted? Those whispers you hear while absorbing them, you simply have to ignore them. What the hell does that even mean? A second later, Gamma's body began eroding little by little until it withered away completely. Through the effects of hybrid evolution, you have obtained the skill Concealment. Concealment allows you to erase your presence. Not bad. There will be plenty of ways to use it. Now, shall I take a look inside this bastard's head? Ugh. Research, cooperation, support, magic from the Punishment Church. Lord Beta, what about the promise? Beta? So that is this bastard superior, and the Punishment Church has been mentioned again. It seems this elaborate ritual was also their work. What exactly are they plotting by helping the Blood Pact? After escaping from their lair, Hines also took Gamma's car. Jean Soren slowly opened her eyes after being knocked unconscious earlier. Are you awake? Before she was fully conscious, she lunged forward, grabbed Hines by the neck, and shouted, You scum! How dare you sell out your own kind? Where are you taking me? Stop! Look carefully. I'm a vampire they captured earlier. If you keep doing this, we're gonna crash. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you explain what happened back there? Do you know about Haho masks? I escaped during the chaos when that militia group suddenly stormed in. Even so, you saved me. Thank you so much. My name is Jean Soran, and I am from Nocturnia. That voice and face. No matter how he looked at her, Hines felt as though he had met her before. What exactly happened back there? Why were members of the same Blood Pact fighting one another? She explained, the Blood Pact is currently deeply divided between hardliners and moderates. We found evidence that the hardliners had abducted a member of our group, so I went there with several trusted colleagues. Fortunately, we managed to escape safely, and we discovered what those bastards were trying to do. All we need to do now is report it to our superiors and put an end to this. Does she really think it will be that easy? Someone even higher up among the hardliners is clearly involved. By the way, which faction do you belong to, my savior? You seem quite strong. Savior? You could just call me normally. Then may I call you Hines? Whatever makes you comfortable. I only recently returned to Earth, so I have not joined any faction yet. I followed Gamma because I was curious about the Blood Pact. If you're looking for somewhere to belong, why not join the Blood Pact? Most vampires are members. The moderate faction does not engage in shady activities like this. and we have a stable blood supply through our connections with blood banks. Is that so? Perhaps I will consider it. Wonderful. I will show you the way. This way. Kumin. As they entered, a young vampire girl appeared. Sister Soran. I heard what happened. Are you all right? My little Nahi. Have you been good? Say hello. This is Heinz, and he may be joining the blood pact soon. Hello, Heinz. All right, I will show Heinz to his room. You stay here and play by yourself, okay? Oh, okay, but please hurry back. Heinz glanced at the child who had just spoken to her. She looks so young. Is that merely her appearance? No, Nahi is not a returnee. Are not all vampires returnees? No, Nahi was born and raised on Earth. Her father was the returnee. He turned her into a vampire to save her from a terminal illness. After hearing the explanation, Heinz finally understood. Now I see why the government wants to control vampires. In a way, they're like an infectious disease brought in from outside. Of course, that method is rarely used. Turning someone on Earth requires a great deal of time and blood. Nahi's father was especially determined to let her live proudly beneath the sun, so he truly pushed himself to his limits. We are here. Saran opened the door. She led him into a small but tidy room. If you need anything, just call me. It is late, so you should get some rest. All right, good night. Heinz flinched slightly when he saw her gesture. That gesture and that voice. I finally remember. You are Orchid the Streamer. When Heinz exposed her identity, she froze and blushed. Oh, that sign-off for my live stream has been stuck in my head forever. But you do not actually watch my streams, do you? No, not at all. I only saw a few lines from the broadcast scroll past a couple of times. That is all. Oh, thank goodness. I nearly died of embarrassment. I was actually an idol trainee once. I regretted giving up, so I decided to become a streamer. An idol trainee? How old are you? I am 22. I awakened when I was 18. What about you? How old are you, and when did you awaken? Hearing that, Heinz suddenly became guarded. Well, I will tell you later. With that, he pushed her outside and slammed the door. Soran stood there in confusion. Did I say something wrong? I thought she was younger than me, so I spoke so casually. Heinz was actually 20 years old. It turned out she was a senior. No wonder she looked familiar. So she is a streamer. I heard she is quite famous. Should I look her up? When he opened his phone, Soran's page appeared with a hiatus announcement. Hello, everyone. I just want to give you a quick update. I will be taking a break from streaming for about a week because of some business at the company. I will do my best to resolve everything as quickly as possible and return to streaming. See you next week. Bye. So she went to that place immediately after posting this. If I had not been there, this would have been her final post. That truly was close. The next morning, a scream suddenly echoed throughout the house. What did you say? How could you search such a large place and find absolutely nothing? Heinz woke up and lay there groggily for a moment. Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? Even as he walked downstairs, Soran's voice continued ringing out. There is no evidence at all? That cannot be. Is something wrong? Oh, Heinz, did you sleep well? My colleagues reached the scene, but everything had been burned to ashes, so they could not find anything. Now we have no way to pressure the hardliners. They truly went all out, trying to erase every trace of Harris. Heinz cleared his throat before responding. That is unfortunate. There is something I would like to ask. Could you mark the locations of the hardliners' headquarters? What? The hardliners' headquarters? Do not tell me the blood pact does not suit you. No. Calm down. Those bastards are dangerous. Would it not be better to know where they are so I can avoid them? Oh, I understand. Just wait a moment. Heinz was currently at the upper limit of the pure blood stage, equivalent to level 6 or 7 by Earth standards. I need to evolve Heinz into a true blood by draining more vampires. Here, as long as you avoid the marked locations, you will be safe. Shall I prepare a simple breakfast for you? No, there is no need. I looked around and saw plenty of restaurants nearby, so I thought I would go out and explore the local food. Heinz then went out and enjoyed a satisfying meal. When he finished, he smacked his lips contentedly. Delicious. This truly is an excellent restaurant. Just when he thought he had dealt with everyone, one man crawled toward him and spat out a warning. You bastard, do you think you will get away with this? My clan will hunt you down and devour you alive. You mean me? How could any of you possibly know who I am? Thanks to the concealment ability I took from you, your comrades are as blind as fools now. It has worked perfectly all the way through lunchtime. So, would you like to tell me where the rest of your comrades are? Heinz used his power to examine the man's memories. All members under Gamma will gather at the mansion tomorrow for a meeting. The hardline faction's leaders are assembling there. This is big. It is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the entire nest. I need to leave immediately, but first, I should clean this place up. He then summoned a flower-like object into his hand. This was Blood Blossom, an ability that used spilled blood to create a blazing flower. It burned only designated targets and would not go out until its caster commanded it. I will use Blood Blossom, the skill I gained after dealing with these people, to destroy every physical trace. As for the magical traces, I will erase them with concealment. This way, no one will ever be able to find me. Suddenly, Heinz's heart began pounding violently. The veins in his hands bulged visibly. This feeling, my body is evolving again. Special bloodline trait. Pure blood has evolved into true blood. Through the effects of hybrid evolution, you have attained enlightenment. Heinz had now obtained the skill blood flow diffusion, and his body's regenerative ability had surpassed its former limits. Finally, super recovery has evolved into super regeneration. I have become a true blood, and I have obtained new skills as well. Let us see what they can do. With that, he used his long fingernail to slice directly into an artery in his wrist, causing blood to gush and scatter. The droplets immediately reversed direction and were rapidly drawn back into Heinz's body. The wound in my artery healed instantly. The synergy between a true blood's control over blood and super regeneration is incredible. If I can absorb the blood of nearby creatures to recover during battle, then I will practically be invincible. If true bloods are already this powerful, just how terrifying are sacred blood vampires? Meanwhile, So-Ran was working as a streamer. A fan named Orchid Soup donated 1,000 cheese. The moment I saw the notification that Orchid was back, I ran into the channel like an excited puppy. Thank you. Orchid Soup has donated 1,000 cheese. That means you have earned 1,000 points with me too. More comments appeared in the livestream chat. Does that person ever run out of money? They must be stealing it straight from an oil pipeline. Excellent. This is enough to buy a month's supply of blood bags without worrying. But Heinz accidentally interrupted her in the middle of her work. I know earning money from other people is not easy. Sorry. Please continue what you were doing. When So-Ran saw him enter, she froze for a moment. A second later, she became embarrassed. Good grief. Knock before you come in. So what is it? Heinz scratched his head and hesitantly replied, Well, a letter came for you. It contained more evidence of the hardliners' crimes. How could an anonymous sender provide such detailed information? After Jean So-Ran studied the photograph for a few seconds, a thought occurred to her. I don't know who this person is, but their methods are very similar to that masked man's. But the only person I told about the hardliners was Heinz, and these clues began appearing after I gave him their location. Could the two of them be working together, or is it merely a coincidence? So this is where the hardliners' leaders are meeting. They gathered to devise a countermeasure against the Ha-Ho mask, which makes things much easier for me. Heinz's eyes glowed red as he activated clairvoyance. An invisible blood barrier surrounded the entire building. To see more clearly, he also activated blood flow diffusion. They were gathered on the first floor. Just as expected, several Gamma-level members are gathered together. The energy I sense from them cannot be underestimated. All right, I'll conceal Hans in my shadow, charge in, and wipe them all out at once. Once the plan was settled, Heinz and Hans put into action. He charged straight in and shattered the window. Put your hands up and surrender, criminals. What? I'm certain they're here. Is no one inside? As he wondered what was happening, a voice came from the broken mirror behind him, where the members' images appeared. Damn it, we were hoping to capture the Ha-Ho mask, but some unknown vampire appeared instead. Fine, we'll capture you as a substitute. Beta 1, Beta 2, do you know anything about this? We don't know either. He's at least level 7, but he's a completely unfamiliar face. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Are those the betas? From the hardliners' memories, I learned that their leader is Alpha. Beneath Alpha are 2 betas, followed by 13 gammas. So both betas are here. The greater problem is that those masked people appear to be from the Punishment Church. I can't sense any energy from them. Whatever method they're using, it far exceeds my abilities. First, drag him before me. And of course, bring out the one hiding in his shadow as well. Heinz was startled when they noticed Hans's presence. So you already knew? You seem rather capable. We'll soon see how strong you really are. I'll finish you all quickly. He planted his feet and activated blood flow diffusion and acceleration, launching himself into battle. One unlucky member immediately became the first person whose blood he extracted with his bare hands. He's draining the blood of his own kind with his bare hands. Unbelievable. You don't have time to stand around in shock. When they tried to flee, Hans summoned skeletons to block them. The real show was only beginning. Get out of my way. Even if I'm punished, I need to stay alive. However, they did not know that Hans had already taken control of the door. When they opened it, a wave of dark energy surged inward. You aren't the only ones who know how to create barriers. From this moment onward, this is a battle to the death with no escape. Heinz quickly and brutally dealt with them one after another. The entire scene descended into chaos. He's insane. What level is he? This is far beyond level 6 or 7. There must be some sort of trick. This won't be enough to bring him down. When Beta 1 prepared to charge at him, Heinz's nails lengthened into claws. However, Beta 1 anticipated his attack and activated Iron Skin. His entire body instantly hardened into a white solid. Oh, you blocked it? Then I suppose I'll have to use a little more strength. Immediately afterward, Heinz struck him squarely in the chest with a devastating blow. Impossible. My Iron Skin has never shattered under an attack before. How is it breaking apart? Damn it, he surpasses me in both strength and speed. After Heinz brought him down, the other members refused to remain idle and fought back. Damn it, stop him. Support Lord Beta 1. Stop me? Where did you insects find such confidence? With effortless movements, Heinz quickly dispatched Beta 1's men. Damn it, he defeated all my subordinates so easily. He's far too dangerous. He's distracted while dealing with my men. I need to kill him now. Beta 1 desperately charged forward and severed both of Heinz's hands. However, Heinz merely said, "It's useless. By absorbing blood, I can restore my strength and become far stronger than before. More importantly, I've acquired a new skill, concealment." Damn it, he disappeared. Where is he? While Beta 1 was distracted, Heinz reappeared with a dangerous look in his eyes. Right behind you. Checkmate. He acquired another enhancement to his vampiric power. The Blood Art skill evolved into Blood Eye. Blood Eye absorbed the enemy skill's blood flower and blood flow diffusion. I can see it. I can control this new power at will. Now I can wield it more easily to defeat my enemies. You bastard. You devour your own kind. Are you completely insane? No wonder you use such strange abilities. So what? Are you planning to sit there and ramble? Why not come attack me and die like your friend? Or are you afraid? The remaining Beta flew into a rage upon hearing that. Her pride wounded, she recklessly charged at Heinz. However, to Heinz, she was now nothing more than easy prey. The power of blood, I quickly brought her under his control. You bastard, you're fighting dirty. Fighting dirty? I don't like hearing that. Let me tell you something. Do me a favor and die. After both Betas died at his hands, the remaining members were terrified. You monstrous bastard. Who would have imagined a monster like him was here? Prepare the orb. We have to eliminate him. Following the order, they produced a glowing golden orb. Beams of light shot from the orb toward Heinz. He immediately raised a hand to block them. Interesting. Those orbs may possess some power, but they can't harm me. He's too strong. This battle is hopeless. I need to escape. When the captain noticed one of the members trying to flee, he immediately attacked him. Where do you think you're going? The subordinate cried out in pain after being struck. You've served the punishment church well until now. Go and die for the church's freedom. I have to escape. Space distorted around them. Is that a self-destruct curse? The captain fled alone, abandoning his comrades. What a wonderful captain. I'm sure you intended to force me out of here, but your timing couldn't be worse. This curse is nothing. I can dispel it easily. The two orbs inside him are the source of its power. If I destroy them, then he'll. I'm the ruler of death. Did you really think you could escape from me? After the captain was transported elsewhere, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, that lunatic is unbelievable. He was incredibly strong. I was lucky to escape in time. At least I survived. If I use my time wisely, I can. Just as he thought his life was safe, Heinz appeared behind him. So this is where you are? I intended to play with you for a little while, but who knows when you might try to run again. So I'll do this my way. Heinz tapped a finger against the captain's forehead. He's invading my mind. He's trying to read my memories. The captain's memories gradually became clear. Show me every memory you have of the punishment church. Oh, is this a mental defense mechanism? Does it protect the memories of the punishment church's followers? When the blue light vanished, Heinz was transported into another dimension. Is this a mental realm? As he assessed the situation, a voice suddenly came from behind him. I never thought you would make it this far. You're impressive, Mask. Have you been watching me all this time? So you're the leader of the punishment church. The one speaking to him was a mysterious figure whose entire body was green. That's right, Mask. Why don't you join us? An interesting offer. Then let me ask you this. What is the Punishment Church's objective? It's simple. Freedom for the returnees. We will create the world we desire, one led by the returnees. That's an enormous ambition for a newly formed organization. Newly formed? We've existed far longer than you realize. We have always fought for freedom. Does that mean you're responsible for all the terrorist attacks that have occurred so far? Answer me. Heinz's anger caused his emotions to become unstable. The system repeatedly issued warnings. Calm mind is regulating emotions. Calm mind is regulating emotions. Why should that matter to you? I hope you make the right choice. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Heinz swung his fist directly at him. So that is your choice? This is a mental realm. Mental strength is far more powerful here than magic. You cannot defeat me in this place. Heinz replied, so whoever possesses greater mental strength wins here, correct? If that's true, then you are the one who cannot defeat me. Meanwhile, Heinrich was still struggling through his physical training. 1021, 1022. After completing his training, he gradually brought his breathing under control. Finally, I finally finished. A notification appeared. The entity has fulfilled the requirements and acquired the special blessing, Stalwart Body. The entity has acquired a holy skill through repeated training, reaching the high priest level of divine power. I can't believe I actually surpassed my limits through physical training alone. In any case, I've now met the requirements to become a holy knight. I suppose I should go and discuss the next step. As he prepared to leave, Heinrich suddenly heard someone humming nearby. Oh, it's the Saintess. Even though she is the Saintess of the main God Church, she looks like an ordinary girl at times like this. When she saw him, she gave him a bright, radiant smile. Hello, Sir Heinrich. Aside from the dazzling aura of divine power flowing from her, she appeared perfectly normal. Yes, hello, Saintess. Why are you here alone? Well, I was watching a ladybug crawling along a leaf. It was so cute, constantly wriggling around, that I forgot about everything else. So you weren't admiring the flowers. You were watching a bug. She continued, Sir Heinrich, you finally received your blessing. Congratulations. As expected of the Saintess. She noticed immediately. Stalwart Body is not a blessing you can acquire with someone else's help. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you. It's time for the service. Shall we go to the cathedral together? Sir Heinrich. Of course, Saintess. While receiving history lessons here, I came to understand why the Saintess was so fixated on Hans. In the distant past, the first immortal king tainted half the continent with death. Although every nation joined forces to defeat him, his heart was recovered by his closest ally, a dark sorcerer. He was reborn as the second immortal king and brought about the collapse of the great Western Empire. The church's chosen champion struggled to destroy his heart, but it shattered into 3 fragments and scattered across the continent. Whenever the calamity of the immortal king arose again, the main God Church stood at the forefront of the battle. They must know better than anyone how many lives were lost in the process. For a Saintess who regards every believer as family, it is only natural that she would be obsessed with the immortal king and harbor such intense hostility toward him. But honestly, that isn't necessary anymore. Surprisingly, that fellow is actually quite kind and soft-hearted. All right, I should focus my mental energy on Heinz. His consciousness shifted back to Heinz. The Punishment Church leader's true body was violently coughing up blood. His attendant watched anxiously. Your Highness, Lord Arbiter, are you all right? Get away from me. You're disrupting my concentration. Impossible. How could I be pushed back in a battle within the mental realm? How can this be? Heinz struck him with a powerful mental blow, sending him flying. I clearly held the advantage at first, but now his power has grown uncontrollably strong. It's as though multiple people are combining their strength. Why am I losing? This isn't merely a difference in mental strength. Is it a matter of skill? There's no possibility that my mental realm skill is inferior. No, this isn't the time to worry about that. He addressed his subordinate in a trembling voice. Send an emergency order to the Soul Branch. Immediately activate every contingency plan, erase all information, and evacuate before the end of the day. Give the Korean branch the highest priority. Tell the commander that there is a monster in Korea. Even with calm mind and serenity, he will not be an easy opponent. Heinz examined a fragment he had torn from the leader's mental body. I need to study this more closely but it's unfortunate that I lost track of him. A notification appeared. The entity has absorbed another person's merit. Dark magic has evolved into the special skill, Path of Sorcery. Oh, so this fragment is a remnant of that thing, scattered throughout the mental realm. Absorbing its merit means my growth came at the cost of lowering its level. All right, by reading the memories remaining within this fragment, I should be able to locate the Punishment Church's hideout. So this is their Korean branch. They're hiding deep in the forest. I will not give you another chance to escape. I'll uncover every one of your secrets tonight. After night fell, Hines began searching the organization's base. A dying member of the Punishment Church frowned bitterly. What the hell? They told us to evacuate, but they never said a monster like this was coming. Oh, so an evacuation order was already issued? Well, at least my efforts weren't entirely wasted. It appears you destroyed every important resource, but what good did that do? By personally destroying every piece of data, you ultimately handed all of it over to me through your memories. Now let's see. What atrocities have you committed in the past? Hines held a document in his hand, rage building inside him. All of this. I will never forgive you for this. The instant he finished speaking, Hines killed the man. You bastard from the Punishment Church stole my entire life from me. I will kill every last one of you. I thought I had reached a dead end. I believed everything had simply been an accident and that there was nothing I could do. But the organization behind it all, the organization that utterly destroyed my life and my family, was the Punishment Church. It was you. Yet compared to the enemies I've encountered before, they're on an entirely different level. In that case, I need to expand my influence even further. I don't care how much time or money it takes. Every last member of the Punishment Church will pay. You will pay dearly. First, I need to carefully plan my next move. To begin with, I'll test the new skill I acquired, Pure Blood Crystal. I'll compress and refine the excess blood obtained from Hines's body, then implant it into another vampire. That will strengthen the vampire's nature. However, there is still a minor issue. The target will become bound to me through a blood connection, but that hardly matters. As always, those who submit will live, while those who stubbornly resist will have only themselves to blame. The next morning, Hines visited Jean Soran and told her everything that had happened the previous night, leaving her astonished. What? Lord Hines, is it true that you eliminated every member of the Hardliner faction, and now you want to meet with the leaders of our moderate faction? Yes, aside from a few unavoidable complications, everything has been resolved. There are several matters regarding this situation that I wish to discuss with your leaders. Wait a moment. This is too much for me to process. I'll report it first, but I still need to verify what happened. Verify it? Hines revealed his power, releasing an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Will this suffice as proof? I knew this man was powerful, but I never imagined he was this strong. He must be at least level 7, if not higher. This is truly beyond my understanding. All right, I'll contact them immediately. After making preparations, the two of them finally met with the leadership. I commend you, Hines. We witnessed you wipe out those hardliners, and now you intend to swallow up their remaining forces as well. That is quite a surprising proposal, and a rather alarming one. I have no intention of making unreasonable demands. My goal remains the preservation of order and world peace. And what else? To completely eradicate the Punishment Church. Do you not see that your goals contradict each other? That depends on the specifics. It seems she would not be easy to negotiate with. If she refused, he would have no choice but to use force. However, she unexpectedly accepted his proposal, making Hines somewhat wary. Very well. What gave you enough confidence to agree so quickly? What gave me confidence? Naturally, it is my faith in myself. I will help you eliminate them. Lord Hines, please continue to keep Soran by your side. What? She will serve as the bridge between us. Excellent. That is exactly what I wanted. Soran's expression seemed to say, I really don't think I'm suited for this. All right, can we discuss the specifics now? Namely, how we will absorb the hardliners and deal with the recently emerging neutral faction. Certainly. First, we must deal with every remaining hardliner and rise to the leadership of the new reformist faction. This was a first step in his plan to dominate the Blood Pact. After concluding their discussion with the leadership, the two returned to the residential quarters. Soran asked Hines to implant a blood crystal into her body. As he began the procedure, he warned her, stay still. If you move, it will hurt even more. Understood. Please begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the crystal burrowed deep into her back. Thousands of nerves behind her eyes reacted violently. This sensation, pure blood crystal, was entering her body and setting it ablaze. Her blood circulation accelerated, and her bones and muscles expanded. It felt as though she had been reborn. Her former body seemed never to have existed at all. Pure blood crystal can enhance the body by as much as 30%. That is no small amount, but it must be maintained continuously. What should we do now, Master? What? Why are you calling me Master? That is what you are, Master. At this point, are you not effectively founding a new clan? A new bloodline has been born, so I believe we should give it a fitting name. Have you thought of one? Heinz found her suggestion reasonable and raised a hand to his chin in thought. A name. He wanted something striking and distinctive. Every vampire who absorbed pure blood crystal underwent a transformation because his blood took control of theirs, and they all obeyed someone like him. A devious smile crossed his lips as he settled on a defining name. Heterosis. From this moment onward, we shall call ourselves Heterosis, the superior hybrids. Bare your necks and await judgment, you hardliner remnants. Our clan will become the most powerful clan in the Blood Pact. With that, everything on Heinz's side had been settled. However, it was still not enough to overthrow the Punishment Church. Although its Korean branch had disappeared, the organization itself appeared to operate worldwide. He needed to prepare a decisive move capable of overturning the entire board the moment they reappeared. That meant expanding his influence into other worlds and gathering even more merit. For example, through war or terrorism. Wait, what the hell are you thinking? What if innocent people get hurt? You would cause trouble and drag bystanders into it. How could you even consider something so unreasonable? I should clear my head. While trying to calm himself, Han Sung-hyun noticed a fantasy novel lying on the table. This might be the answer. Demon King Hans, the menace threatening humanity, and Heinrich, the hero of justice and his destined rival. While Hans continuously gathered undead forces and expanded his power, Heinrich would defeat each of his evil factions in turn and become a hero. It would form a perfect cycle. All right, I will take it one step at a time. Han Sung-hyun then turned toward the person beside him. It is your turn to act, Harley. The person lifting weights was Harley. Special note, the fifth ego of Han Sung-hyun. Innate trait, adaptation. It allowed him to adapt quickly and efficiently, even under extreme conditions. After reconstructing his body with super recovery and improving its resistance, I intended to develop him properly. It seems he will not die easily. Once I transfer into him, I want to develop adaptation even further. There must be a way. Yes, this is the place. This was the laboratory of the hardliner remnants who were thought to have been completely wiped out. They had been conducting experiments in this underground laboratory, implanting monster corpses into human bodies to create chimeras. Among all their specimens, this was the one thing I had always wanted. A body capable of continuously absorbing powerful traits and evolving them. The body of a blood dragon. If Harley absorbs this ability, along with all the knowledge I incorporated into the process, he will undoubtedly become the ultimate biological weapon. Meanwhile, the following day, heavy rain began to fall. The saintess stood alone in the terrible weather, praying. Heinrich approached her. Is something troubling you, saintess? Oh, Sir Heinrich. He moved his umbrella over her. Why are you sighing and standing out here in the rain? Well, it is nothing, really. Perhaps it is merely because the weather is so gloomy. I only feel suffocated, as though something is squeezing my chest. It would be a serious problem if you caught a cold, so please go inside. The saintess nodded in agreement, as expected of the saintess. Impressive. Even though the base was hidden deep in a remote mountain region and surrounded by 2 layers of barriers, she could still sense it. Fortunately, it seemed she had not pinpointed it completely. With this, I can continue the full-scale experiment. Dragon blood that continuously evolves by absorbing the attributes of its prey. The Punishment Church's research data and my forbidden knowledge both contain records of it. And finally, the perfect test subject. Everything is ready. Let us begin. The following morning, Heinrich went to the church to receive his blessing. Heinrich, you are a sacred sword and a shield that protects justice. Will you become a holy knight of the main God Church and defend the innocent? Yes, your grace. Then, from this day forward, I appoint Heinrich Landgard as a holy knight of the main God Church. The cross pendant around Heinrich's neck immediately shone. The individual had fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. He had also acquired the special skill blessing, Leap. Upon seeing it, the bishop exclaimed, "Oh, it is God's grace." To receive a blessing during the investiture ceremony itself, the Lord must surely be watching over us. It happened again. Although it lasted only a moment, Heinrich had unmistakably sensed the will of the divine. It was the same sensation he had experienced during his first baptism, as though God were directly observing him. Why? Was it because he had come from another world? It did not resemble ordinary human curiosity. In any case, he should use this opportunity to test his new blessing. A moment later, the system message changed. Wait, what? Blessing. Leap allows the user to traverse space. Traverse space? Is that not essentially teleportation? It does not mention any restrictions on usage or distance. This is an incredible ability. As expected of a god, he is truly generous to grant me such a powerful ability so freely. Praise be to God. Thank you for watching over me. The people below were deeply moved by his reaction. Oh, what a devout young man. I agree. I look forward to seeing which knight order he chooses. Congratulations on officially becoming a holy knight, Heinrich. For the time being, you will be assigned to train with the various knight orders. The representatives of each order have come to recruit you. Every knight order specializes in different weapons and techniques, so choose carefully. It is a pleasure to meet you. I represent the Sky Spear Order. We specialize in defending the areas outside the fortress with long-range spear techniques. I represent the Steel Wolf Order. We fight on the front lines and specialize in lethal swordsmanship. I'm a veteran of the Thundercloud Order. Our duty is to maintain security within the city, and we train in both spear and sword combat. Which knight order would you like to train with? Heinrich adopted a serious expression and answered, "There is no need to think about it. I will train with every order." What? With his warrior's mind and instant growth abilities, there was no reason to limit himself. He intended to learn every Holy Knight combat technique. Heinrich turned toward the fourth representative. Are you not also a member of a knight order? Why have you not said anything? Me? Well, our knight order only accepts the very best of the best. Still, you do not seem too bad. With that level of divine power, you are qualified to take the test. My divine power is exceptional even compared to that of a high-ranking priest. Just what kind of standards does this knight order have? All right, follow me. Our knight order is responsible for protecting the most important stronghold within the Grand Temple. The most important stronghold? Where is that? I will tell you after you pass the test. A strange statue stood before Heinrich, along with another figure wearing a cloak and mask, a heresy inquisitor. All you need to do is read the words on the table. Make sure you read them clearly enough for the gods to hear. Heinrich's courage faltered upon hearing that. What is this? Is this how they eliminate spies? This is bad. My true identity might be exposed. Heinrich protested. What is the meaning of this? I am offended that you would question my loyalty. It is merely standard procedure. Is there some reason you cannot read it? Damn it. I am a messenger and a sword of the divine. Therefore, I swear to remain silent under all circumstances to protect its secrets. I shall cast myself into a sea of flames and engrave the mark of loyalty upon my flesh. The moment he finished speaking, a strange sigil appeared on Heinrich's tongue. Ah, it burns. You may enter. What did you just do? Was that some kind of prohibition against revealing secrets? It was not a prohibition. It was a blessing. The blessing of silence will prevent you from divulging certain information, regardless of force or willpower. That is a prohibition. Allow me to explain. We are the Guardian Shield Order. We devote our lives to protecting the passage beneath the Grand Temple. This will be the first and last time you meet me face to face here. Look carefully and remember exactly what we are protecting. I knew something was strange, but I never imagined it would be a secret of this magnitude. This is why the church stationed its most elite forces at this temple and established all those layers of protection, prohibitions, blessings, and more. In the deepest part of the Grand Temple lies the final fragment of the Immortal King. I cannot believe it was hidden beneath the Grand Temple of Rosalia. Still, the Holy Church is one of the most powerful forces on the continent. There is no way they could have failed to find a single fragment after searching for centuries. I want to take that fragment right now. However, 4 knight orders guard this Grand Temple. Even Hans would be unable to retrieve the fragment from the depths of the temple. I need to devise a careful plan. While Heinrich was thinking, the woman continued, "The blessing on your tongue will prevent you from revealing this. But as a matter of procedure, I must still tell you that this truth may not be disclosed to anyone." Yes, do not worry. I promise I will be the only one who knows. After learning the whole story through Heinrich, Hans was thrilled. Ha ha ha. The final fragment? One unexpected stroke of luck. However, Harley's procedure was more unstable than expected. What is the problem? The theory is flawless, but it feels as though something is boiling inside him. The dragon blood has definitely settled into his body. Perhaps I should adjust the intensity. The moment the procedure was activated again, Harley's body began convulsing. Has this exceeded the limits of super recovery? At this rate, I will lose both Harley and all my research. In that case, forget it. It is all or nothing. I will inject all the remaining dragon blood. Harley's screams filled the room. His eyes turned crimson, and the force erupting from his body was powerful enough to send Hans flying backward. Damn it, did I fail? I am sorry, Harley. What the hell is this? A system message appeared. Exclusive skill, evolution complete. Your skill has evolved. Potential unlocked. The number of avatars you may possess has increased. Evolved? What evolved? There is nothing here but a corpse. Unbeknownst to him, Harley had acquired the skill physical mutation, and his recovery ability had surpassed its limits. Super recovery had evolved into restoration, while adaptation had evolved into the special skill mutation. Oh, I finally re-established the mental connection. The gamble succeeded. Harley examined his body and sighed in relief. So this is the effect of mutation. I feel as though I have become an entirely new species. The good news did not end there. The number of avatars I can possess increased through natural skill evolution without relying on the merit shop. This has never happened before. It is an extraordinary achievement. I will investigate the new avatar slot later. For now, I should test my abilities. Harley left the laboratory and stopped to breathe in the fresh air. Mutation is incredible. All my senses have become sharper. I can even hear the faint breathing of the monster stalking me. Seeing that he appeared defenseless, a leopard immediately pounced on him. What is this? Now that I look at you, you're the same species as the first monster I encountered when I arrived in this other world, are you not? It is good to see you again. Unfortunately for you, my abilities have changed greatly since then. With a single barehanded strike, Harley effortlessly killed the leopard. To develop my mutated traits efficiently, I need to devour monster cores and magic stones. That should be the most effective method. Now, shall we begin? After biting down on the stone, Harley's body grew larger. My defining feature. I should emphasize it further through physical mutation. A large body is certainly advantageous in battle. I seem to be 2 meters tall now. Immediately afterward, he received a notification. You have acquired the skill Gluttonous Feast. Gluttonous Feast rapidly and effortlessly digests anything, allowing me to consume even more. Physical mutation makes me ravenously hungry, but Gluttonous Feast solves that problem. Raw meat tastes sweet and blood feels refreshing. Is this because of mutation? I cannot suppress my laughter or impulses. At this rate, everyone will think I am insane. This is clearly barbaric behavior, is it not? Wait, barbaric? I heard there is an alliance of barbarian tribes in the southern part of the continent. In that case, it is time to change my style. The scene shifted to Tarak, a frontier city in the kingdom of Tulk. Everyone outside the guild stared at Harley in bewilderment. My goodness, what is that? Is that not a northern barbarian? What brings him all the way west? Even the guild employee could only greet him in a quiet voice. Welcome. Harley confidently leaned against the counter with a relaxed expression. Everyone appeared wary of him. This body certainly stands out, though perhaps I went a little too far. Harley's goal was to become a hero influential enough to affect the entire continent and leave an impression no one could ever forget. What brings you here? Naturally, I have come to exterminate the monsters in the northern mountain range near the Steel Fortress. That is the very reason this city exists, is it not? Oh yes, of course. I will take you to the boat immediately, rookie mercenary. All right, let's get started. Meanwhile, at the church, Heinrich was training with the other knights. However, everyone who fought him was defeated. The victor is Sir Heinrich. You have truly mastered the weapon techniques of every knight order. The individual has attained enlightenment through training. You have acquired comprehensive weapon mastery. That settles it. Now I can wield weapons with an even greater degree of mastery. This experience will also be tremendously useful to my other avatars. As Heinrich walked away, he suddenly stopped and looked outside. The Saintess was sitting beside the garden fountain. Saintess? Why is she wearing ceremonial robes? Is something happening? Hello, Saintus. What are you doing? Sir Heinrich, we meet again. Worms always come out when it rains, as you can see. The worms. I'm merely sharing a little of my holy power to cheer them up. With the Saintus's holy power, they won't grow gigantic like something from a fantasy movie, will they? But why are you wearing ceremonial robes? Is there an event today? Yes, a truly extraordinary guest capable of tracking the Immortal King will soon arrive. The Immortal King? Just how extraordinary is this guest? Heinrich wondered who could possibly track Hans when he had concealed himself behind countless layers of barriers. I'm not sure I can explain it clearly, but if you're interested, would you like to attend the event as an honorary escort knight? Yes, thank you, Saintus. The bishop announced to everyone, Lord Granwood is entering. Standing beside the Saintus, Heinrich watched curiously. This was an unprecedented reception. Was the guest truly powerful enough to locate Hans? He had to see for himself. Heinrich stared at the newcomer in astonishment. So this was the distinguished guest they had been awaiting. I am Zaonic Granwood, a high elf of the Elven Kingdom. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Oh, this is made of bronze. What an interesting structure. Excuse me, sir. You're welcome to examine it, but it's already been 2 hours. Are you going to buy it or not? Ah, my apologies, shopkeeper. My knowledge is still lacking. The elegantly dressed man was Hubert, Han Songhain's 6th avatar. Hubert was the 6th avatar Slot acquired through Harley's growth. His innate ability was appraisal, a power that allowed him to view information about items. Materials: ruby, weighing 12 grams, bronze, weighing 480 grams. Because his proficiency was still low, only basic information appeared. But if he continued improving, he could eventually become a merchant who dominated the entire continent. Of course, before that, he would have to overcome resistance from the established merchants. For that to happen, Harley's influence as a hero needed to grow even further. As for Harley, he had climbed into the snowy mountains to deal with monsters. Oh, so it was you, the biggest troublemaker on this mountain. The demonic bear charged as soon as it noticed Harley. Naturally combative, Harley eagerly met it head-on. The two charged into battle. I see an opening. He leaped high into the air and swung his axe straight at the bear. But it was stronger than he had expected. You damned beast. The moment he let down his guard, it punched him and sent him flying. It looks like this axe isn't effective. The bear did not stop and continued charging to finish him off. Left with no choice, Harley resorted to his second option. In that case, mutation. Harley struck the monster squarely in the face. The force unleashed by his mutation was enough to send its entire body flying, matching its own monstrous strength. Seriously, my bare hands are stronger than my weapons. With such monstrous power, no one will praise me as a hero. Is there some way to use a monster's vitality without transforming my body? I might as well try. I need to focus solely on circulating the energy without transforming. The entity fulfilled the required conditions and achieved enlightenment. It acquired the special skill Bioaura. All right, finally, a skill that makes me look more human. Just as he finished dealing with the demonic bear, another giant suddenly appeared. The northern mountains certainly live up to their reputation. First a bear, and now an ogre. Let's test my new ability. From above, the ogre casually brought its foot down on Harley, believing it had crushed its prey. Then it felt something resisting beneath its foot. Harley was holding it up. You think this is funny? Would you like to see something truly funny? Then I'll show you right now. Harley's counterattack knocked the ogre off balance and sent it crashing down. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his weapon and easily killed the massive ogre with a single blow. With this power, I can finally rise as a hero. A suddenly acrid odor filled Harley's nose. What is this smell? It's familiar, yet revolting. It reeks of decay. He approached with a contemptuous smile. So it was you, the Oath of Rebellion. I don't know what you're plotting in this remote place, but today I'll uproot every last seed of your corruption. Back with Heinrich, the high elf took a sip of tea and exclaimed, "This tea is truly exquisite. Thank you for the warm welcome, Saintus. I'm glad it suits your taste. The main god church is also sincerely grateful that you came." The church's new ally was an elf, and not an ordinary elf, but a high elf. The Elven Kingdom on the Enamel Continent was a realm whose elves worshipped the World Tree. Although they served different gods, the main god church and the Elven Kingdom acknowledged each other and maintained regular diplomatic relations. Acknowledging the existence of a deity and choosing one to worship were entirely different matters. High elves formed the uppermost class of the Elven Kingdom. Did his presence mean they intended to use the World Tree's power to find Hans? In any case, The high elf's appearance was astonishing. His pupils were literally shaped like stars. While Heinrich was absorbed in thought, Zaonic suddenly spoke and startled him. It appears my eyes have caught your attention. Had Heinrich been staring too intently? My apologies. I didn't realize I was staring in your direction. It is quite all right. In fact, they are relevant to the matter we must discuss. These eyes are the mark of a high elf. Elves born with them become priests who connect our people to the world tree. Because very few are born with this aptitude, each generation produces only 2 or 3 at most. Most of the current high elves have grown old, so the birth of a new one is eagerly anticipated. Then is your urgent request related to that situation? Precisely. We received a revelation not long ago. A child with the necessary qualifications was born on the Ion continent, but she was captured by slave hunters and sold as a sacrifice to a dark mage. We would like to request the main god church's help in finding her. How terrible. Do you have any leads? She is somewhere in the northern mountains. We managed to trace her to that region. The northern mountains are remote and dangerous. Do you have a description of her appearance? Her eyes have not awakened yet, so she looks like an ordinary elf. She appears to be a young human girl with pale blue hair and orange eyes. Wait, it can't be. After finding the imprisoned girl, Harley approached her. Kid, what's your name? She hesitantly answered, Cecilia. My name is Cecilia. Without delay, Harley fled with the hostage they had rescued. Damn it, stop them from reaching the storage room. I know, but how are we supposed to deal with a monster like that? Every member of the organization was knocked unconscious by Harley's massive body. So, this is the storage room you mentioned? Yes. Hey, stay focused. You said there was something we absolutely had to retrieve before escaping. Igriegagis. There it is. A branch of the world tree. Oh, this branch. Hold on tightly. Things are going to get rough from here. Yes, thank you. All right, let's go. Before they left, the girl made a request. But I have one request. Please go slowly. Before Harley heard the rest, he took off at a terrifying speed. Back with Heinrich, he raised his hand before the high elf. I have something to suggest. What is it? It concerns the child, Cecilia. I think I know where she is. Upon hearing that answer, Zaonic abruptly stopped drinking his tea. Is that true? Do you possess a blessing that allows you to track specific individuals? Not exactly, but I can sense her presence. Someone beside him cautioned him. Sir Heinrich, in such an urgent situation, something so uncertain. However, the saintess suddenly interrupted. Wait, please explain in more detail, Sir Heinrich. After running for some time, Harley and Cecilia finally found the exit. That bastard is escaping with it. Summon the creature. Right away. A hooded man immediately blew a shrill whistle. The ground began to shake violently. A bizarre, writhing giant creature emerged. Is that an earthworm monster? No other choice. We'll have to force our way through. Don't block my path. Move aside. When Harley looked inside its mouth, he noticed something. What is this? You. Are they controlling you? No wonder it seemed strange for a creature that only lives in the desert to be here. Fine, then I'll rescue you like a true hero. Fly back to the place where you belong. With one mighty blow, Harley sent the creature flying far away. Don't let anyone capture you again. Go live a long life. But the moment he dealt with one creature, a pack of black wolves appeared. This number of monsters is insane. Those bastards from the Oath of Rebellion. What are they plotting this time? Well, it doesn't matter. I just have to wipe them all out. The hooded members of the organization watch from afar in bewilderment. What in the world is that man? Tomorrow, we could have sacrificed the half-elf candidate and the World Tree branch. We even used a sealing artifact to conceal their location. How the hell did he find this place? The man was Elder Nuza of the Oath of Rebellion. Watching Harley struggle against the wolves, he thought there was no way Harley could defeat all those monsters. He's finished now. As one wolf sank its teeth into him, Harley's arm suddenly hardened. Your numbers really are overwhelming. Harley drove his fist into the wolf's abdomen, killing it instantly. But as long as I have magic stones to consume, my stamina is limitless. This is truly fascinating. Harley's disguised face transformed into a wolf's head. I'm clearly still in control, yet my body is moving automatically. It blocks attacks automatically, and even feeds automatically. He unleashed a howl that echoed throughout the forest. The entity fulfilled the required conditions and achieved enlightenment. It acquired the skill Savage Instinct. Impossible. That thing is a monster. As the situation grew increasingly dangerous, the others asked, What should we do, Elder Nuza? Nusa? At this rate, they'll break through the encirclement. He gave his order. Activate every summoning circle. What? It is unfortunate that we must reveal them to the world this soon, but we have no choice. Release those two. Hehehe. I really like fighting like a wild beast. Now, shall we finish this? Just as Harley was about to attack, someone ambushed him from behind. What? What is this? A crystal arrow. Harley turned to look behind him as the crystal bow began returning to its original position. What kind of creature is that? A man made of crystal? I can sense immense spiritual power from that crystal body. Before he could recover, Cecilia shouted a warning. Mister, above you. Another humanoid figure landed with tremendous force. You will not take another step. Seriously? There's even a demon here? But brute strength alone won't be enough to defeat me. Harley resisted with all his strength, but he failed to notice the silver arrow. The crystal bastard is still here. Having to fight two enemies at once placed Harley in a difficult situation. Give up, half-breed. You're finished. Yes, this really is the end. Even demons can tell the truth sometimes. What did you say? A golden beam of light suddenly struck the ground. Where did this immense holy power come from? You arrived just in time, Heinrich. Following Heinrich's guidance, the Holy Knight units were already approaching the area. A few minutes earlier, while the negotiations were still underway. Saintess, are you truly going to trust a mere feeling in a situation this important? How can you say that? Sir Heinrich is trustworthy, but he has never received a blessing suited to this kind of perilous search. The Saintess retorted, even the gods are watching over him. He must have received some kind of revelation. Zaonic rose and replied, whether it is a revelation or a simple feeling does not matter. If it helps us find the child, I will follow any lead. Please guide us, Sir Heinrich. And so Heinrich confronted the ferocious red demon. The next instant, Heinrich's sword blazed with light, and he swung it powerfully at the demon. He's too strong. Both his holy power and his weapon skills are extraordinary. This man is no ordinary knight. Meanwhile, Harley faced the Crystal Man. Where are you looking? The Crystal Man assumed a defensive stance. He rushed forward and repeatedly punched Harley in the face. Not bad. Your strength is impressive, but I'm taking compensation for this eye. Harley's massive hand clamped around his head. The Crystal Man's entire head instantly shattered into countless fragments. An ominous silence fell over the battlefield. Harley endured the pain and pulled the arrow from his eye. You really are a bastard. Since you took my eye, I'll take yours in return. A new body part was successfully transplanted. Harley quickly acquired the skill Jewel Eye. Now I can attack from a distance. Impossible. Both of them were defeated. Just who is that holy knight? Do not panic. There's only one enemy and one child. Release all the remaining monsters and prepare to retreat. Elder Nusa. Before the cultist could say anything more, a mace struck him squarely. The Holy Knight unit had arrived. We'll smash your skulls, heretics. Those damned holy knights. Elder Nusa, what should we do? Should we prepare to teleport? But Nusa grabbed one of his companions by the arm. Forget it. We have no other choice. What? I will sacrifice your souls to summon a demon. The elder began the summoning ritual, and dark magic engulfed the entire area. Descend upon this world, incarnation of greed. Burn them. That to ashes. What is this light? Such enormous holy power. The moment the monster was summoned, a massive beam of light pierced straight through its body. Bishop Lacius had arrived with reinforcements. My apologies, but the only one burning today will be you, heretic. Elder Nusa had nowhere left to run. Bishop Lacius swiftly annihilated him. It seems everything has been resolved. Hey kid, you can come out now. Cecilia emerged dizzy and terrified. That was insane. I feel sick. I'm going to throw up. If you feel as though you've been tossed around, that means you're still fine. As long as nothing hurts, there's no problem. As Heinrich watched the two of them, he noticed people approaching from behind. Sir Tutkin and High Elf Zaonic had also arrived to assess the situation. It appears we arrived in time. It was thanks to you. You were completely right. But how did you know? I'm not sure. I merely had a feeling. Lady Cecilia. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Cecilia. I am Zaonic Grandwood of the Elven Kingdom. Looking through Harley's eyes, Song Hyen thought, so those are the eyes of a high elf? I'm glad you've been reunited with your people. It was an honor to help you. Cecilia hesitated as she looked up at the huge man before her. Thank you, sir. How can I ever repay you? Oh, I didn't do it for a reward. You truly are a wonderful person, but since you saved me, I cannot leave without expressing my gratitude. Is that so? Then I'll gladly accept. Very well, Sir Harley. Would you mind kneeling for a moment? The girl kissed his forehead and bestowed a blessing. May nature's blessing remain with you forever. A mark appeared on his forehead the next instant. This energy feels just like the power inside the world tree. Zaonic explained, this is a blessing that only a high elf can bestow. The blessing of nature. It is an advanced spell that can only be used a few times. Cecilia added, since I am not yet a high elf, it will be slightly weaker. Once I awaken, I will bless you again. Oh, and there's this as well. Please hold out your hand. This is the mark of the Elven promise. If you ever need help, we will do everything in our power to assist you. Oh, come on. You really did not have to do this, but I am delighted to accept it. Here, take this too. It is the last one. Sir Tutkin watched the scene with some admiration. He is quite impressive. He is your prospective knight, is he not? Did the two of you know each other before? No, this is our first meeting, but I have a feeling we will become close very quickly. If that is what you believe, then it is probably true. The Knight Order should be grateful for that. Heinrich thought, after all, we have received favors from both the Elven Kingdom and the main God Church. Now, if Harley supports Hubert, he could become the greatest merchant of all. Zaonic Granwood turned back to Sir Tutkin. Thank you for resolving everything so quickly. Now it is time for us to help you. I am glad to hear that. We have only one request. For the sake of peace across the continent, please find the Immortal King. And so, the pact with the High Elf was finally concluded. The World Tree is the origin of all plant life. High Elves can borrow its power and sense energy anywhere plants grow. However, I will need some assistance. I need information about the energy source we must locate, the Immortal King's energy. Sir Tutkin nodded upon hearing that. All right, follow me. A moment later, they teleported to the designated area. As Heinrich walked, he thought, I never imagined I would have to visit this place again. No matter how many times I see it, this barrier is enormous, far beyond my understanding. Whenever outsiders were brought inside, the route was deliberately made as complicated as a maze. Even Hans would need a great deal of time to break through that magical barrier. The person leading the group announced, we have arrived. Even if someone broke through and entered, the holy knights and priests inside would immediately stop them. And then the time finally came. As Zaonic Granwood examined it, he exclaimed, is this a fragment of the Immortal King? All right, I will begin tracking it. The elves would track Hans, and once they found him, the entire army would mobilize against him. What? That means I still have a way forward. All right, once they find Hans, I will finally be able to get my hands on the last fragment. Meanwhile, the heretics were preparing to begin their meeting. The appointed time has arrived. This is the Oath of Rebellion's meeting chamber. Have all the representatives arrived? The Empire's representative is present, and the Eastern representative has also joined us. As for Nuza, he is dead, so naturally he will not be attending. You must all have heard the news. We still do not know how the main God Church and the High Elves managed to eliminate Nuza. First, Bone Demon, who cultivated the fragment, was destroyed. Then Nuza was eliminated while in hiding. Have we not grown a little too careless? The revival of the main God Church must be connected to the appearance of the Immortal King's successor. Why can we not make use of this new successor? Are you suggesting that we join forces with the imposter who drove us into a corner? How interesting. No matter how many layers of barriers I erect, no matter how deeply I hide in the mountains, they can still locate me. It seems the Saintis tracked the fragment to discover my position. If that is the case, all I need to do is conceal the fragment within an isolated space of my own creation. Damn it, did it fail? This fragment cannot enter an ordinary pocket dimension. However, as an awakened, I was able to return to Earth while carrying it. In that case, what if I create a subspace inside my own body and place the fragment inside it? Yes, I will become one with the fragment. At last, it worked. Only by doing this can I absorb the fragment's power while completely erasing its energy signature. Excellent. That resolves my greatest problem. Now, the only thing left to do is clean up the scene. Hans immediately snapped his fingers. I will burn everything. Now, all the preparations are complete. I will release the magical barriers. Then my presence will spread throughout the territory. Standing above the foot of the mountain, Hans issued a bold challenge. Come and get me. I am right here, main god church. Come and find me. I will seize the Immortal King's final fragment with my own hands. Meanwhile, Zayon at Granwood used detection magic on the mark left upon the tree trunk. At last, I have found a clue. The Immortal King is in a monster forest on the western side of the continent. The Archbishop immediately took action, summoned the clergy at once, and bring the other archbishops here. Well, I must say, I'm slightly offended. Were you not going to summon me for such an important matter? I, Cleric Pion of the Great Temple of Zizan, will join you. Cardinal Pion was the most revered figure in the Great Temple of Zizan. His participation was even more reassuring. This search party was composed entirely of major powers. Upon hearing this, the Saintess made a request. Archbishop, I would like to accompany you this time. You cannot, Saintess, but even the Cardinal is going. Saintess, you are the pillar of the main god church. You must remain here. He turned toward Heinrich. Sir Heinrich, yes, Archbishop, you will remain here and guard the temple with the Saintess. Understood. If anything happens while we are away, I entrust the Saintess's protection to you. After giving his instructions, he quietly departed. Do not worry. I will make certain that the Saintess and the Saintess alone remain safe. Soon, we will once again face the nightmare that once plagued this continent. But this nightmare shall amount to nothing more than a dream, for the Almighty watches over us, for the peace and safety of all. Peace and safety. The Saintess fell silent as she watched the Archbishop and the others leave. Heinrich turned to comfort her. Do not worry too much, Saintess. I'm sure everyone will return safely. Really? Did the Almighty reveal that to you? No, but for some reason, that is how I feel. Meanwhile, Hans disguised himself beneath a hooded cloak and entered the church. My dark energy is at its peak, is sweeping away everything around me. Although I cannot see them, I can sense the divine barriers placed all around this place. Even if I infiltrate using my skill, the barriers inside will still remain. In that case, I will reveal my position to them and buy myself more time. The midnight fireworks show begins now. What the hell is that? Wait, look, we are under attack. Call everyone. Hans's undead were quickly summoned and began attacking the church. Night descended upon the area. The bishop and the others arrived at Hans's cave. This is troublesome. We have searched everywhere his presence was detected, but there is nothing here. That cannot be. I am certain this is the place. If he had moved, the World Tree would have informed us. The Archbishop immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait, could he have realized that he was being tracked and set up a deception? Everyone, return to the temple immediately. This is his scheme. We have been deceived. In the blink of an eye, the church was engulfed in flames. At last, we finally meet, the final fragment of the Immortal King. And now, the time has come for the Immortal King's resurrection. The chaotic night was filled with the deafening tolling of bells. The knights hurried toward the church. Move! The undead are attacking. Only Heinrich stood there calmly watching. It appears they are in serious trouble. Good luck. I was assigned to guard the garden, so I can simply wait here and sneak upstairs later. Everyone this way. Do not stop. Hurry. Wait, there are more than I expected. I can even see knights I have never met before. It seems they still do not realize how difficult this battle will be. Once they're distracted by the undead both inside and outside the castle, I will have more time to act. A man dressed entirely in yellow immediately declared, "Everyone listen, the undead outside the castle are only a diversion. The Immortal King's successor has nearly reached his strongest state. Everyone, head for the sealing chamber." What? Is that their commander? How do they figure everything out so quickly? Damn it. I must intervene before this turns into a disaster. Impossible. How could an intruder reach the sealing chamber without anyone noticing? There are no traces of anyone entering from outside. Are you saying he teleported directly inside? We cannot know that yet. The Saintess trembled with fear. The Immortal King was this close, yet we never realized it. It is because I failed to do enough. This is my fault. If the Immortal King is truly resurrected, what are we supposed to do? Amid the tension, Heinrich rushed over to them. I apologize for arriving late. The route here was completely blocked. From this moment on, I will take command of this battle. Sir Heinrich, yes, please lend us your strength. By then, every path Hans had taken was littered with skeletons and corpses. He was surprised. They wiped out this many members of my undead legion. They are more troublesome than I expected. Malcolm was no easy opponent. He was an extremely powerful boss. Rest in peace, Malcolm. You fought well. All right, dealing with this took a little time. But at last I have obtained it. Come to me, final legacy of the Immortal King. The fragment immediately began trembling violently. Its power was gradually drawn into Hans's body. What is this incomplete feeling? I do not feel any stronger. Something seems to be missing. Does it take time for the fragments to merge completely? Before he could finish, Hans heard someone shout, "Intruder!" Heinrich's group and the Saintess had arrived. As Hans turned around, two knights charged at him. But to Hans, they were no more threatening than a pair of insects. Hans's attack severely wounded both of them. Bishop Lacius clasped his hands and cast a spell. "Hold on, I will heal you immediately." While the knights were being healed, Heinrich prepared to charge forward. "Damn it, I need to intervene." However, the Saintess stopped him. "No, you cannot. We must analyze the Immortal King's power first." Sir Heinrich remained still a little longer. Heinrich reluctantly answered, "Understood." Yet inwardly, he was screaming, "No, my plan was to buy time by pretending to fight Hans. Give up, you lackeys. The fragment is mine, entirely mine. Do not listen to him. Keep attacking. Should I blast them away with my full power? No, I cannot take the lives of innocent people." Several blades of white light flew toward Hans from above. This attack, could it be the Saintess's holy spell? It is fast, powerful, and possesses immense purifying power. If I had not reinforced my regeneration and defenses, I would have been in danger. If I want to avoid casualties, I cannot allow this battle to continue. So I will eliminate their command center first. Sensing the danger, Bishop Lacius cast a protective spell. "How dare you?" TCH, they reacted that quickly. Not only did they immediately block my attack, but they counterattacked without hesitation. They are moving with complete confidence that I will not kill them in this battle. Did someone analyze my tactics and share their experience with them? Perhaps I should change my approach. Where are you looking? So you still have not completely absorbed the fragments? Everyone now is the time. Attack. We can defeat him. Are they trying to overwhelm me with holy spells and blades of light simultaneously, preventing me from regenerating? Hans immediately summoned a shield to block the attacks. What a cheap trick. Come on, let's see if you can block this. Oh, are you trying to provoke me with such a slow attack? A moment later, a blue-violet cord appeared and bound the knight. Binding magic? Damn it, how? How can you predict every step of my plan? I already blocked the mental attack. Sorry, Senior. It cannot be helped. I devised this entire plan. TCH, if it has come to this, then I will. Hans interrupted him. No, it is already too late. The fragments of the Immortal King inside my body have finally merged into one. The force unleashed by the fragments was so powerful that it overwhelmed everyone present. This dark energy, impossible. We are too late. The Immortal King has been resurrected. You miserable army of warriors, tremble in fear. Hans had experienced death, overcome it, and conquered it. Now, he had become an almighty being and unlocked a new achievement. I have returned, the calamity of the outer Zika dimension, the Immortal King. The situation grew increasingly dire as the knights hurried onward. Come on, we are almost there. Hurry, the Saintess needs our help. That, could it be? The Immortal King. Are we too late? No, this holy ground can restrict the Immortal King's power. We will stop him, even if it costs us our lives. Sir Pion, everyone, prepare yourselves. At his command, the knights recklessly charged toward the Immortal King. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Of course, you cannot see the status window, so you have no idea whom you are facing. The system window appeared. Achievement unlocked. Reward, death immunity. The special skills Immortality and Decayed Heart have merged into Immortal Heart. I am now invincible. Gulme, I will show you the power of the Immortal King. Hans began removing his mask. He used the ultimate technique, Dark Eye, on the knights. With a single glance, it could instantly fill enemies with fear and panic. It could also control lower-ranking demons. That is the legendary Dark Eye. Do not look directly at him. Now it is your turn. Awaken, my army. As soon as Han spoke, he hurled skeletons into the air. The corpses and bones are gathering around him. Be careful. That is an undead golem. If it hits you, you are finished. Run. The enormous golem immediately launched a relentless assault on the soldiers. How pathetic. Let us finish this. The Saintess watched as everything around her descended into ruin. Gritting her teeth, she thought, I must seize this opportunity. If I hesitate now, not only this place but the entire continent will be in danger. Sir Heinrich, what is it, Saintess? I am entrusting this necklace to you. Keep it safe and leave this place. Survive and find a way to stop the Immortal King. Everyone, clear a path for Sir Heinrich. If necessary, sacrifice your lives to help him escape safely. The knights obeyed. Yes, we obey. Stop the Immortal King. You damned insects. I will kill all of you with a single attack. The same trick will not work twice, you fool. Hans quickly used his power to restrain the knight. Ugh, it does not matter. I have accomplished my objective. As long as Sir Heinrich remains safe, we still have hope. Even if this old body must be sacrificed, I am prepared to do so. A moment later, Heinrich took position behind him. Blessed sleep. Hans glanced over and saw Heinrich rapidly closing in. He quickly turned around and blocked the strike. Impressive movement, but your sword is too weak. It cannot harm me. Hans declared. Hans fired several blue spikes to counter him. Good. Perfect. They barely pierce my armor. Now the real show begins. A massive explosion erupted before them, completely obscuring everyone's vision. The Saintess screamed his name. Sir Heinrich, why? I told you to leave. Why did you not run? I did not join the church merely to survive. How could I abandon my comrades, those noble people willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good? We can protect the world. Immortal King, did you not call my sword weak? Even if it breaks today, I will still cut you down. Having fulfilled all the conditions, Heinrich finally attained enlightenment. He also received the special skill blessing, Light Sword. This was his third blessing. Excellent. Let's end this. The two of them then began following their predetermined plan. It was time for the climax. Both sides had to unleash their finishing moves and bid farewell to the audience. The Saintess and everyone else anxiously watched Heinrich's fate. Heinrich gripped his sword tightly and pretended to ask, Soldier of the church, what is your name? I am Heinrich. Heinrich Landgott. You dared to wound me? I shall remember that name. Once the script was complete, Hans escaped, leaving behind only a cloud of black smoke. Damn it, did he escape? Curse him. After shouting those words, Heinrich even dramatically collapsed backward. Sir Heinrich, despite being at a disadvantage, he managed to pierce the Immortal King's heart. This marks the beginning of the Chosen One's legend. The perspective shifted back to Song Hyen, who applauded proudly at his own plan. That's right, it is the moving tale of a hero. In the end, Hans was reborn as the Immortal King, and Heinrich defeated Hans with a divine blessing. A perfect confrontation between the hero and the Demon King. Now all I have to do is sit back and count the money. Let me check the shop first. When he opened the merit shop, he found two options. The first was return for 1 million merit, but it was unavailable. The other was enhanced special skill. Oh, it has risen to 1 million? There is nothing to think about. Enhance the special skill immediately. The special skill was enhanced, increasing its effectiveness. Another unlocked function was called customization. Customization? Let me try it. Song Hyen selected the new option. Hans's character interface appeared before him, but now he could customize clothing and accessories just like in a game. The newly acquired customization skill had unlocked two abilities, an upgraded create avatar function and the new modify avatar function. First, the new modify avatar function allowed him to alter the appearance and attributes of his existing avatars. Meanwhile, create avatar allowed him to determine the appearance and attributes of a newly created avatar. Above all, the greatest difference was the option to select its sex. Song Hyen thought, I am not having any strange ideas. I'm only a little curious because I want to know what the difference would be. What? This option is locked? And what is this down here? A line of text appeared. You may create a related species by consuming a specific medium. A medium? A medium related to a species? Could it mean the branch of the world tree that Cecilia gave me before? I liked it because it served as an environmentally friendly air purifier. but I suppose it cannot be helped. It should be enough to create an elf. A branch of the world tree was detected. Elf creation commenced. Soon afterward, a stunningly beautiful new elven avatar of Song Hyen was born. There, my elven avatar is complete. Now I can customize him. Let's make his face handsome. He gave him long, slender limbs. Since elves are a primordial race, the most important attribute is nature affinity. As for your name, you'll be Harris. Harris's information was as follows. Race elf. Personal trait, child of the world tree. Special note, born as an elf using a branch of the world tree as a medium. The growth rate of nature affinity is greatly increased by the child of the world tree effect. He possessed a fit body and a handsome face. Elves truly are different. However, the first words Harris uttered immediately after being born were, "This feels awful." Harris's discomfort continued to intensify, leaving Song Hyen confused. What is happening? Is it because Hansa's dark magic makes Harris feel as though he has been completely corrupted? No, that cannot be. Hans, cancel the summoning immediately. Calm Mind is not working. Is it because of an elf's strong affinity with nature? I nearly lost my new avatar. I had better put Harris away for now. Song Hyen took a red book from a shelf. The book was titled Conan the Barbarian. Should I write the legend of the mercenary king this time? The scene shifted to his Harley avatar. Varing all food hot. Highly excited, he said. I really like this ear-wiggling feature. Thank you for your purchase. Once he finished shopping, he left the store. Hubert really chose the right things for me. Tarak truly is a city of artisans. Come to think of it, I heard some people have been causing trouble at Hubert's store. Should I go teach them a lesson? As he walked along the street, a group of men suddenly mocked Harley. What is with those shabby clothes and tattoos? No wonder the South is ridiculed as a den of barbarians. The Southerners bring it upon themselves. Their words caught Harley's attention, and he approached them. Hey, you lot. What? Which one of you just insulted the people of the South? It was me, you bastard. You should watch your back. I will beat some sense into you. But the instant the man struck Harley's arm, his weapon shattered. He roared furiously. That bastard destroyed my weapon with nothing but his body? Harley thought, these men must all be genuine warriors from the South. That means I only need to establish a relationship with them. A great hero of the South and the loyal companions who support him. In other words, I can become a warrior of the South. One of the men said, never mind that. Hurry up and put on some proper clothes. Things like that are only worn during traditional festivals. However, Harley's response infuriated him. People do not dress like this anymore. Damn you. I cannot tolerate your insolence any longer. I challenge you to a traditional Southern duel. Harley thought, oh, a Southern-style duel? Do they traditionally fight barehanded? He then nodded in agreement. Fine, but I have one condition. All three of you must attack me together. You want all three of us to attack at once? Are you insulting us? Wait, two of you should attack, while the third supports the two who fall. If you're ready, here I come. And so, the four of them engaged in a brief, friendly confrontation. Naturally, none of the three was a match for Harley. You lunatic, you're not from the South. With skills like those, how could you not have a single warrior's mark? Only then did Harley notice. Right, Southern warriors are supposed to have something like that. What story should I invent? He said, brothers, I truly am a warrior from the South, but there's a story behind why I have no mark. What do you mean? A story? Harley began fabricating a tale to explain his lack of a warrior's mark. It happened about 20 years ago. Our tribe held a duel to choose its next chieftain. My father was the strongest warrior in the tribe, and he achieved a magnificent victory. Congratulations. According to tribal tradition, I shall grant you one wish. Tell me, what do you desire? My wish was decided from the very beginning. I shall marry your daughter, chieftain. Insolence. How dare you make such an outrageous request? Explain yourself. I have my reasons. It is because she and I are siblings by blood. What? What did you just say? Father, are you really going to let him spout such nonsense? Forgive me, my daughter. What he says is true. You're not my biological daughter. Those words left her utterly shocked. In the end, she ordered the soldiers to seize and kill him. My love, I will hold them off. You must escape. At the time, my mother was pregnant with me, so she could not help my father fight. My father bravely fought alone to protect us, but he fell while holding back the tribe's warriors. My mother escaped her pursuers and hid in a remote cave where she raised me. But recently, she too passed away after falling gravely ill. That is why I have no warrior's mark. Well, does it all make sense now? After hearing the entire story, all three burly men burst into tears. How could anyone have such a heartbreaking past? I am sorry I misunderstood you. You are the truest warrior of the South. I never imagined you had endured such a tragic life. Seeing everything go perfectly, Harley smugly thought my acting was incredible. To deepen their new friendship, they decided to share drinks. All right, a toast to our new brother. Cheers. By the way, brothers, this place is extremely far from the South. Why did all of you come here? Oh, there's a story behind that as well. Right after my mother died, the only thing I had left was my own body. Alone and completely lost, I had no idea what I should do next. Then one person stopped instead of passing me by and spoke to me. Excuse me, do you need any help? He was a young merchant named Hubert, and he has since become one of my closest friends. He worked tirelessly and rolled up his sleeves to help me get back on my feet. He is my benefactor and a true friend. But then I heard he was in serious trouble. Apparently, some villains have been threatening him. I can never turn a blind eye to someone who saved me. That is why I came here to help him. That is terrible. Our brother's enemy is our enemy. We shall join forces and help our brother. Hearing the three of them declare this so passionately, Harley was somewhat moved. Everyone, thank you. He then thought, good. Once I use these fools to silence the people threatening Hubert, it will be time to launch my innovative economic venture. I will import large quantities of pepper from Earth because it is rare and valuable here. In return, I will obtain magical items that are easy to find here and sell them on Earth. Both sides will benefit. Everyone will be happy, and I will make an enormous profit. Then I will use that money to create an even greater source of income. All right, brother, go to your friend's store first. We will keep a close watch on this place. You can trust us. Very well. I'm counting on you. Harley thought, having people to whom I can delegate responsibility. Precious companions like these make life easier and easier. Hubert's problem is now resolved. Should I begin my official debut as an elf? Good day. Is this the great temple of Rosalia? I am Harris, a professional mercenary and close friend of Harley, who is himself a close friend of Holy Knight Heinrich. I came after hearing that the elven envoys were here. Might I be granted an audience? Naturally, I have also brought a letter of introduction. The guards unfolded the paper. It contained a drawing of Harley accompanied by a message. This elf is definitely my friend. I would appreciate it if you allowed him inside. This handwriting is terrible. No, it is fresh and creative, and it even is crossed out words. There can be no doubt. This handwriting proves that the letter truly came from Sir Harley. Once the letter was verified, the guards escorted Harris inside. Please enter. I shall take you to the envoy's waiting room. Here we are. I have already informed Lord Lafori, so you may enter immediately. Very well. Thank you. Harris opened the door, entered the room, and greeted its occupant politely. Excuse me. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lafori Granwood, a high elf of the Elven Kingdom. Please sit down. I heard that you are one of Sir Harley's mercenary companions. That is correct. My name is Harris. Thank you for taking the time to meet me today. Harris thought, it is a little difficult to pretend I do not recognize these familiar faces. But more importantly, this is truly incredible. The more he stared into the high elf's eyes, the brighter they seemed to become. The longer I look, the more they draw me in. It feels as though I could drown in those eyes. Lafori said, I heard you were a close friend of Sir Harley. Seeing you wearing the bracelet I gave him confirms that it is true. Harris looked down and only then noticed the bracelet on his wrist. Harris stammered nervously, I apologize. A member of my race gave it to me, but if it offends you, I will remove it immediately. Oh no, it is quite all right. On the contrary, I am delighted and honored that another elf is wearing it. More importantly, I heard you wish to ask me something. Ah yes, it is nothing urgent, but I would very much like to learn how to gather the power of nature and form contracts with spirits. Because I grew up alone, I never had an opportunity to learn. I understand. Lafori used his power to examine Harris's aura. There was no longer any doubt in his mind. Sir Harris, would you care to step outside for some fresh air? What? Yes, of course. You asked me to teach you, but regrettably, I cannot. I must leave this place soon. Instead, would you like to accompany us to the Elven Kingdom? The Elven Kingdom? The homeland of the elves, located within Enamel's territory, is where high elves pursue their studies. Harris asked, it would be an honor, but does entry not require specific qualifications? Indeed, ordinarily, only the children of high elves may enter. However, there is one exception. Lafori leaned closer to his face. Harris thought, this pressure is intense. That exception is someone who possesses the potential of a high elf. You felt something when you looked into my eyes, did you not? Harris thought, is happening again. This feeling, it is as though I am being pulled in. as though his gaze is drawing me inside. The next moment, Harris was transported into a strange dimension surrounded entirely by brilliant blue light. Where am I? This resembles the mental realm where I was once trapped while fighting the punishment church. No, the energy here is much purer and clearer. A moment later, he looked up and saw sparkling pink lights appear in the air. No way. Could it be? A delicate white hand reached out to catch a falling leaf. Sitting upon the tree was an incomparably beautiful woman, the goddess of the elves. Wait, is that the world tree? After noticing him, she gently stepped down. She even leaned close to his face and spoke, leaving him bewildered. Wait, please. Why is the goddess doing this? As Harris stared at the goddess's exquisite beauty, his face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Her voice left him entranced. My child, come to me. Come to the kingdom of the elves. Only a few seconds later, the goddess of the elves silently vanished. This leaf, could this truly be the world tree? More importantly, what just happened? The space began to change. It seemed the time had come for him to return. Wait, I do not understand any of this. When he reached upward, his hands passed through nothing but illusory light. What is this? He returned to reality with a thoroughly bewildered expression. Nothing is here. When the world just happened. LaForey explained, you sense the presence of the world tree. I saw an elf. Was that the world tree? So that is the form it chose. It seems to have welcomed you by taking the appearance most familiar to our people. It would appear that the world tree has taken a special interest in you, Harris. What in the world does that mean? Wait, first the supreme god, and now even the world tree is interested in me? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Hubert. At that moment, 3 men had come to his store to harass him. I am certain I made myself clear last week. I told you to close this place and leave the city. Why are you still here? In response, Hubert calmly sipped his tea and replied, forgive my discourtesy. I obtained some excellent tea this week. What do you think? Would you care for a cup? I suppose you did not understand what I said. Today, you will hand this place over and disappear. Or would you prefer to die here? When a man threatened him with a knife, Hubert merely looked even more surprised. Goodness, do you not like tea? My friend seemed quite fond of it. What nonsense is this brat spouting? The instant the thug finished speaking, Harley struck him hard in the chin. The remaining 2 thugs froze when they saw what had happened. What in the world is this? Where did all these people come from? Seizing the initiative, the entire group charged forward and subdued the thugs in the blink of an eye. Once everything was settled, they held a small celebration that evening. A toast. Thanks to you two, Hubert is safe. Drinks are on me tonight, so eat and drink as much as you want. Don't hold back. Ha ha ha. A late-night meal like this is nothing. More importantly, after watching you fight today, I'm certain you need a mark. Harley looked puzzled. A mark? Yeah, like this one. The mark of a true warrior. As luck would have it, I know a southern shaman here in Tarak who knows how to inscribe one. What do you say? Harley stared blankly for a moment before gently placing a hand on his shoulder and calling his name. Yuza. Huh? What is it? Why are you still standing there? Let's go see her right now. Wait, I haven't finished drinking yet. And so, the 2 of them hurried through the night to the shaman's home. Meanwhile, the thugs from earlier that afternoon were causing trouble again. This time, their target was an elderly woman. Have you gone deaf in your old age? I already made myself clear. You have to pay protection money today. I told you that amount is far too much. What do you expect me to find that kind of money? Do you not understand the situation you're in? Look, I've already had a terrible day. Listen, old lady, if you don't have the money, then go find it somewhere else. Today, I swear I'll. Before he could finish, he sensed something hurtling toward him. It's that madman. Harley charged forward with the imposing presence of a hero. With a single blow, he knocked the thug unconscious yet again. Hello, old lady. I'm here to get a mark. What are you going to do with those thugs? Oh, them? They'll probably go home on their own once they wake up. The old woman breathed a sigh of relief. Good grief. Why did disaster suddenly descend upon my doorstep? Fine, come inside. So, you want a warrior's mark? Yeah. Can you do it right now? You know that a mark can grant tremendous power, but it also consumes a great deal of vitality, don't you? Of course I do. The man beside me already explained everything. It's been a long time since I've seen someone with such monstrous vitality. Fascinating. Someone like you might even be able to bear the supreme mark of the Warrior King. Harley could not contain his excitement. The Warrior King? Excellent. Give me that mark. Unbelievable. I don't know how to inscribe it. It's a lost technique that no one has successfully performed in centuries. And stop shouting like that. Are you trying to make me deaf? TCH, what a disappointment. Fine, then at least give me the great warriors Mark Yuza told me about. That'll be difficult too. Again? Why? I'm short on materials, and it's been a long time since I last inscribed a mark. More importantly, you need the thing most essential to a warrior, battle achievements, otherwise known as karma. If you want the Great Warrior's Mark, then at the very least, beyond the Iron Fortress in the Northern Mountains, you must single-handedly defeat the ogre ruling that region. Yuza's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. An ogre? Do you even know what kind of monster that is? Are you trying to send my brother to his death? Its head alone is as large as his entire body. How could he possibly defeat one alone? What Yuza had not noticed was Harley opening his spatial pouch and pulling out an enormous, dried skull. Do you mean this one? This. Is this the skull of that ogre? Don't tell me you hunted it by yourself. Harley burst into proud laughter. Ha ha ha, of course I did. One ogre is nothing to me. You truly are a formidable warrior. Even so, come back in a few days. I haven't had much energy lately, and I haven't been feeling well. I need strength to inscribe the mark, but I haven't been eating properly these days. Harley replied, so you need food? Leave that to me. Recovery is my specialty. What are you talking about? Before she could ask, the two of them had already rushed away without another word. Where did they go? Oh, never mind. I only hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Harley promptly tracked down the thugs and gave them another beating. You again? I've been seeing an awful lot of you today. Who are you? Who sent you? Why are you doing this to us? You've misunderstood. I'm here because you laid hands on our shaman. Shaman? That old woman is a southern shaman? I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought she was just a local healer. Harley glanced at him, then threw a punch that stopped just short of his face, terrifying him. I won't do it again. Please. You'd better keep that promise. Yuza then called out, I'm finished over here too. What now? I knew the Zukon gang's hideout would have something like this. Yuza, bring those barrels over here. We're having a barbecue tonight. Meanwhile, the shaman was sweeping her yard. Suddenly, Harley returned with a mountain of food. We're back. Good heavens. What is all that? What else? Meat and alcohol. We brought them to help you regain your strength. Will this be enough to make you feel better? As she looked at him, memories of her family came flooding back. Goodness, if my son were still alive, he'd probably be about your age now. Meat at my age? My teeth are too weak to chew it. What? You can't eat it? Well, you went to all the trouble of bringing it here. I suppose I could try a little. After accepting the food, they grilled a large amount of fresh meat for her. She even drained an entire bottle of alcohol. I'd heard Southerners had enormous appetites, but I never knew it was true. Oh, that was delicious. The two men stared at her in astonishment. She ate every last bite. All right, my stomach is full. Let's inscribe that mark. I should warn you, this is going to hurt. Are you prepared? Harley laughed confidently. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, old lady. I'm used to pain in bed. She immediately shoved a small teddy bear into his mouth. My son bit down on that doll when he received his first mark. This will hurt, so bite down hard. All right, let's see. Now then, what in the world? His skin is so tough that the needle can't pierce it. Yuza cautiously asked, is that even possible? Is there another way? I knew he was strong, but this is ridiculous. Don't worry. I'll earn a mountain of meat I just ate. Let me show you the skill of my tribe's former champion shaman. The old woman drew upon every ounce of her inner power and strength to inscribe the mark on Harley's chest. After a long struggle, a sun-shaped mark finally appeared there. You have fulfilled the conditions for enlightenment. Acquired Kalo-style close combat. Current rank, Great Warrior. Oh, this mark is far more effective than vital energy reinforcement. With this, I won't even need to alter my body to beat monsters to death with my bare hands. It's perfect. Amid his excitement, he noticed that the old woman looked completely exhausted. Huh? What's wrong? Are you all right? I'm Euphine. It's simply been a long time since I exerted myself this much. I'll recover after some rest. Harley then announced another plan. Yuza, we have a mission. What mission? Meat. We need more meat. If we want her to finish the remaining marks, we can't let her fall ill. The old woman's face turned purple. You muscle-brained fool. Let me rest for a while. Meanwhile, at the Holy Night Temple, the saintess continued treating Heinrich each day by reciting sacred prayers. Are you still praying for him? You'll exhaust yourself. Please get some rest. Cardinal Pion, I cannot rest easy. I still can't forget the look in his eyes that day, or how he stood firm against the immortal king until the very end. Cardinal Pion nodded in agreement. Yes, it was almost as though we were witnessing the birth of a new hero. Sir Heinrich, a new hero? As the two of them spoke, Heinrich sat up and interrupted them. Why, you're praising me far too much. The cardinal and the saintess stared in surprise. Sir Heinrich, you're finally awake. Is the pain bearable? Thanks to the saintess's care, I'm fine now. Ah, Sir Heinrich, we, the Church of the Main God, formally proclaim you a hero. Hearing those words, he smiled. At last, both the hero and the Demon King have officially emerged. A toast to our Demon King Hans. Now that the hero has appeared, I shall fulfill my duties as the Demon King. With my completed infectious magic spreading among the masses, I shall sow even greater terror. I can see them clearly, the stains upon every sinner. I will drag them all down to hell. And so, as usual, Hans continued roaming the city and punishing sinners. Several hours later, an ambulance was transporting a patient. Clear the way. This patient takes priority. Hurry. Damn it, what kind of chaos is this now? I heard the Haho mask appeared again. They even called in a mage to examine the traces Hans had left behind. Well, can you sense anything? For now, all I can tell you is that we've gotten involved with something extremely dangerous. The man in the hat was On Sung-jin, a dark mage employed by the Ability Management Bureau. If we mishandle this case, we'll be signing our own death warrants. That so-called Haho mask is a genuine monster. I can't believe he possesses dark mana this dense. This is already beyond the limits of human understanding. This person's body is nothing more than an empty shell, and his soul has probably been bound as well. If I ever encountered something like that, I'd kill myself first to avoid the pain. A quick death would be better. How'd that help us? Aren't you supposed to be Korea's greatest dark mage? I'm nowhere near that level. Having someone like this as an enemy means certain death. The investigator grew apprehensive. That can't be true. You're saying the Haho mask is responsible, right? Then let me examine the curse more closely. When he placed his hand on the patient's forehead, he felt Hans's presence envelop his entire body. This feeling. His face then began turning purple, and his throat constricted until he could barely breathe. What is it? What's wrong? Did you discover something? Chief, I feel like I'm about to die. What do you mean? On Sung-jin answered, the Haho mask. He's watching me. I interfered with his spell without permission. If he catches me, I'm finished. I only have one option left. Do you know any way to fight the Haho mask? If I die right now, perhaps I'll reincarnate peacefully. You idiot. Stop that right now. The Haho mask only targets evildoers. You'll be fine, so calm down. Hearing that makes me feel much better. You really are an idiot. Strangely enough, though, my body feels like it's relaxing. What? The next instant, the mage suddenly collapsed, startling his superior. Hey, Sung-jin. On Sung-jin. What's wrong? Nurse, please help us. Hans watched from outside, looking rather impressed. Interesting. That man appears to be an exceptionally talented dark mage, yet I can't sense even the slightest trace of evil from him. If the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind meeting him again. Meanwhile, back at Sung-hyen's apartment, Sung-hyen opened an online forum. The endless articles about Hans made him uneasy. Hans's fame seemed to be spiraling out of control. Some people were even calling him a dark hero. It's not as if I'm enjoying this. This could become a serious problem. Good grief, what a headache. How am I supposed to operate from now on? As he pondered the matter, the doorbell rang. Sung-hyen cracked the door open and quietly asked, "Who is it?" The person outside answered cheerfully, "Chicken delivery." What? Kong Tae-san? Long time no see. Have you been doing well? Left with no other choice, Sung-hyen invited him inside. Just look at you. I haven't visited in ages, and that's how you react? Sung-hyen forced an awkward laugh. Haha. This reaction was restrained, considering the circumstances. Tae-san truly was his best friend, but this was the last person he wanted to see right now. Kong Tae-san was a criminal investigator with the Ability Management Bureau. Even so, Tae-san was Sung-hyen's only childhood friend. He had continued visiting him even when Sung-hyen shut himself away from the world. He truly was a precious friend. Tae-san drank some water while studying Sung-hyen closely. You seem different now. It's almost as though you found a reason to keep living. Well, I can't cling to the past forever, can I? I don't think my parents would have wanted that either. Hearing this, Tae-san burst into relieved laughter. Exactly. Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you all this time? Come on, it wasn't that bad. I've even been going out lately. Really? Anyway, thank you. Tae-san looked confused. Huh. Whenever I'm having a difficult time, you always show up, just like you did today. After seeing you today, I think I can finally tell you this. What? What do you mean? You already know. It's the reason I joined the Criminal Investigation Division. Of course, my parents treated you like their own son. After that incident, I applied to join the investigation team. Yes, the case from all those years ago. Everyone said it was a random attack by an awakened. Everyone believed the incident had been a coincidence until recently. But now I don't think it was. An organization has been operating from the shadows for a very long time. They call themselves the Heavenly Punishment Society. They concealed themselves so thoroughly that we've only recently begun finding clues. You've seen the news, haven't you? The Haho Mask was our first lead. So I gave the entire Ability Management Bureau a lead. Maybe I overdid it. Anyway, if I learn anything new, I'll tell you immediately. But don't go spreading it around. Song Hyen replied, ha ha ha, who would I even tell? Do you want me thrown in prison? Still, I've heard that the Haho Mask is genuinely impressive. Why is the Bureau trying so hard to hunt him down? Exactly. That's what annoys me most. He's doing good work, yet instead of helping him, they're getting in his way. Why can't they just let him do his thing? Yeah, I feel the same way. Song Hyen was secretly delighted to hear Tae-san siding with the Haho Mask. Anyway, how about a drink tonight? Let's celebrate the new beginning of the writer Han, Song Hyen. Song Hyen, you should just give up on being a writer. What? What's wrong with my stories? Heroes and Demon Kings? Good grief, that's unbearably cliched. And naming the Demon King Hans? That's ridiculous. What? It's a classic. There's nothing wrong with it. If you're going to use something that ancient, why not make the name an abbreviation? For example, Hans could be short for Hannibal something or other. Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. See? If you want to be a writer, remember to hire me as your consultant. While they were chatting, Tae-san's phone vibrated. He checked the time. I have to go. What? So soon? My damn team leader says I have to report in today. I'd better get going. Oh, Tae-san, how has your grandmother been lately? At those words, Tae-san suddenly froze. Silence filled the room, and the cheerful mood faded. Honestly, her condition has gotten much worse. I should probably start preparing myself for the worst. Is there anything I can do to help her? Just concentrate on your writing, Mr. Novelist. Don't worry, I'll manage somehow. Despite Tae-san's reassurance, Song Hyen still felt troubled. He recalled memories of Tae-san's grandmother, taking the two of them out when they were children. Is it good, dear? Yes, it's delicious. If there's anything else you want to eat, just tell me. I think of you as my own grandson. Yes, thank you, Grandma. Whenever Song Hyen visited Tae-san's house in the past, Tae-san's grandmother had always cared for him attentively. Those moments were among the few warm memories he possessed. Now that he knew she was gravely ill, someone who had always been there for him was suffering, yet he could do nothing to help. Wait, I just remembered. I do have something that can help. Kong Tae-san, you owe me an apology for mocking my taste in names. Those supposedly ridiculous dark heroes of mine are going to save you. To heal someone, you need a healer, such as a priest. And guess what? I have an avatar officially recognized by the Archbishop and overflowing with holy power. Heinrich should be able to heal Tae-san's grandmother. Wait, how am I supposed to bring Heinrich back to Earth? If he disappears immediately after becoming a hero, people will grow suspicious. I'll have to wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Diana and her younger brother, Azo, were carrying a large pile of goods. Seeing him struggle, Diana asked, "Are you all right? Is it too heavy?" "No, I'm fine." However, due to his carelessness, an apple fell from the bag. When Diana saw her brother chasing after it, she called out, "Wait, Azo, don't run." The apple rolled to a stop against a stranger's foot. "You should carry it more carefully, kid." The next moment, Diana's face filled with surprise. "Uncle Heinz." "Oh, have you two been well? Are you really Uncle Heinz? You don't look like him." "Yes, I changed my face a little." "Uncle, why did it take you so long to visit us?" "Ha ha ha, you're right. Has it been about 7 months? I've been rather busy. But if you're here, that means something must be happening, doesn't it?" "Heh," as sharp as ever, Diana. Heinz waved his hands in denial. "No, of course not. I only came to see you two." The siblings remained perfectly calm. "It's all right. We're fine. So go ahead and tell us. But you have to visit more often." "Good grief, you too." "In that case, Diana, may I hire you again? I'd like to make use of your intelligence network." "Yes, of course." A little later, Heinz visited Jean Soran. Several rare-looking golden items had been placed on the table. "Find somewhere we can sell these magical artifacts." Wow, my lord, where did you get all this? I have my ways. Thanks to Diana, I gained access to a high-end magic shop in Talia. I also received information about the Brokaslack clan, which had remained quiet for some time. Oh, I put all the pepper you requested in the storeroom. Good. My friend will be delighted. Good. My friend will be delighted. And the purge is over. The purge? The Gammas pretended to surrender and then fled. We tracked them down and killed every last one. Jean Soran grew even more excited upon hearing the news. At last, our organization can return to normal. Exactly. From now on, we only need to trade magical artifacts and pepper regularly. I'll leave the management to you from now on. And my lord, I've never done anything like that before. Can I really manage the organization by myself? Jean Soran, you're one of the people I trust. If it's you, someone I trust, I'm sure you'll do well. His trust gave her the motivation to accept the responsibility. Yes, leave it to me. After finishing his discussion with Soran, Hines quietly departed. I can't believe I said something so cheesy. Still, this is basically no different from running a business. All right, it's time to begin my full-scale conquest of the clans. According to the information Diana gave me, this is undoubtedly the source of my bloodline. It must be the Brokaslack clan's headquarters. While guarding the entrance, a vampire noticed a pool of blood beneath him. Why did it suddenly spill? Was the wind too strong? Inside the room, Dosilica was leisurely enjoying a drink of fresh blood. Oh my, that's exactly the flavor I wanted. Seriously though, how long must I keep living like this? Drinking alone is so lonely. Still getting drunk as usual, Dosilica? The voice made her instinctively turn around. I've seen quite a few familiar faces today. Hines deactivated his concealment skill, but when she saw him, she looked puzzled. Sorry, but who are you? It's me, Hines. Sorry, my memory is terrible. Who are you again? Well, since we have such a rare guest, I can't behave as casually as usual. Here, it's freshly squeezed blood. Want some? No, I'm fine. The moment he answered, Hines sensed danger. This was an advanced blood control spell. Once she realized she had been exposed, she flung the glass of blood at him and snarled, "How dare you trespass upon the Brokaslack clan's sanctuary? I don't know who you are, but you won't escape easily." But Hines had already seen through her attack. He commanded the spilled blood to turn around and attack Dosilica. Why is my own blood turning against me? To control someone else's blood this skillfully, he must be at the level of a true blood. This is Brokaslack territory. An outsider's intrusion violates the pact. Hines was confused. Does she truly not recognize me? Still, I can use this without explaining anything. Violate the pact? I'm also a member of the Brokaslack clan. Don't lie. That's impossible. Now that I think about it, I remember hearing about a branch family that was persecuted long ago. So it was true. Exactly. I come from that branch. Cooperate with me, and I'll lend you my power. Even if you belong to a branch of our bloodline, I have no reason to obey you. Sorry, but don't misunderstand. You don't have the option to refuse. Soon, Dosilica's screams filled the room. A strange power now flowed through her entire body. What is this feeling? I'm overflowing with power. It feels as though my master has changed. Now, why don't you tell me everything you know? The one overseeing all of Telesia is Lady Phrygia, a true blood. Her defining trait is that she possesses the demonic eye. As the butler poured tea, he asked, "Lady Phrygia, are you observing the human world again today?" Yes. No matter how often I watch, it remains fascinating to see how they struggle to survive in those inferior bodies. However, I hear the church has expanded its influence among the Razi faction. Don't worry about that. This kingdom already belongs entirely to the Brokaslack clan. We only need to pose as human nobles. A little pressure on the kingdom will quickly settle everything. As she enjoyed her drink, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared before her. Oh, a face I've never seen before. A pure blood? No, not a true blood. Let me see. You're merely a low-ranking vampire. She sighed. How dare an inferior creature defy his ancestor? Then I'll force you to your knees at once. Her eyes immediately began glowing as she prepared to attack. But the one standing before her was Hines. Against his overwhelming power, she was no match for him. Impossible. How did you break free from my demonic eye? I already knew what your ability was. You understand what that means, don't you? So, which one of us is the fool? Are you true blood? What is your purpose in attacking us in the heart of Brokaslack territory? My purpose? Isn't it obvious? Everything the Brokaslack clan possesses. I will take it all. I can't tell whether you're a fool or merely overconfident. Fine, I understand. But there's one thing you should remember. I'm also a true blood. When Hines heard that, his expression immediately changed. She's fast. Did you honestly think your little trick would work? With such pathetic skills, you can't even dodge me. Heinz thought, is this woman a martial artist? Damn it, she had only used the demonic eye until now, so I assumed she was a spellcaster. This is completely different from what I expected. A painful blow struck Heinz, putting him in a difficult position. So she's a physical attacker. Impressive. You're still standing? Let's see whether you can withstand this attack. Despite possessing martial arts like that, she also carries a weapon. That parasol isn't merely decorative, is it? The moment he let his guard down, a scratch appeared on his face. You can't keep dodging forever. My next strike will kill you. A second later, she created a gigantic pool of blood that completely obstructed his vision. Is this an area of effect skill? In that case, I'll cut straight through it. But when the blood dispersed, Phrygia was nowhere to be seen. She disappeared. But where did she go? While Heinz searched for her, she drove her elbow directly into his face, sending him crashing to the floor. How disappointing. Is it already over? Heinz slowly stood and said, over? What the hell are you talking about? Who gave you the right to decide when this ends? For me, this is only the beginning. Your neck was just broken. Oh, that little injury? It's nothing to make a fuss over. I possess an ability called hybrid evolution. That's insane. Aside from the clan lord, only a handful of true bloods can survive even after losing their heads. I admit that you're skilled. However, you're still lacking in some areas. But listen, Heinz's next words caught Phrygia completely off guard. I think I could make you even stronger if you followed me. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you insult me? I'll punch holes through you until you can no longer stand. But as she moved, her entire body suddenly froze. What's happening to my body? While she wasn't looking, a magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. What is this? Heinz sighed. If that's how it is, I have no choice. It's time to use force. Blood magic using the blood on the floor? When did you? Actually, I'm not a martial artist either. I'm much better at blood magic, and I can do this as well. Heinz immediately drove his finger into her neck. This feeling is the same as what happened to Dosilica. Something seemed to spread throughout Phrygia's body, and she screamed in agony. Damn it, it hurts. It hurts. Sorry. But a low dose wouldn't work on a high-ranking vampire like you. After Heinz injected Phrygia, her entire body collapsed like that of a submissive servant. What'd you do to me? I'll never forgive you. How rude. You should be thanking me. You can feel it, can't you? He's right. All my senses are completely different. My strength, reflexes, and flexibility haven't merely improved. Every attribute has evolved to an entirely new level. Well, shouldn't you thank me? She hesitated for a moment. Yes, I should. At last, I have enough power to kill you. But the moment she raised her fist, her entire body became rigid again. What's happening? My body won't move. It feels as if my entire body is bound in iron chains. Heinz explained, this is the power of blood domination. You're no longer free. You will do exactly as I command. No, that's impossible. Not even a sacred blood can do this. Too bad. I can. Now I can finally ask you, Priscilla. Where's your clan lord? Do you think I would tell you? He's with Duke Bright's family. W what? My mouth moved on its own. After hearing her answer, Heinz patted her head several times. Good. What an obedient servant. You bastard. Duke Bright's family, then. There's no chance a clan lord would ignore what happened to a true blood. Perhaps it's time to settle everything quickly and cleanly. Meanwhile, at the lord's castle, as the clan lord worked, someone knocked on the door. It's Priscilla. I have something to report. May I enter? Yes, come in. Honestly, my lord, couldn't you at least light some candles or turn on a lamp? Isn't it a little too dark? I'm not human. I don't need such things. More importantly, what do you want to say? She hesitated while trying to remain composed. Well, the thing is, but then, the clan lord immediately replied, forget it. I believe I already know. It's about the uninvited guest behind you, isn't it? Realizing he had been discovered, Heinz revealed himself and applauded. As expected of a clan lord, Heinz deactivated his concealment skill. I would have been terribly disappointed if a clan lord couldn't manage at least this much. How disappointing indeed. He loudly called her name. Priscilla, you dare betray me and serve another master? Lord Mulo, this is a misunderstanding. Please calm down. A misunderstanding? We have been together for hundreds of years. Did you think I wouldn't notice that your sin had changed? Unable to contain himself, he attacked Priscilla. Traitor. I can't allow that. What a shame. He blocked my attack with only one hand. I'd hoped to resolve this peacefully, if possible. Peacefully? You dare say that to my face? I'll cut both you and that treacherous snake into pieces. Descendants of Brocaslack, come to me. Dead vampires immediately began rising from the ground one after another. Hurry, drain those traitors of their blood and flesh. Priscilla drew her parasol and fought back. You got some nerve. This is no place for the likes of you. Something is wrong. Only about a dozen answer my summons. Can these truly be the only servants I have left in the capital? Priscilla, what exactly did you do there? What did you do to my subordinates? Lord Mulo, I apologize. Most of them are here, and they now serve Lord Hines. Unbelievable. You're saying my subordinates accepted a new bloodline without resisting? That is no different from cannibalism. They would have to be insane to accept such a thing. It is because Lord Hines carries the blood of a Brocaslack branch family. Milo flew into a rage upon hearing that explanation. A branch family's blood? How absurd. Did you think I would believe such a ridiculous legend? Brocaslack blood magic ritual. Blood mist. Open your eyes and look. This is a blood mage's barrier. The symbol of Brocaslack. Damn it. Is this Milo's domain? My head feels as though it's about to explode, and my body feels twice as heavy. It's too early to be shocked. No matter where they are, they will answer their master's summons. Answer me, Aboso. Aboso responded to Mulo's command with obvious annoyance. Good grief. Why did you suddenly summon me, my lord? What the hell is happening here? There's no time for idle chatter. Aboso, take down those bastards. Good grief, fine. Just wait a moment. Aboso quickly shouted, don't move. A second later, he teleported behind Hines and Priscilla. Your name is Aboso, right? I suppose you really are fast. You're clearly a true blood of the assassin type, but I can't afford to slow down. Skill, acceleration. Hines immediately restrained Aboso with magic. Magic hand, restraint. How can you use blood magic inside the clan lord's domain? After stopping Aboso, Hines turned to attack Mulo again. Aboso struggled free and demanded, where do you think you're going? Once again, he obstructed Hines. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Damn it, he's right in front of me. I need to deal with him first. Acceleration. Mulo watched in astonishment. Impossible. Aboso's speed rivals that of the strongest members of Brocaslack. No, of the entire vampire race. Yet he can still keep up with him. Just then, Priscilla lunged at Aboso from behind. Aboso's body slammed heavily into the floor. After pinning him down, Priscilla spoke honestly. I've never liked that frivolous attitude of yours. Don't get cocky. Join me in the dance of death. Even Priscilla can keep up with Aboso's speed, and she defeated the other subordinates by herself. Where did that power come from? Do you have time to stand there and watch? You were a fool to enter this place of your own accord. You cannot evade my attacks here. Hines smirked when he heard that. Evade them? I never intended to. In an instant, Hines struck directly through Mulo's heart. After wounding him, Hines lifted him with his remaining hand. Are you insane? You sacrificed your entire arm. Who said I sacrificed it? You have no idea how much more I value my head. Every muscle and tissue in Hines's severed arm regenerated in an instant. He regenerated his arm instantly. Relax. I don't intend to kill you. You don't intend to kill me? Then what are you planning? What else could it be? Deep beneath the clan lord's residence, a coffin rested in the center of a chamber, flanked by 2 burning torches. The lid slowly opened, revealing a young girl lying unnaturally still inside. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer. I suppose it can't be helped. It seems something has happened to one of my children. Back at the clan lord's castle, Hines was injecting pure blood essence into the remaining vampire subordinates. Don't move. Stay still. Once you're finished, step back. Next, the tedious work exhausted Hines, and he sighed. Phew, this is taking forever. Does that mean all the retainers in the capital have been dealt with? Yes. We can summon the rest in sequence to make the process more efficient. What? Aren't you speaking a little too casually? Oh yes, that would be more efficient, my lord. Having the clan lord here really does make everything proceed much more smoothly. My hypothesis was completely correct. Injecting blood essence into high-ranking vampires is extremely dangerous, but forcibly draining their blood drastically lowered their power. At last, I have seized Brocaslack, the source of my bloodline. It feels like only yesterday that I became a vampire after being bitten by accident. Now I've climbed all the way from the very bottom to the top. It feels like an entirely different era. A short while later, Hines called Mulo's name, drawing his attention. Yes, my lord. Handle the task of gathering the remaining Brocaslack members scattered across this land. Oh, and there's one more thing. Another assignment? I want you to gather information about the continent. Mulo asked. Information about the continent? Yes. Whether you establish your own intelligence network or cooperate with an existing one is up to you. This is very important. I'm counting on you. Priscilla told me that you once declared you would unite the entire vampire race and become its king. You have already proven your ability, Lord Hines. I will support you with everything I possess. Good. I'm counting on you. After closing the door behind him, Heinz's face twisted into that of a chronic overthinker. Damn it, did I really say something like that? I must have blurted it out without thinking. Well, I suppose having more subordinates to command isn't so bad. The path of the Blood King, huh? Perhaps it is time I began laying out a serious plan. Meanwhile, Song Hyen was enthusiastically using the system's appearance customization feature. Yes, that's it. Sharpen the jawline and adjust the eye sockets so they curve upward more sharply. Oh yes, it fits me perfectly. I mean, I am the Immortal King, so being able to do this much is the bare minimum. Anyway, everything has finally been cleaned up, hasn't it? I mean, the whole vampire situation has been resolved. That means the moment I have been waiting for has finally arrived. It is time to reap the rewards. Open the merit shop. Your current balance is 1,393,934 merit points. 3 options are currently available. First, return, costing 1 million. Second, enhance unique skill, costing 900,000. The remainder can be used to increase attributes. Just as expected, I have accumulated quite a lot. Well, taking control of an entire race is not something ordinary people would even dare dream of. I wonder what I will get from this upgrade. As before, he selected Enhance Unique Skill. A moment later, another system panel appeared, surprising him. 2 status windows? Does that mean I get 2 upgrades this time? His gaze moved to the options below. There should have been an option to increase the number of avatars. The average potential of the avatars will be greatly enhanced, and their rate of growth will accelerate even further. Unbelievable. This upgrade costs 900,000? Something is not right. And just when I was starting to enjoy collecting different races. What a shame. What is this? Avatar projection? A moment later, the information panel for avatar projection expanded. He regained his composure and carefully read through the details. The description stated that it could be used once a day, allowing the user to project one of his avatars onto his original body. What does that mean? Does it mean I can wield the full power of the avatars I have created directly through this body? Right? Hans, Heinz, Harley, and Harris too. Seeing all of them makes me so proud. Furthermore, avatar projection can be used once per day to project one of the user's avatars onto his original body. So I can become one of my avatars? Wait, if I make proper use of this ability, does that mean 2 Immortal Kings could exist at the same time? That would be incredible, but if I am not careful, it could turn into a disaster, so Hans is excluded for now. It might cause the apocalypse. As expected, my first choice will be Heinrich. The moment he selected the option, Song Hyen's entire body transformed. He examined himself in amazement. Even the armor and weapons are exactly the same. My holy power is only about half as strong as it is in Auterica. Is this how awakened people feel when they return to Earth? It is a shame I can only use it for 10 minutes. Still, that is more than enough for a brief trip outside. Once night had fallen, Song Hyen asked Hans to help him infiltrate the hospital. Shall we get started? He quietly approached Tae-san's grandmother's bed. While she remained unconscious, he could only whisper, "Grandma, I'm here. Do you remember me? I'm Seong-cheon. I used to spend a lot of time playing with Tae-san. I wanted to come sooner, but I have only just become able to leave home. From now on, I will visit you often." After saying that, he projected Heinrich onto his body. "So please hold on a little longer, Grandma." He issued a command. Activate the sacred seal of Auterica. He poured all his holy power into recovery, physical enhancement, and detoxification. After transferring the holy power into her, Song Hyen returned to his original form and lay beside her, lost in thought. Even holy power has its limits when it comes to diseases caused by old age. Still, this should improve her condition. All I can do now is trust in her willpower. You have to stay strong. Next time, I will come with Tae-san. Meanwhile, Harris and the other elves were traveling toward the Elven Kingdom. During the journey, Cecilia, who was riding beside him, asked, "So you are Harley's friend?" "Yes, that's right. We only met briefly, but we became so close that we are practically family." At that moment, she sniffed the air around him. "Is that why? I can smell something familiar on you." Harris. Her words startled him slightly. She is saying the same thing Diana did. They cannot have realized that we are the same person, can they? "Oh, it smells like the scent I sense from the World Tree's branch. I know it well, because I carried it with me all day." "I see. Of course. That branch was used to create this body. Anyway, I hope we work well together. Since you are Harley's friend, I will take good care of you." "Yes, thank you." Seeing the two of them getting along put High Elf Lafori at ease. "Let's rest here for a while. You said you have not formed a contract with a spirit yet, correct? Why do we not practice a few spirit techniques? While they rested, Cecilia created something resembling a blue bubble and exclaimed happily, I did it. Harris, look at this water spirit. Seeing him standing there in a daze startled her. What is wrong, Harris? He wondered, why can I not do it? It still will not work, even after I maximize my affinity attribute. What is wrong? Is it because I am an avatar? Spirit mages and spirits are companions who grow together. Before you summon them, it is important to establish a bond with them. Harris continued listening. Awaken the power of nature within you and reveal it to the spirits. I tried to form a bond after summoning a spirit, but I must have done it in the wrong order. I'm glad I came with the elves. First, focus entirely on achieving harmony, then release the surging power of nature. A moment later, Harris produced an extraordinarily beautiful green orb. What in the world? Why are you so good at this? You said this was your first time. He certainly learns quickly. I can feel something. Through persistent training, the avatar has attained enlightenment. Harris has acquired the spirit magic skill. Lafori offered some encouragement. At this rate, the two of you will soon be at the same level. Cecilia looked slightly jealous upon hearing that. You're improving so quickly that I feel betrayed. Haha, thank you both. Excellent. I have taken another step forward as a spirit mage. From now on, your name will be Pot. I will open the way from here. Every forest and tree is connected to the mother tree, the world tree. Among us, high-ranking elves who possess the closest bond with nature can open a path through those connections and travel anywhere that has a forest. I'm certain Cecilia can do as well. What? Me? A path connected to every forest? In other words, it is a natural teleportation network? This is even more convenient than the supreme Holy Knight's gates, which have to be installed beforehand. So this is the power of the world tree. After traveling a short distance, Lafori announced to everyone, we have arrived. Harris's eyes widened at the sight before him. That is the real world tree. It is even larger than I imagined. He turned to Cecilia and asked, this is your first time seeing the world tree too, isn't it? However, her eyes had suddenly become strangely vacant. Even her body seemed to be drawn toward the world tree. The world tree began to respond. This must be your first time witnessing it, Harris. Even among elves, it is rare to witness the awakening ceremony of a high elf. Harris repeated blankly, an awakening ceremony? Everything was reborn as abundant natural energy gathered in one place. That is a fruit of the world tree. The next moment, the girl decisively took a bite from the apple. So Cecilia really is going to become a high elf. Wait, I cannot just stand here in amazement. I cannot allow this pure natural energy to go to waste. I will absorb as much as possible and make it mine. Lafori looked toward him with a puzzled expression. This flow of energy. The avatar has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. The avatar has acquired the natural affinity skill. Excellent. Now I can grow stronger simply by absorbing nature, just like other elves. Lord Lafori, I'm not interfering with anything. Haha, that is not what I meant. Look beside you. Harris obediently turned his head. A small branch from the world tree was floating beside him. It seems the world tree has taken quite an interest in you. Is this for me? Really? Harris continued listening to the explanation. Normally, this sacred relic is only bestowed during an awakening ceremony. It is an extremely rare item that can be fashioned into either a weapon or an accessory. Then you must have received one during your own awakening ceremony too, Lord Lafori. Do not tell me this is yours. I can give back. Oh no, it is not. I forged mine into a ring and used it to propose to my wife. It has since been passed down to my daughter. Proposing with a sacred relic? How romantic, Lord Lafori. Ah, it appears the ceremony is over. Cecilia will sleep for a while. She needs time to stabilize all the energy she absorbed. What a relief. I am about to retire, and now a new high elf has appeared. Wait, you are already old enough to retire? Lafori merely gave Harris a gentle look in response. Sometime after the awakening ceremony, in the capital of the Elven Kingdom, Harris was able to enroll in an academy with Lafori's help. However, it was completely different from what he had imagined. I thought everyone would live peacefully like forest spirits. But what is this? Seriously? Before he realized it, several classmates had surrounded him. Wow, an elf from the continent. Harris, you came from the continent, right? Tell us about it. I heard it is too savage to live there. Did humans not abduct Cecilia too? The humans on the continent are horrible. He had no choice but to offer whatever answers he could. Yes, it is very dangerous. If I answer incorrectly, will everyone start watching me suspiciously on my very first day? But I had good friends who helped me. Friends? Did you travel around? Back when I was a mercenary. Suddenly, a female student slammed her hand against the desk. You are too loud. I cannot concentrate. Could you all keep your voices down? Sorry, Lady Shapiron. Having no other choice, the girls left. I suppose we were being too loud. Haha, sorry about that. See you later, Harris. Harris relaxed when he saw them leave. Finally, some peace and quiet. Thank you. Thanks to you. Before he could finish, she sharply interrupted him. How disgraceful. I cannot believe they brought in some worthless mercenary. Why is she so angry with me? Does every school setting have to include at least one character like her? Will I be able to survive here? Meanwhile, at the royal castle of the Elven Kingdom, High Elf Lafori concluded his report. And that concludes my report on our communications with the Church of the Main God. Information concerning the new Immortal King has been shared with the other races of the Enamel Continent. The Immortal King can move freely through space. He may cross over to our continent next time. Fortunately, Lady Cecilia has finally appeared. I agree. Perhaps it will soon be time for you to retire. Indeed, that is one less concern to trouble me. Come to think of it, I heard the man accompanying Lady Cecilia was quite impressive. That is correct. The World Tree took notice of him. He is extremely talented and develops at a remarkable rate. If he is properly trained in the Elven Kingdom, the results could be extraordinary. Lord Lafori, you seem unusually enthusiastic. Doprime. He will remain at the academy, for now, to complete his basic education. Oh, if he is attending the academy, then Lady Shapiron will be there too. I hope they become close. I am certain she will be of great help to Harris. Back at the academy, Harris was yawning repeatedly. Oh, what beautiful weather. It must be the World Tree's blessing. The weather is lovely, the air is clean, and the elves' singing is soothing. This is truly therapeutic. Maybe I should abandon everything else and simply live as Harris. Just as he was about to doze off, a pile of books dropped onto his head. This is not the time to bask in the World Tree's peace, you know? What do you mean, bask? Does a lowly mercenary like you not even know the basics? The World Tree is the place closest to nature itself. Elves with keen natural senses easily become comfortable around it. That is what is making you lazy. When he considered it carefully, she was right. So this is happening because Harris has such a high natural affinity. While he was lost in thought, Shapire shouted, "Hey, are you even listening?" "Yes, I'm listening." She continued, "You probably know very little, so I will lend you these books. They are simple enough for even an uneducated elf like you to understand. And listen carefully. If the class average falls because of you, I will never, ever forgive you." She is terrifying. After delivering her warning, she turned and left Harris behind. Still, perhaps she is not a bad person. A moment later, he noticed her hand. That ring is radiating the World Tree's energy. A sacred relic would not simply be lying around. Is she from a noble family? She felt strangely familiar from the beginning. Why does she seem so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered Lafori's words. It has since been passed down to my daughter. Once he understood, Harris immediately connected the clues. So she is Lord Lafori's daughter? As for Shapiron, she was full of doubts. Why would father place his hopes in an idiot like that? This is absolutely ridiculous. The more Harris thought about it, the deeper his sigh became. Shapiron is Lafori's daughter? Their personalities are nothing alike. After pondering it for a while, he opened one of the books. She does not seem to like me, yet she explained everything with remarkable thoroughness. It is almost like a private course on spirits. All right then, let's give it a try. A short while later, he used magic to create spirits of the fire and wind elements. It worked. The lowest-ranking fire spirit will be named Kali, and you will be Patka, the lowest-ranking wind spirit. Now that I know how to do it, it is not that difficult. Even the lowest-ranking lightning spirit I summoned previously has advanced to a higher rank. I did not expect them to develop this quickly. Coming to the Elven Kingdom was definitely the right choice. All right, I only need to adapt gradually and avoid causing trouble. As long as I remain involved with Shapiron, nothing should happen. Or so I thought. Somehow, I ended up involved in this mess. 10 minutes earlier, the teacher had been explaining something to the class. Let me repeat this. Your bond with your spirits is extremely important, and we usually have a way to strengthen that bond. That method is dancing and singing. Harris looked puzzled. Dancing and singing? We will soon hold a festival in honor of our new high elf, Lady Cecilia. On that day, we will rent one of the largest performance halls in the capital. Lady Cecilia will personally attend this performance. It has been a long time since I did anything like this. In that case, should I not show everyone my coolest side? Now, as you all know, we have a transfer student. Therefore, this time we will organize a group project to welcome him. Each group will work together to create a performance, and your bonds with your spirits will be evaluated that day. I cannot believe things turn out this way. The chestnut-haired boy turned around in amazement. Wow, we get to work with the famous transfer student. How lucky. I am Coffin. The timid white-haired student merely offered a greeting. It is nice to meet you. Well, since it has already come to this, there is no helping it. What about you? Do you know any songs or dances? If not, we can adjust our performance to accommodate you. Coffin casually added, I do not have any ideas, so I'm fine with that. The white-haired student agreed. Me too. Their reactions left Harris slightly irritated. They are obviously against it. Now I am annoyed. From what I have heard, it only needs to deepen the bond between us and our spirits. It does not have to be a traditional elven song or dance. In that case, let's try this. Thank you, everyone. I just remembered a song I used to sing in my homeland. Oh, if it is a song from your homeland, then it must come from another continent, right? Yes, my parents loved it, so it is a song I will never forget. Shapiron interrupted him. You sound very confident. Oh, of course. Even though I lived as a shut-in for a long time, I never scored below 90 whenever I sang karaoke. It is time to show them what I can do. The more relaxed he appeared, the more irritated she became. What could a mercenary possibly know about music? How could someone like him earn recognition from both Father and the World Tree? I will never accept it. After considering it for a while, she finally agreed. Fine, prove yourself. But if you ruin the performance, you will take responsibility. All right, but I have one condition. What? What condition? Yes. If this goes well, could you teach me about elven traditions? There is still so much I do not know. All right, but only if we succeed. And so, the four of them decided to perform the song Harris had proposed. Harris took charge of both singing and playing an instrument. Before long, his system awakened through continuous practice, and he acquired the skill melody of harmony. Good heavens, melody of harmony? My high notes are more stable now. It feels as though the power of nature is keeping my vocal cords perfectly on pitch. When the song ended, his two friends applauded enthusiastically. This is the first time I have ever heard a song like that. I have never seen those instruments before, either. Only Shapiron remained somewhat guarded. How ridiculous. Even my spirits are responding to that music of unknown origin. Are they truly resonating with foreign music? Shapiron, what is wrong? You were swaying along just now. And me? What did I ever do that? Suddenly, two of Harris's spirits reacted. The spirits were harmonizing with the melody. Now Patka and Callie have evolved as well. As one surprise followed another, a strange ring of sound appeared in the air. What is that? Shapiron quickly ventured a guess. Could it be a sound spirit? Although he did not understand what was happening, Harris raised his hand toward the ring. Green light immediately began to shine. A mystical blue vortex appeared in his palm. Did he summon a spirit into the physical world? That is extremely rare. Did their harmony cause a music spirit to answer him? Harris finally understood why everyone was so astonished by his abilities. He accepted the new spirit and declared, "From this day forward, your name shall be." Reside, the sound spirit. I never expected an extraordinary type spirit. This is truly a valuable gift. Harris recalled what he had read in books. Shapiron said that extraordinary type spirits were extremely useful on missions. Coffin added, I never knew a song could move the heart of a spirit. All right, let us do it. This is sure to succeed. I think so too. Sound spirits are only attracted to beautiful sounds. What about you, Lady Shapiron? What do you think? With everyone in agreement, she turned her head away and answered, why yes, of course. Good. Then shall we practice and prepare until the day of the performance? Afterward, however, Shapiron hesitated for a while, making Harris wonder what was wrong. Well, could you teach me how to play the instrument you used earlier? It looked rather interesting. Oh, of course. Feeling as though she was being teased, she became angry. What? What is that expression supposed to mean? It is not Sunelf, so stop at once. In that case, should we divide up the parts first? Before long, the day of the performance finally arrived. Sitting in the audience, Cecilia asked, "You said your daughter was in Lord Harris's group, did you not, Lord Lafori Granwood?" "That is correct. You must be very worried." "Not especially. He certainly looks worried." The judges then announced, "And now, let's hear the song prepared by Lord Harris." Coffin played the drums, as did the white-haired boy. Harris and Shapiron played stringed instruments. When Harris's band began to sing, the audience erupted in amazement. "I have never heard this song before, but my heart is pounding. What a beautiful voice." Then Cecilia noticed the expression on Lafori's face. Lord Lafori Granwood's heart was practically bursting with pride. Shapiron can make an expression like that. "What song is this? I have never heard it before, but it is wonderful. My hearing is exceptionally sensitive, yet even to my ears, this song sounds incredible." Lord Lafori Granwood, "Look, I never imagined they could use spirits like that. Astonishing." While enjoying the performance, Cecilia turned around and discovered that Lafori had disappeared. "Huh, where did he go?" "That child over there is my daughter." "That is my daughter. Yes, I can see that. I never imagined he had this side to him." Meanwhile, Harris sang with increasing enthusiasm. Shapiron had provided tremendous help with both the stage and the instruments. She truly was an expert. Her knowledge was astonishing. Despite complaining so much, she seems to be enjoying herself more than anyone. The band's performance concluded without a single problem. The entire audience cheered excitedly. "Encore! Encore!" After expending so much energy, the performers steadied their racing hearts. "My breathing is more stable than usual, and the performance went perfectly. I never expected to become so completely absorbed in it." Harris checked the system. "Skill, melody of harmony, active target, Shapiron. It seems to affect other people as well. So father was watching me." "Shapiron, how was it?" "Lord Harris, I misunderstood you all this time. I apologize for being so rude. I admit defeat. Just hearing that was enough to satisfy me. It is wonderful to see how deeply music can affect people. You will cause a sensation throughout the Elven Kingdom, Lord Harris." Meanwhile, at the Holy Temple of Dosilica, "Saintus, it is Heinrich." "Oh, you are here. Wait a moment. You may come in now." "Welcome, Lord Heinrich." However, when he entered, Heinrich noticed the Saintus's book. Its title was The Adventures of the Hero and the Saintus. "I had better pretend I did not see that. Please take a seat. I summoned you because I have an important matter to discuss." "An important matter? Have you ever heard of the Holy Sword?" "The Holy Sword?" "The ultimate weapon reserved for heroic protagonists in novels." Heinrich gave a deliberate cough. "I do not know much about it, but I understand that it is the hero's weapon. The entire church has reached a unanimous decision. Lord Heinrich, we would like you to undertake the Holy Sword's trial." Outwardly, Heinrich appeared hesitant. "The Holy Sword's trial? Am I truly worthy of such an opportunity?" Inwardly, however, he was celebrating. "Yes, you are the best, Saintus." The arrangements were rushed because of the Immortal King's resurrection, but no one objected. After all, Lord Heinrich is the Holy Church's new hero. "Ah, Dieu flatteme. You will undertake the trial at the great temple of Pika in Piga on the western continent." Heinrich recognized the name. The great temple of Pika. It stands in the kingdom of Sap, which was destroyed 300 years ago by the second Immortal King. Afterward, the kingdom's descendants formed an alliance with the 4 surrounding nations. The great temple was built in Pika, south of the kingdom of Lek. It stands on the site where the hero defeated the second Immortal King. The Saintus continued. The previous hero defeated the Immortal King, but he could not destroy his heart. The abyss subsequently spread and corrupted the continent. The land was only purified after the hero used the Holy Sword. The previous hero arranged matters so that only someone who earned his approval could find the Holy Sword. But if I pull out the Holy Sword, will that not damage the seal on the abyss? It has been 300 years, the Saintus explained. The region has been completely purified, so there is no danger. The time has come for someone to inherit the hero's weapon. Leave it to me, Saintus. When should I depart? Seeing his eager expression, she felt reassured. Right now, there was no time to waste. After several hours of travel, Heinrich reached his destination. It is enormous, absolutely enormous. The Great Temple of Pika had an entirely different atmosphere from the Great Temple of Dosilica. "Oh, you must be Lord Heinrich." "Yes, and you must be Cardinal Donovan. When Heinrich turned toward him, he froze. What is with that monstrous physique? I am Donovan. You are here to challenge the Holy Sword's trial, correct? Yes. I'm sure you are very busy, so thank you for coming to greet me personally. Not at all. You are the new hero recommended by the Saints. Naturally, I had to welcome you myself. Just as the rumors say, you look very dependable. They said he used to be a paladin, and that physique proves it. Even his grip strength is no joke. If I had known becoming a cardinal meant I would no longer see the Saints, I would never have accepted the position. Lord Heinrich, to be honest, I am terrified that some scoundrel might try to court her. Can you understand the heart of an old man like me? If such a person appears, I will personally take responsibility for dealing with him. More importantly, what about the Holy Sword? Ah, yes. There is something I must tell you first. The Holy Sword's trial may only be attempted once each year. Countless paladins have challenged it and failed. Do you truly believe you are capable of shouldering this responsibility? Heinrich placed a hand over his heart and declared, "Please do not worry. I will face it with faith in the divine, one who always watches over me." I never imagined such a deeply faithful young man still existed. Indeed, he possesses everything required of the new hero. Divine One, you will help me again this time, will you not? I have faith in you. A short while later, Cardinal Donovan led Heinrich down into a dark underground chamber. It is deeper than I expected. Is that because it was built to contain the seal? Come to think of it, Lord Heinrich, do you know what this trial entails? Yes, the saint has told me about it. The trial is different for every challenger. Precisely. Some challengers take several hours, while others take several weeks. Since every trial is different, I cannot offer you any advice. We have arrived. If you wish to turn back, this is your only chance. This is the gate of trials. No matter what it takes, I will claim the Holy Sword. Is that truly your decision? The moment you step inside, the trial will begin. Good luck. I pray that our new hero succeeds. When Heinrich passed through the door, a message appeared. First trial of the Holy Sword. Reach the destination within the designated time. I heard the trial was different for everyone, but it has already given me a headache. The entrance vanished, leaving passages both ahead of and behind him. Heinrich bent down and warmed up his arms and legs. So it wants me to choose a direction? Very well. For now, Leap's blessing should be perfect for a test of speed. But as he continued running, he noticed something strange. At this speed, I should have crossed several cities by now, yet there is still no end in sight. The objective is vague too. Where exactly am I supposed to go? Could there be another solution? They said the Holy Sword's trial was different for every challenger. The Saintess had once told him, I believe it truly reflects the will of the Divine One. Is that so? As the scriptures state, the Divine One is always watching us and grants us trials that we can overcome through our own strength. After running for some time, Heinrich stopped to rest and examine his surroundings. Trials that we can overcome through our own strength. That is it. This is a trial from the Divine One. The objective is not merely to reach a destination within the allotted time. The true trial is to push myself beyond my limits. If that is the case, Leap's blessing will not help. The fastest way to exhaust my stamina and reach my limit is, it seems I will have to leapfrog all the way there. This feels like military training. In the end, Heinrich cleared the first trial and prepared to proceed to the next one. However, it took Heinrich a full 40 days to reach the door. Damn it, I pushed myself beyond my limits, but 40 days is a little excessive. I realize it halfway through, but time flows differently here than it does outside. Compared to Auterica, the ratio is 10-1. Compared to Earth, it is 100-1. I could only determine the difference thanks to my other avatars. Still, I will not abandon the trial. For paladins with no way to perceive the passage of time, this must be the greatest obstacle. Halfway through, it also began testing my mental strength. Without calm mind, I would have gone insane. All right, time to continue. When Heinrich opened the door, its handle suddenly shone brightly. Has everything been restored? Perhaps it is because I pushed myself beyond my limits and then recovered. I can feel that I have become tougher than before. Wait, time here passes 10 times faster than outside. Does that not mean I effectively have 10 times as much training time? This is incredible. I will spend another 10 days leapfrogging before moving on. Meanwhile, a group of hooded figures secretly prepared to commit an atrocity. Is it ready? Almost. It will not be long now. This continent will soon be swallowed by darkness and march toward its own destruction. The Immortal King has been resurrected. We need only give events a slight push, and he will take care of the rest himself. If the void opens within this territory once more, we will make the entire world kneel before us. Everything is for the oath of defiance against the celestial realm. Upon entering the second trial, Heinrich carefully surveyed his surroundings. After looking around, he realized where he was standing. Is this a church? If the trial takes place inside a church, then it must involve second trial of the Holy Sword. Pray to the Divine One. Heinrich stared at the message for a moment. He then clasped his hands before his chest and assumed a prayer posture. According to the records left by previous challengers, this trial tests one's faith in the Divine One and the strength of one's holy power. My holy power lies somewhere between that of a bishop and an archbishop, so this should be easy. I only need to fill the holy statue with my power. After some time, Heinrich opened his eyes and looked up. However, nothing had happened. That cannot be. Then I have no choice but to try another method. Calm mind, and his qualifications were activated. He gathered all his willpower and converted it into faith. Even all of this is not enough. Then there's only one final step. I will add the power of my original body as well. A sacred radiance burst from Heinrich's entire body. He fulfilled the necessary conditions and received enlightenment. Heinrich even acquired the special skill blessing amplification. The unexpected reward lifted his spirits. My once rampaging holy power has stabilized, and the maximum amount I can wield has increased. With this, I can rival an archbishop. A message appeared. You have passed the second trial. Proceed to the next stage. The next door materialized directly in front of him. Good. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Let's continue. The third trial immediately drew him inside. The space Heinrich entered was gloomy and saturated with dark energy. The objective of this trial was to eliminate the enemy. So we are fighting here? Heinrich turned to face his opponent. A robed figure hovered high in the air. He looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? When the enemy descended, Heinrich recognized it as an incarnation of an arch-lich, a servant of the former Immortal King. A hound of the church? How did you reach this place? He resembles Hans before his awakening. I cannot underestimate him. Even a holy knight would struggle against an arch-lich in a one-on-one battle. If you do not intend to answer me, then die, you dog of the church. As soon as the arch-lich spoke, hordes of undead minions sprang from the ground. An arch-lich alone would already be troublesome, and now there is an entire undead legion. This is the reaction you wanted to see, is it not? Heinrich spoke in a mocking tone. Unfortunately for you, creator of this trial, why are you muttering to yourself? Because you will soon be dead. Your life is over. Advance, my servants. As the undead charged, Heinrich casually weaved between them without breaking a sweat. Even those attacking from behind crashed painfully to the ground after missing him. The arch-lich stared in disbelief. How did you evade every attack? Damn you. Kill him. You should not assume that dodging is all I can do. Done playing around, Heinrich drew his sword. He decisively swung it at the undead. That holy power. Are you an archbishop? I never expected an undead creature to feel fear. Nonsense. I am merely delighted that I can finally fight with my full strength. This is the end. Let's see how you stop this. The arch-lich raised its staff, unleashing a swarm of purple, skull-shaped spirits toward Heinrich. Heinrich fixed his gaze on the approaching attack and gripped his sword. He then brought his blade down vertically, destroying both the undead and the spirits. And no, impossible. You stopped everything with a single strike. Heinrich stood like a victorious warrior, surrounded by the glory of triumph. Impossible. Did you know my strategy beforehand? Unfortunately for you, I possess no such ability. In return, I gained an exceptionally talented tutor, the strongest tutor among the undead. The one Heinrich was referring to was none other than Hans himself. What tutor? All I hear is nonsense. I wonder how much longer you can keep running your mouth. Then try blocking this as well. The moment he finished speaking, he summoned a magic circle above his head. Heinrich's eyes widened momentarily. A deadly storm of lightning erupted from the magic circle. The entire area vanished beneath clouds of magical smoke. Believing he had annihilated Heinrich, the arch-lich burst into laughter. You could never stop my ultimate attack. Farewell, insolent priest. Before he could celebrate, however, Heinrich spoke. Oh, so that was your trump card? What, you're still alive? Of course I'm alive. Your attack never hit me. Impossible. How could a mere priest stop my skill? No, this can't be happening. Heinrich wasted no time. He drew his sword and charged straight at the Archlich. I understand why this defies common sense. Even with a favorable matchup, no one should be able to withstand such a massive barrage of magic alone. But with Hans's knowledge at my disposal, I can see every weakness in dark magic. Heinrich swiftly launched the final blow. This ends now. Heinrich brought his sword down in a single decisive vertical slash. The sky brightened once more, and the Archlich's body shattered into pieces. Heh, impressive, priest of the church. But you can never kill me unless you destroy my mana core. I will return again and again. Heinrich said nothing and merely stared impassively. Heh. The church has trained quite a capable priest. But soon, you will experience true despair when I resurrect. I will repay this humiliation, church. As the mana core plotted its revenge, Heinrich suddenly appeared and startled it. You scattered dark mana everywhere. How could I possibly fail to notice you? I've been waiting here the whole time. What? Wait. Well then, farewell. Heinrich promptly sliced the mana core in half. The third trial has been completed. Proceed to the Chamber of the Holy Sword. Once the trial was over, the next door revealed itself. Defeat the monster and claim the reward. A familiar routine. All right, let's go. The light from within grew increasingly brilliant. Heinrich ventured deeper and gazed ahead. So that is the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword had been driven into the abyss created by the Immortal King. The final task was to pull it free and be acknowledged as its master. All right, let's do this. As Heinrich began pulling, golden magic enveloped both him and the sword. Something is flowing into me. These are the battle records of the former heroes. Techniques for wielding the Holy Sword, methods of managing energy, and even strategies for dealing with unusual monsters. It was the accumulated knowledge of every previous wielder of the Holy Sword. But above all else, their emotions are pouring into me. Activate Calm Mind. An ordinary priest would have lost consciousness, but I'm different. That's enough. It's time to pull out the sword. Come on, partner. Be good. Moments later, Heinrich successfully pulled out the Holy Sword. The entity has met the conditions for awakening and acquired the special skill blessing of the Holy Sword. A sacred mark even appeared on his palm. The Holy Sword responded with a dazzling light, so the mark works like a separate storage space. That will make summoning the Holy Sword easy. The entity has met the conditions for awakening. Holy Warrior combat style and weapon mastery have fused into divine combat arts. Seeing the notification filled Heinrich with excitement. He immediately stored and summoned the Holy Sword through his palm. He then swung it several times to test its strength. Excellent. This combat skill was refined by generations of Holy Sword wielders. Merely awakening it has already made me feel stronger, and my movements have become much sharper. At last, I have recovered the Holy Sword, Saintus. Meanwhile, in the Talia Mountains between the Western Ion continent and the Kingdom of Leth, Hans stood in an alley with a grave expression, questioning the dark mage before him. What is your name? Igriagis. My name is Victor Nolan, my lord. Victor, I am Hannibal Strauss. You know who I am, don't you? Yes, Immortal King. I will obey your every command, so please don't kill me. I only came here to recruit talented people. Why is he trembling so badly? I thought I was speaking gently. Hans currently had his dark eye skill active. In the middle of their conversation, Hans suddenly sensed something unusual. What is this? Noticing his reaction, Victor asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, my lord?" Someone had recklessly conducted sacrificial rituals in the western and southern regions of the Kingdom of Leth. Those reckless fools dared to act without the Immortal King's permission. What will you do, my lord? Naturally, Hans answered. His cloak billowed behind him as he made his declaration. I will personally pay them a visit. Elsewhere, a group of hooded figures was conducting a summoning ritual. The magic circle radiated an increasingly ominous dark aura. Everything is proceeding smoothly. There should be no further problems. 30 years. We have spent 30 years preparing this grand plan. This is the moment when all our efforts will finally be rewarded. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of them suddenly coughed up blood. Another member asked him what happened. Is the magic circle disappearing? After everything we have done, are we still unable to complete the grand spell? But I cannot give up now. If it has come to this, I will offer myself as the sacrifice." The hooded man screamed madly, and the magic circle began violently devouring him. The remaining figure watched in admiration. "At last, you have accepted a fragment of the seed of madness into your body. I will always remember you as the greatest person I ever acknowledged. Soon, just as you desired, this world will be reduced to ruins." Meanwhile, Han saw a cyclone of dark energy rising in the distance. Something unimaginable had occurred. The abyss, a realm containing enough power to destroy the entire world, had opened. For the first time in 1,000 years, since the era of the first Immortal King, the abyss had opened again. I never anticipated a variable like this. By the time I found their trail, it was already too late. The oath of defiance. Now that I possess enough power, it is time to deal with those bastards. Suddenly, a faint light flickered within Hans's chest, and a voice emerged from it. "Bring death to the world. Take revenge." Unable to understand what was happening, Hans stared in bewilderment. "What is this?" The voice continued. "Plunge this world into chaos. Eradicate every living creature upon this land. Let everything silently perish and sink into eternal slumber." That is the voice of a former immortal king. Are these the lingering thoughts of the immortal kings resting within the abyss? What are you doing? Once Hans realized who was speaking, the former immortal king manifested as a shadowy figure and made him an offer. "Come to me and merge with me. We must shroud the world in death. What makes a relic of the past like you think you have the right to order me around? What did you say?" Hans explained, "I have no intention of obeying a failure." The former immortal king burst into laughter. You escaped the will of death, didn't you? Even after becoming the immortal king, you retained your identity." Hans confidently declared, "It seems your successor is a genius. That makes my blood boil with rage and envy. But we will always remain bound by death." "Bound, you say? I think I understand now. The corruption I have always sensed within my heart must have come from the lingering thoughts of the previous immortal kings. We were born from hatred and can never be free. We yearn desperately for liberation, new immortal king." "Liberation? You mean freedom from those negative emotions?" Hans regarded him with displeasure. This fellow is truly disturbed. "Wait, negative emotions? So in the end, you're still trapped by these deathly emotions. Why don't you simply shut your mouth forever? I will grant your wish and erase you from this world." The former immortal king responded with an offer of his own. "If you grant me eternal death, I will give you a gift, something you should possess, yet could never obtain." Something I should possess, but could never obtain? Well, we'll find out soon enough. The next moment, Hans activated domination. The skill allowed its user to control specific emotions. He targeted the negative emotions remaining within the former immortal king's mind and released them from his body. "I am fading. I am finally disappearing. Eternal death has come for me at last." Hans offered a few final words before the former immortal king departed. "Farewell, my pitiful predecessor." Once the spirit vanished, a chain of glowing symbols appeared. Hans extended his hand, and the symbols were immediately absorbed into him. I suppose this does qualify as a gift. The symbols contained clues to the locations of the immortal king's hidden legacies. The first immortal king had devastated half the continent, destroyed an entire empire, and brought countless disasters upon humanity. No matter how powerful someone was, such a feat could never be accomplished alone. Naturally, he had followers who obeyed him. An immortal army marched at the forefront, carrying out the immortal king's will. The path most of them ultimately chose was to seal themselves along the edges of the abyss. And now, it seemed the first of the former immortal king's legacies had begun crawling out. Meanwhile, after obtaining the holy sword, Heinrich returned to the palace. A rustling sound from a corner made him turn his head. A rift opened below, emitting purple darkness. A hooded skeleton emerged from within. It was Death Knight McCain, one of the immortal king's royal guards. Those filthy bastards from the Dark Organization. I couldn't allow my existence to end like that. At last, I have returned to the human world. While he was distracted, Heinrich stood nearby, listening to him ramble. "Oh, we've met before, haven't we?" The Death Knight's mood immediately soured. A stream of miserable cries soon followed. "That hurts. Please stop. I just returned to the human world." "How unfortunate that you returned to the human world at this particular moment." Damn it. After Heinrich killed him, a blue orb emerged from within his body. So this is the source that trapped so many souls between the Holy Sword's chamber and the abyss. Normally, I would destroy this immediately, but I'll be generous and hand it over to Hans. Make sure you serve your new master well. After all, he is a good and reasonable fellow. Hans descended into an underground chamber. After searching the area, he wondered, those Oath of Defiance bastards fled, just as I expected. So this must be the source of the abyss in the sky. There's no doubt about it. This is where the concentration of mana is highest. They used it to open an abyss that pierced the sky. Suddenly, Hans noticed a cord-like object beneath his feet. What is this? A piece of metal? Did the Oath of Defiance drop it? There isn't enough energy left to track them, but I'll keep it for now. The abyss is releasing a turbulent current. The gate must be unstable. At this rate, it will have an enormous impact on the continent. The next moment, he activated Eyes of the Abyss. Oh, so this is the source of the dark magic within the Immortal King's heart. If I'm fortunate, I may be able to control it. Hans raised his hand. Dark magic swirled into his palm, gathering in one place as he absorbed it. Once he finished, fierce currents of energy crackled around his entire body. I can feel the energy of the abyss flooding my heart and bones. It seems my power has increased. Those Oath of Defiance bastards finally did something useful. Suddenly, a skull-like object fell from above. Hans approached and examined it closely. It was the skeletal remains of a dragon, the true dragon in Trejo. The next moment, the true dragon went berserk. Purple flames filled its skeletal jaws as it prepared to incinerate its prey. Excellent, absolutely magnificent. Upon seeing Hans, it thrashed wildly and prepared to attack. What? Don't you recognize your master? With no other choice, Hans had to calm it down during their first encounter. Before long, the true dragon settled down and sat obediently before Hans. That's right, you finally recognized your new master. Looking at you now, you're rather adorable, like a pet. The Immortal King's legacy has only just begun. I wonder if the next one will be even more interesting. Don't you agree, in Trejo? It seems some people who are jealous of our meeting are on their way here. Their timing isn't ideal. I still don't fully understand the abyss, and now I have to confront the Holy Temple. Then again, even in the real world, when you get a new car, you have to call your friends over to see it. The abyss has opened after thousands of years, and a true dragon has appeared. This is the perfect opportunity to earn merit. Hans comforted the true dragon. You have suffered enough in this place. Now spread your wings and fly freely. Show them who you are. The Holy Temple's knights continued rushing forward. Hurry, I can sense a demonic presence coming from the abyss. Yes, although they were an elite unit, their haste meant that few of them had gathered. If the enemy possesses power of this magnitude, we must prepare for the worst. The sky is turning black. Is that the abyss's influence? Archbishop Lacius stared for a moment before his expression changed. No, it isn't. Everyone, prepare for battle. That's a true dragon. Look, the Immortal King is riding it. What brought those church lackeys all the way here? Immortal King, we came because we learned that the abyss had opened. Is that so? And what does that have to do with you? The Archbishop immediately became enraged. Do you have any idea what happened throughout the world to open the abyss? Tens of thousands of people were sacrificed. Tens of thousands? I knew sacrificial rituals had taken place around the world, but the Oath of Defiance is even more insane than I thought. Furthermore, the abyss's influence on this continent will be unimaginable. You are the one behind all of this, aren't you? Am I? I was wondering who caused this myself. But as a villain, I should play my part. Do you truly need to ask? Who beside me could control something like this? I knew it. We will punish you. Don't get ahead of yourselves, you church lackeys. Today, I merely came to deliver a warning. A warning? What nonsense are you spouting? I'll silence you myself. As the knights prepared to charge, Lacius stopped them. Everyone, remain where you are. Archbishop Lacius, what do you mean? Has no one noticed? He has remained in the sky this entire time. The Immortal King would never speak to us this calmly. He is clearly trying to lure us into a trap. Hans could only stare blankly at the Archbishop's baseless explanation. After a moment, Lacius shouted, Immortal King, are you threatening to open a path into the abyss? The holy knight who pierced my heart, Heinrich Landgard. This warning is meant for him. What? A warning? What do you mean? Hans laughed inwardly upon hearing that. Perhaps Heinrich's dedication has earned me heaven's favor. I can't believe the situation turned in my favor so easily. That slip of the tongue worked perfectly. A warning for Sir Heinrich? Indeed, I, Hannibal Strauss, now know the extent of his power. The next time we meet, I will kill him and turn him into my servant. Everyone reacted furiously. "How dare you disrespect the Holy Temple's hero? We will not let this stand." To make this even more dramatic, I should emphasize Heinrich's name again, along with my own, Hannibal Strauss. Now it is time to end this. There's no need to rush. Every one of you will get your turn. Hans snapped his fingers. "In Trejo, show them your power." Obeying his command, the true dragon opened its jaws and gathered a beam of blue energy. Sensing the danger, the archbishop issued an order. "Prepare your defenses." Everyone had already taken up battle formation. "Faith shall drive away evil." Unique skill, Bone Dragon's Breath of Death. Meanwhile, the Archbishop erected a cross-shaped shield. "Stand firm, Knights of God." "Archbishop Lacius, we cannot hold it." However, a moment later, the true dragon's breath gradually dissipated. "We blocked it. We survived. We really survived. Do not let your guard down. Reform the ranks immediately." But Archbishop Lacius, the Immortal King. The Immortal King has disappeared. What? Damn it. Did he think he could wipe out an entire unit of Holy Temple Knights with a single attack? He underestimated us. Immortal King, what exactly is your objective? What are you plotting? Meanwhile, Hans and the true dragon secretly flew away. Hans praised him. "In Trejo, you did well. How did you produce such an impressive attack without hurting anyone?" The Immortal King had opened the abyss while the Bone Dragon protected him. Their performance had succeeded beyond expectations. Just as Hans began to relax, he gazed into the distance. It seemed something else had awakened. Far below, a horde of undead, dressed as knights, began emerging from the ground. Their leader declared, "I can sense the energy of my comrades throughout the continent." This was Chasm, a Dullahan knight. He ordered his subordinates, "All troops, move out." At that moment, he was advancing directly toward Viscount Sarati's territory. What the hell is happening? What is going on? Did the abyss open here too? The soldiers outside shouted, "Everyone run!" But when they reached the exit, the sight before them left almost no room for hope. "Damn it, this is bad. We are surrounded." Surrounded? Impossible. Undead cannot possess this much intelligence. The screams of their comrades grew louder. "This cannot be. How can the undead move like living people? Please, spare me." Chasm immediately cut down the soldier before him. "We must report this to the Viscount. A Death Knight has risen within the kingdom." Meanwhile, in the vampire's territory, Heinz sat leisurely reading a newspaper and asked his subordinate, "What is the current situation?" "The entire continent of Auterica is in danger. Rifts have opened across the continent, and undead armies are appearing everywhere." "What about the kingdom of Talia, where our base is located?" "Fortunately, Talia and the surrounding kingdoms have suffered only minor damage." Of course, that was because Hans had dealt with all the nearby undead. However, when Mulo noticed Heinz's contemplative expression, he asked, "Is something troubling you, my lord? Have there been any reports about the madness rising from the rifts?" Aside from the undead, no one knew exactly what that madness was. Nothing definitive yet, but the number of minor conflicts has increased. It is probably responsible. Could that not simply be tension? Everyone is more sensitive than usual. I do not think so. Why are you so certain? Human society is not the only thing falling into chaos. The monsters are behaving abnormally as well. Even the monsters have become more violent. That meant the madness was affecting every living creature on the continent. Things are growing worse by the day. From now on, gathering information about the madness will be our highest priority. Milo took note of the order and nodded. "Understood, Lord Heinz." Heinz rose and paced around his office. Hans was busy withdrawing and regrouping the Immortal King's army. Heinz could not leave their base unattended either. At present, only one place possessed enough information: the Church of the Almighty God. Heinz would finally have to enter it. After obtaining the holy sword from the trial, Heinrich knelt and presented it to the Saintess. She could not help admiring Heinrich's courage. "Sir Heinrich, I knew you would succeed. I'm glad I did not betray your faith in me, Saintess. However, I heard that many things happened while I was away. They say something strange emerged from the abyss." "Yes, that is correct. What emerged from the abyss this time was madness. It appears unstable, but that only makes it more dangerous because we still do not know what it truly is." He boldly volunteered, "Then allow me to investigate it." Secretly, he believed this was the perfect opportunity to make use of the Church of the Almighty God's intelligence network. The Saintess objected. "You have just completed a grueling trial. You should rest for a while." "I cannot. Now that I have received the Holy Sword's blessing, I wish to fulfill my duty." Seeing Heinrich's confidence, the Saintess relented. "There truly is no stopping you, is there? Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you." Please uncover the truth behind this madness. Sir Heinrich. Understood, Saintess. Before that, now that you possess the holy sword, there is a ceremony you must perform. Heinrich stared at her in confusion. The Saintess led him to the ceremonial chamber, raised her hand, and began chanting, "Holy Sword of the Divine, reveal your true form." Heinrich followed her instructions and raised the mighty holy sword high, radiating the valor of a knight. So that is the holy sword. Its presence is truly overwhelming. Just how much divine power has been condensed inside that blade? The Saintess picked up a golden necklace. She gently placed it around Heinrich's neck. "You have proven yourself, Heinrich Landgard. I hereby officially appoint you as a high holy knight of the Church of the Almighty God." The necklace immediately reacted, releasing a brilliant halo of light accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Even with calm mind suppressed for only a second, that tremendous surge of divine power nearly overwhelmed him. What incredible power! My body is being remade. What is happening to me? At that moment, Heinrich's hair turned white. Impossible. This is a great blessing. Divine grace is enveloping him. A status message appeared. The entity has fulfilled the requirements and attained enlightenment. Special skill acquired. Great blessing. Knight of Light. My hair turned white? Now I look like the Saintess. I, Jesta, Saintess of the Church of the Almighty God, formally offer you my respects. Saint Heinrich Landgard, or rather, I should now call you a saint. Heinrich pointed at himself in disbelief. A saint? A great blessing can only be bestowed by the direct will of the divine. It is the clearest proof that you are a saint. Put this on. Wait a moment. Does that mean I am now of equal rank with the Saintess? This is the glorious guardian armor, a supreme suit of armor forged by the finest artisans of the Church of the Almighty God. Every component is made from rare metals, such as mithril and orichalcum. Furthermore, it has been reinforced with advanced holy enchantments and divine barriers. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a mobile fortress. Merely wearing it filled Heinrich with overwhelming holy power. The ultimate weapon, the holy sword, and the ultimate armor, the glorious guardian. With these, his equipment was complete. It appears we shall be fighting side by side from now on. It would be my honor, fighting alongside the Saintess. Am I truly worthy? Is this how things will be from now on? She confessed. To be honest, I have had to work until dawn every day, and it has been exhausting. I am delighted finally to have someone with whom I can share the burden. Until dawn, every day. Is that not punishment? Or was I the only one who did not know? That reminds me, the Continental Summit will soon reconvene. We will discuss plans to eliminate the undead appearing across the continent, as well as the Immortal King. I am counting on you, Sir Heinrich. Understood. I will do everything in my power, Saintess. He raised his head and gazed ahead, resolving inwardly, "All right, Hans. Let us both do our best until the summit." The Dullahan Knight strode through a landscape engulfed in flames. You humans are pitifully weak. However, if the kingdoms unite, the tide may turn against us. Until then, we must build our strength. He thrust his great sword into the ground and proclaimed proudly, "Impudent humans, become subjects of our new kingdom." The next instant, a powerful darkness enveloped him, and the flesh of the living gradually transformed into skeletal forms. Those he had killed became undead subordinates in mere moments. In the middle of his work, the knight suddenly noticed an approaching visitor. "It seems I arrived a little late. Why you? Who are you?" Hans extended a hand and answered firmly, "Chasm, it is me." In an instant, Chasm's subordinates were brought under Hans's control. This power, the knight, now looked no different from the servants behind him. He knelt before Hans and cried out loyally, "New Immortal King, my new Immortal King." Hans thought. I could tell at a glance that Chasm was no ordinary figure. Power far surpassing that of a sword master, the leadership needed to command an army, and necromancy capable of raising the undead. There was no doubt. He was one of the commanders of the Immortal Legion, the Death Knight Lord. "Master, it is an immense honor to be recognized by you. But Chasm, it appears you caused quite a commotion." "I sincerely apologize, my lord. It was merely because the place where I awakened happened to be beside a human settlement. What is done is done. Now is the time to strengthen our forces and accumulate power. Withdraw for now, as you command." At Hans's order, Chasm's body disappeared. He was neatly drawn into Hans's hand. Looking around at the devastation, Hans muttered, "The damage is quite severe. The entire area had been reduced to ruins. He could not simply leave it like this. Otherwise, his forces would be hunted down one by one. However, they were scattered too widely to gather in time. In that case, I wanted to avoid this because of the severe side effects, but I have no choice. Hans slammed his hand against the ground. An immense surge of darkness expanded outward. Hear me, my children. Your master, the Immortal King, has come in person. This would inevitably reveal his location, but the church would need time to analyze the dark magic. As long as they assembled quickly and disappeared, it would be fine. Now answer my summons. Within the smoke before him, countless images of Hans's subordinates appeared in an instant. One after another, they acknowledged his call. We await your command, Supreme One. We greet the true sovereign of immortality. My new king, this servant shall come at once. I shall immediately lead the army stationed in the southwest. Hans declared, yes, my loyal and devoted army. I shall lead you toward a future unlike any before it. The sinister resolve behind his words made him burst into loud laughter. Meanwhile, two men were scouting through a forest. Hey, Mai, are you sure this is safe? I heard this place has been crawling with undead lately. Enough. Those are only rumors. Focus on transporting the cargo. Oh, dear heavens. What was that? You coward. Undead, do not sneak around quietly. It was obviously just a wild animal. Before he could completely calm down, his companion pointed behind him. The other man asked mockingly, what is it this time? Is there really something frightening there? But when he instinctively turned around, an ogre struck him with a fatal blow. A monster. The creature stared at its prey with bulging eyes, its gaping mouth dripping with saliva. A moment later, it released a deafening roar to summon the other ogres. What is wrong with these monsters? They're supposed to live deep in the mountains. Why are they all the way out here? The monsters appeared in overwhelming numbers, filling the survivor with terror. I have never heard of anything like this. Are the monsters working together? After that incident, the scene shifted to the Hubert Trading Company. What is this? Hubert stared in shock at the newspaper. Monsters from the northern mountain range attacked a merchant caravan as a group? Is this also an effect of the madness? If this continued, even the nearby territories would be in danger. They had already stockpiled food and military supplies, but this was no time to focus solely on profit. Small merchants pursue coins, while great merchants pursue people's hearts. At a time like this, he needed to offer aid. But where exactly in Aeonia was the Steel Fortress located? Where could it be? The Steel Fortress is recruiting mercenaries on a massive scale. That was precisely the information Hubert needed. News released by Hubert quickly reached many people. They are recruiting mercenaries? It seems the Steel Fortress is struggling as well. The monsters in the northern mountain range are moving south, correct? They're not behaving like normal monsters. They charge at people as if they have gone rabid. You all heard that, right? What should we do? The hooded man turned toward Harley. Harley, what do you think? Harley set down his mug of beer and answered, naturally, I am joining the battle. How could I pass up an opportunity like this? That is Harley for you. So when are we leaving? Why even ask? What do you mean? Wait, do not tell me. The next instant, Harley shot out of the tavern at tremendous speed. Right now, of course. The other three remained at the table and exchanged puzzled looks. Did he pay for his drinks? Not yet. Catch Harley. Make him pay today's bill. At the Tazak Mercenary Guild, all four finally gathered, though Harley alone remained full of energy. The other three were still gasping for breath after chasing him. You monster! Oh, hello, Mr. Harley. Huh, you know me? Of course. Everyone in this line of work knows Harley. That makes things simple. These three, and I want to enlist as mercenaries. Please process it quickly. I am sorry, Mr. Harley, but your application is rather complicated. At those words, one of Harley's companions immediately became angry. What is that supposed to mean? What kind of mercenary guild refuses to give work to a mercenary? Are you asking for a beating? And no, that is not it. The clerk handed them a letter. Mr. Harley, you have received a special nomination request. A special nomination? I was already planning to go to the Steel Fortress, so I'm not interested. I refuse. Seeing his decisive response, his companions praised him. That is Harley for you. He is truly fearless. I do not think you can refuse this one. The client is the Lord of Aeonia. Harley froze and repeated the words in disbelief. The Lord of what? An oasis? The Lord of Aeonia. He is here, the ruler of the Aeonia territory. At the Aeonia Lord's administrative office, the clerk explained, he is waiting in this room. The Lord is actually here? Where's the Lord? Harley is here. But when he opened the door, he found only a dignified knight standing beside the window. A knight? You are not the Lord. The knight turned around and explained, the Lord would not personally speak with an ordinary mercenary. I am a knight entrusted with this assignment. My name is Zobin. I have heard of you. You are quite large. and rather unusual. Naturally, you have a good eye. So, why would knights seek out an ordinary mercenary like me? There's only one reason we nominated you. We need someone to lead an expedition into the Northern Mountain Range. The Northern Mountain Range? Is that not the place currently overrun with monsters? The mission is to rescue an extremely important individual. His name is Zaonic Steelstone. He serves as our territory's blacksmith, and he is a dwarf. Meanwhile, at a hospital in Seoul, Kang Tae-sin stood nearby as Han Song-hyeon gently said, "We should get going, grandmother." "Oh, and I'm perfectly fine. Do not worry about me. Go on. I'm feeling much better now." Even the doctor was surprised. "It seems I will be discharged soon. But there is something rather strange." "Strange? What do you mean?" The doctor said it was as if a high priest had continuously poured divine power into me for several days. How could an ordinary old woman like me have such an extraordinary connection? Han Song-hyeon smiled awkwardly and thought, that was me, of course. Well, I'm sure Grandma will pull through on her own. She's strong, after all, right? Our grandmother spent her whole life caring for others, and now she's finally being rewarded for it. Oh, right. How are your moving plans going? I found a place in the suburbs. It'll be more comfortable to live there. Oh, a detached house? Han Song-hyeon has really made it now. But won't living so far from Seoul be inconvenient? It's a trade-off. Sorry for making you worry, Tae-san, but I can maintain my avatars for much longer now, so traveling long distances is easier. I won't sell my old place. I'll keep it as a base. The main reason I'm buying a larger house is that I don't know how many more avatars might appear in the future. The following day, Harley and the knights arrived in the harsh temperate region. He turned and observed them for a moment. Was everyone so eager because the request had come directly from the Lord? That night was especially impressive. Not only had he delivered the request, but he had also joined the expedition himself. A little farther, and we'll reach the last location from which Zaonic sent a signal. He managed to send one? Yes. As soon as he noticed the monsters behaving strangely, he hid in a secure cave and contacted us with a magical device. Did Zaonic really have to go mountain climbing at a time like this? He couldn't have known things would turn out this way. Besides, there's nothing unusual about a dwarf pursuing rare minerals. After thinking it over, Harley understood. They were all renowned mercenaries from Tazak, yet they were being used as guides. Just how exceptional a blacksmith was Zaonic Steelstone. Harley suddenly shouted a warning. "Watch out! Monsters!" A group of ogres appeared and blocked their path. The knights immediately assumed combat stances. "Leave this to us." They drew bows imbued with fire and unleashed a volley, engulfing their enemies in flames. But their feeble attacks failed to harm the monsters. Damn, do they get stronger the deeper we go? Their strength and defenses are abnormally high too. It looks like I'll have to step in. The markings on Harley's body began to glow. He planted his feet firmly. Then he began pounding the monsters with his bare hands. "Are you punks ready?" He looked like a professional wrestler. "Harley, behind you." 3 at once. Fighting barehanded might not be enough. I could finish this quickly with wild instinct, but then everyone would think I was a monster disguised as a human. Left with no alternative, he chose another method and leaped high into the air. He clenched his fists and rapidly pummeled all 3 monsters. "I'll bring them down before I touch the ground." Invisible hands. What? He sent all 3 flying at once. Now I don't know which one is the real monster. So that works too. Even after seeing it several times today, I still can't get used to it. Zobin suddenly asked, "Harley, what are you doing?" "Oh, saw thee. I was so hungry that I acted out of habit." As usual, his complexion turned slightly purple. "It's a secret art of my tribe. We absorb energy by eating magic stones. I've never heard of anyone capable of doing that. Eating those things must be harmful. There's no way you can be fine." Harley laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I'm fine." But the moment he finished speaking, blood began leaking from his mouth, and his breathing grew ragged. "What's with this nausea? This is so irritating. It's disgusting. I want to smash everything. Should I wipe them all out? Yes. Kill them all." These violent emotions. Thanks to our shared consciousness, I can still remain rational. But that's not all. Every muscle and sense in my body has become sharper. Could this be? Everything within Harley's field of vision was now shrouded in a crimson haze. Madness was spreading throughout the entire forest. Hans gazed at the scene and exclaimed, "What a magnificent sight, wouldn't you agree?" His subordinates nodded in agreement. The woman before him was Olivia, the Banshee Queen. She bowed her head. "I swear my eternal loyalty to His Majesty." She was a high-ranking officer of the Immortal Legion. The Banshee Queen and the Spectral Army she commanded were rare prizes, forces worthy of being recorded in history alongside Intrejo and Chasm. Excellent, Olivia. You have gathered even more power than I expected. At your Majesty's command, I minimized contact with humans and gathered my children. Olivia, I have a task for you. Give the order, and it shall be done. Their organization. Extract every last scrap of information from the Oath of Reversal. Your abilities are perfectly suited to this task. It would be my honor. I, Olivia, shall devote everything I have to it. What do you desire most from them? Absolute obedience, of course. As you command. She extended her hand and cast a spell. Hear me, my children. Hunt down every last remnant of their organization, drain their souls, and offer everything to His Majesty. Meanwhile, Heinz the vampire. He carefully read through the report and sank into thought. So this was how Hans obtained information from the Banshee Queen before. I can get information about that nation's condition from a Varkalak family, information about the underworld from a Banshees, and I can rely on Harley for anything related to madness. Phew, but why do I have such an ominous feeling? As he wrestled with the immediate problem, Mulo delivered another report. Lord Heinz, we have just received word. The monsters in the Demon Forest have begun attacking. I already sent 2 true-blood vampires there, so it should be fine. He continued, that isn't all. Every monster in the northern mountain range has begun moving south. It spread in every direction in an instant. This was madness itself. Simply breathing the air was enough for it to corrupt them. Wait, then what about my group? Damn, they're less affected, but they aren't completely immune. Humans appear to be affected more mildly, at least. Zobin addressed the group. We're almost at our destination, so pick up the pace. Just a little farther. Harley's arm began showing abnormal signs. Still, this really is dangerous. My physical abilities are surging, but in exchange, it feels as though I'm losing control of my own body. For the moment, he was controlling his physical transformation with the physical mutation skill. Without this skill, I'd already be rampaging like those ogres. Everyone stop. What is it? More monsters? You're starting to look like one yourself. Harley burst out laughing and tried to act normally. It suited me pretty well, don't you think? Oh, there he is. The man they had been waiting for, the blacksmith Zonic Steelstone, finally appeared before them. I dug a cave over there. I'll escort you to it. But Harley refused. I'm curious, but I don't think I can go. Harley, don't tell me. Yes, that's right. Monsters are coming. Everyone get down there. As soon as he spoke, the ogres gathered around them. Everyone head down the mountain while guarding the rear. They obeyed and ran for their lives. However, the blacksmith was too slow, and the monsters caught up to him. Someone save me. Hearing his cry, Harley charged in and tore one of the monsters apart, successfully rescuing him. They're so big that chopping them up is really satisfying. Hey, this isn't the time to enjoy yourself. If this continues, they'll catch us in no time. Understanding the situation, Harley grabbed Zaonic and sprinted away at high speed, leaving the dwarf aghast. You have no respect for people at all. She's right. If this continues, they'll slaughter every last one of us except me. Stop saying such terrifying things. Isn't there a better way? Harley paused to think. Sir Knight, I'm almost out of energy. Can I take my share of the magic stones now? What? I don't know what you're planning, but if they're necessary for the mission, I have no reason to refuse. Oh, thanks. I'll leave this old man to you. Harley then stood tall, preparing for his next move. Harley, what are you doing? It's dangerous. You need to get out of here. Weren't you the one who asked if there was a better way? He pulled the red magic stones from his pouch and stuffed them all into his mouth. He bit down and crunched them noisily. I can feel much more intense madness than before. It appears every magic stone contains a different amount of madness. If I absorb the power of madness from these magic stones while controlling it with my skills, then theoretically, I could become many times stronger. In that case, I'll absorb all the madness that has awakened in this world. The individual has now fulfilled the conditions for evolution. The wild instinct skill has evolved into the special skill Mad Beast. Once the transformation was complete, Harley had become indistinguishable from a bloodthirsty beast. He drew 2 axes, and the ogres charged at him without hesitation. Now let the slaughter begin. My entire body is boiling. It's unbearably hot. Both sides launched into a battle to the death. But against Harley's overwhelming power, the ogres were no match. He hacked through them while roaring, "Hurry up and die." In less than 5 minutes, the ogres had been reduced to mangled corpses. Is this the power of Mad Beast? I can barely follow his movements. How is he capable of this? The rumors that he's Tazak's strongest mercenary weren't exaggerated. Not merely Tazak's strongest, the strongest on the entire continent. The remaining ogres tried to launch a surprise attack from behind, but Harley sensed their intentions. He swung one axe in a wide circle and wiped out every last ogre. The area fell silent. That should settle everything. 2 words appeared through the Jade Eye skill, Raging Tempest. That was incredible, Harley. Are you all right? You've got the courage of a dwarf. How can you say that after begging for your life and running away? Zaonic regarded him warily. Oh, well, what is this aura? Every part of my body is telling me to run. I've never felt anything like this before. Harley, what's with that expression? Don't tell me more enemies are coming. Harley laughed loudly. This is bad. If we encounter the monsters headed this way, they'll wipe us all out, except me, of course. We've come too far to give up now. Do something, my muscular friend. Old man, when you saw them earlier, you hid inside a cave, didn't you? That's right. I bravely dug that cave myself. Then can you hide all of us now? Within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 5 will be enough, with my beautiful tool, Ellen. Ellen, it shines just from being held up to the light. Is it a magical tool? Everyone, get ready. With that, he began striking the ground forcefully with his pickaxe. The knight watched him uneasily. Wait, the ground is shaking. Zaonic ignored him and continued digging with complete concentration. After digging for a while, Zaonic turned to everyone. Well, it's quite cozy down here, isn't it? He had created such a place with only a few swings of his pickaxe. He truly was an exceptional dwarf. When Harley checked the system, a message appeared. A tool compatible with the customization skill has been discovered. A tool? Could its properties be comparable to the branch of the world tree that created Harris? The tool identified by the system was Ellen, the pickaxe. It was a pickaxe reborn as a magical tool, imbued with the dwarf Zaonic's secret technique, artisan soul, and refined over 20 years. It was far more remarkable than it appeared, carrying 20 years of Zaonic's history within it. If this is the work of a master artisan, I have to obtain it somehow. As they hid underground, loud noises began coming from above. Something's making a racket up there. Are those the monsters you mentioned earlier? Judging from the noise, they seem to have settled directly above us. They're probably trying to eat the corpses of the monsters we killed. That's not good. They'll detect us easily. Harley burst out laughing, causing Zaonic to stare at him in confusion. What is it, Harley? I just had a great idea. The problem is that they're right above us, correct? Then what if I lure them far away? This time, you'll truly be risking your life. Do you still want to try? Yes. Harley, are you certain? He answered with a confident look. Of course, as long as I have this. What? Why do you want my Ellen? Just as a precaution. You know, it would be extremely useful in a dangerous situation. But this is a magical tool with a limited number of uses. Zaonic thought to himself, what are you hesitating for, Zaonic? No matter how valuable it is, your life matters more. With no other choice, he handed it to Harley. Fine, take it. Thanks. Even as he handed it over, Zaonic still hesitated. Let go. You told me to take it. But with hands as large as yours, you'll only be able to use it as a club. Once he had it, Harley ran off with a triumphant expression. I'll use it well and bring it back safely. Probably. Having lost his pickaxe, Zaonic looked utterly heartbroken. Sorry, but I don't think I'll be bringing it back. Still, I saved your life, so that makes us even. Now I've safely secured Ellen. I've finally got my hands on a dwarf's treasure. The ground split apart, and Harley emerged. As expected, the air outside is wonderfully fresh. Now, then, shall we introduce one monster to another? It seemed that something even more formidable than expected had appeared. Even a high-ranking species like a two-headed ogre could succumb to madness. Judging by that belly, it must have eaten a great many magic stones. Suddenly, the monster's gazes changed. What's it doing? Don't tell me it followed the scent of the magic stones I ate. Well, that's not bad. If I want to get my dwarf friend home safely, I'll have to lead you away from here. In that case, follow me. This should be far enough. No one should find us here. Just as planned, the monster followed Harley to this location. All right, activate physical mutation. Let's have a proper monster versus monster battle. He struck diagonally with both hands. Yes, that's the feeling, the thrill of tearing something apart with my bare hands. You must have thought you'd grown stronger by becoming intoxicated with madness. But there's one problem. You aren't the only one who has devoured madness. As the monster prepared to flee, Harley grinned fiercely. You attacked me first, and now you're running away? Without hesitation, he seized the monster by the head. Don't you think having two heads is a little excessive? Giving it no chance to escape, he continued tormenting it. By then, one of its heads had been torn off, while the second was barely alive. The ogre staggered upright and warned him, "Your arrogance ends here. My subordinates will arrive to reinforce me at any moment." But when it searched for them, they had already been swiftly eliminated. How can this be? A voice sighed from above. Thanks to you, I managed to relieve some boredom. I only came here to run an errand, and I was getting tired of waiting. The one who had eliminated the ogre's subordinates was Heinz the vampire. He gathered the power of blood into his hand. Once the power was concentrated at his fingertip, he fired it like an enormous spear. As expected, two are better than one. Good thing I called Heinz over, though I originally summoned him for something else. Heinz examined the dwarf's pickaxe with interest. Mr. Zaonic's gift will prove very useful. Harley stared at the ogre, drooling. I wonder how much stronger I'll become if I eat this thing. I'll finish you before the madness dissipates. Unable to wait any longer, he sank his teeth deep into its flesh and tore into it like a ravenous wolf. Heinz could only watch in silence. Let's see. I should taste some blood tainted by madness as well. This sensation. It's exactly the same aura I sense from Intrajo. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the red dragon Hearsat was beginning to stir violently. He threatened everything around him. I'll devour you all. I am hungry. I'm starving to death. I'm going mad. He truly was a living dragon. Depending on the era, dragons could be regarded as sacred creatures, but this one had been completely consumed by madness. Rational conversation was impossible. As he roared, his gaze shifted toward the two standing nearby, a human and a vampire. These snacks look delicious. Perhaps the two of you will be enough to soothe my hunger. Which one should I eat first? Wouldn't eating both at once taste better? Harley and Heinz high-fived. Before the dragon could understand what was happening, Heinz spoke. Excuse us. Meanwhile, Harley laughed. A dragon really is something else. You've already healed. Having both a stomach like that and regenerative powers is ridiculously unfair. Lowly creatures. In my entire eternal life, I have suffered defeat only once. Really? Who defeated you? The King of Death. The King of Immortality. The one who condemned me to death. The Immortal King, indeed. But he has perished, and my curse has been lifted. The two exchanged sinister smiles. Unfortunately, we called a friend while we had the chance. The two of us might not be enough. Sorry in advance for bringing up your trauma. Before the dragon could understand, the figure standing before him left him stunned. Why you are? Hans, the third Immortal King, pointed at the dragon. You truly are a dragon corrupted by madness. You will make an excellent test subject. Hearsat froze upon hearing that. What? The Immortal King has returned. I saw you through the memories of the previous Immortal King. If you could awaken from your corpse, as though you had merely been sleeping, who is to say I could not rise from death as well? As the situation grew increasingly terrifying, Hearsat began considering escape. Hans raised his hand and cast a spell. Do not even think about escaping. Within this barrier, your wings are useless. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Avenge us. Hearsat turned toward them with fury in his eyes. Immortal King. He then unleashed terrifying scarlet flames that engulfed the area. Unbelievable. He absorbed all the madness in the air. Even I could not accomplish that. Overwhelming power surged from him. Yes, this unfamiliar power is nature's own will, commanding me to take revenge. I will obliterate you, Immortal King. That would ruin my plans. Will the one called the Immortal King flee? I intended to grant you a painless death, even if it meant losing a little. But allowing that much concentrated madness to dissipate would be such a waste. You despicable wretch. What nonsense are you muttering to yourself? So that is also an option. Since we are not on the same level, I suppose I should toy with you. In that case, there is only one way forward. With those words, Hans slammed his hand against the ground. Intrajo appeared in all his majesty. The sight startled Hearsat. He released a thunderous roar. A true dragon. Intrajo, make sure his flesh and bones remain intact. Remove the curses and decay before you fight him. Obeying the command, Intrajo charged at Hearsat and sank his fangs directly into his neck. Now, let us begin analyzing the best way to carve you apart. Gravity chain, spatial lock, shock absorption, such despicable tricks. When they saw the dragon restrained, Heinz and Harley charged forward. It's time. Such a magnificent body makes my mouth water. I shall savor that precious dragon blood. One after another, they rushed in. Harley began devouring the flesh as voraciously as ever. An endless supply of dragon meat. I'll keep eating until I've fully recovered. But after taking a drink, Heinz grimaced. Ugh, the blood itself is excellent, but the madness mixed into it keeps getting in the way. Wait, madness? When they looked again, Hirsat had shattered the ceiling chains Hans had created. Did you insects think I would simply lie still? His breath attack. At this range, we can't dodge it, but you did not use it. You're not the only one capable of a breath attack. If you keep tormenting me like this, I have no other choice. With that, Hirsat gathered an enormous mass of fire inside his mouth. Then he unleashed it. Burn, accursed dragon. The confrontation reached a deadly stalemate. Seeing this, Heinz joined the attack. Blood flowed up along his wrist. I will concentrate every drop of blood within my body and push the mysteries of blood to their absolute limit. A massive blood greatsword took shape. With the weapon in hand, Heinz used an acceleration skill and swung it forward. The blade struck Hirsat directly in the head. Did it work? But to the dragon, the slash was no more than a mosquito bite. Useless insect. Futile. An ordinary wound like this means nothing. I need only regenerate it. Sorry, but wounding you is not my objective. An insect, you say? That is the perfect word. Faint red veins began spreading throughout Hirsat's body. What is this? The madness stored inside you is so delectable that I slipped a parasite into your body. One so vicious that even deworming medicine would be useless. Inside Hirsat, Harley continued chewing while offering his assessment. The texture isn't bad. Let's see how much I can extract from this restaurant. This truly is the ultimate source of nutrition. The deeper I dig, the more nourishing fat I find. As Harley tried to burrow deeper, the dragon's muscles suddenly contracted around him. You bastard, you're trying to crush me from the inside. My bones and organs feel as though they're about to explode. But even so, I cannot stop here. I'll keep eating until my jaw refuses to move. A notification immediately appeared. The creature's regenerative ability has reached its limit. Regeneration has evolved into super regeneration. My strength, it's coming back. Super regeneration? That's a skill this dragon possesses, but I haven't even fed Harley its magic stone. Pathetic insect. Such trivial tricks. A wound like this can easily be healed, but did not stop there. Harley's skill advanced again. The creature has fulfilled the conditions for evolution. Devour has evolved into the special skill Gluttony. Oh, gluttony? Harley's body suddenly began undergoing a visible transformation. This is, when he looked at his hand, he saw a red dragon scale growing from it. There's no doubt about it. Now I understand. From this moment on, I can absorb attributes simply by eating. I'll devour everything. The longer Harley rampaged inside him, the more irritated Hirsat became. If you refuse to crawl out on your own, I will drag you out. And where do you think you're going? Intrejo immediately lunged forward and bit Hirsat again, denying him any chance to act. So, this is Gluttony's effect? I could barely suppress the madness before, yet even the dragon bloodline has now stabilized. I consumed only a little, but power is already surging through me. The vampire's special skill, True Blood, advanced dramatically. As I thought, the requirement for ascending to Holy Blood must be drinking the blood of an opponent stronger than myself. Meanwhile, Heinz's eyes lit up as he found what he had been seeking. There it is. I finally found it. This is Hirsat's Dragon Heart. Checkmate. The ultimate magic stone, a dragon heart. Bon appétit. Without the slightest hesitation, Harley sank his teeth forcefully into the dragon heart. Hirsat screamed in agony. As his body weakened, he could no longer endure and died a bitter death. You did well, Intrejo. We succeeded. From defeating the two-headed ogre to slaying a dragon, the mission is complete. In the end, the Immortal King, once again, Hirsat's eyes slowly closed. Hans placed a hand on his head and gently stroked it. Rest in peace. This Immortal King has no intention of destroying the world. And if I take a few of your bones, please do not resent me too much. I will put them to good use, along with your blood and horns. Before long, nothing remained of the dragon but bones. Obtaining so many premium ingredients for rare magic at once was extraordinary. A dragon's corpse truly was a priceless treasure. I also acquired blood essence filled with the power of dragon blood. It will certainly prove useful, but Harley was probably the greatest beneficiary today. After absorbing the dragon's flesh, Harley found himself engulfed in madness. From his breathing to the heat raging inside him, everything demanded restraint. Controlling all the madness absorbed from those monsters is difficult. It feels as if my insides are being torn apart. I'll have to use the dragon heart to overcome it. Madness is filling my entire body. I must fuse it with the dragon heart. The creature's race has changed to dragon hybrid. The special skill heart of the mad dragon has been acquired. After seeing the notification, Harley gazed ahead with complete confidence. My race has been upgraded. My entire race has changed. Is this the power of a dragon heart? Special note: by absorbing the mad dragon's heart, the creature has acquired the power of a dragon. It can control the madness within its body and continuously absorb madness from its surroundings. The jewel eye has fused with the dragon eye, further increasing its effectiveness. With the power of mutation, I can bring it out whenever I want. But there is still one concern. Harley tested his strength by stomping on the ground, producing tremendous destructive force. If I increase my body's density any further, I won't be able to bear my own weight. If I can't control this, it'll become a disaster. I should practice before meeting the others. Thus ended the post-raid feast Hans had prepared. Meanwhile, Hans extended his hand and cast a spell over Hirsat's remaining bones. Dark magic began emanating from them. Within moments, the bones began moving and slowly rose as an undead entity. Hans addressed it. "Now speak to me. What is your name?" It answered in a faint, halting voice. "Here. My name is Here." "Very well. Here. I am the King of Death and the Immortal King. I shall grant you a second life. And from this moment onward, I am your master." After receiving the command, Here bowed sincerely before Hans. The scene then shifted to Han Song-hyen, who is now officially beginning life in his new home. Finally, I'm done moving. A home gym, an entire entertainment area, and even a comic book room. I can't believe I fulfill my dream of arranging everything exactly as I want. Unlike before, I can now go outside whenever I please. But staying home is more comfortable, so I put everything I had into this place. It isn't as though I'll never go out again. For now, should I take care of the landscaping? The level lawn looked rather empty. Song-hyen activated a skill, Entity Projection. He immediately switched to Harris. Once Harris landed on the lawn, he invoked the High Elf's power over nature. Tiny shoots gradually developed into a large tree. Before long, 2 or 3 trees had fully grown. They say detached houses are difficult to maintain, but that doesn't apply to me. Next, I'll use Heinz. I summoned him as a precaution, so he can create the primary barrier. Once Entity Projection's cooldown ends, I'll add Hans's and Heinrich's barriers on top of it. Could any house be safer than this? That should take care of the household matters. I suppose it's time to check my earnings. He opened the Merit Shop interface. Oh, I've already earned more than $1 million? Not even a week has passed on Earth. Numbers really do matter. But it had better not be the same as last time. There really is no increase to the number of avatars. Right, I have to do it. There's no other choice. Enhance. The enhancement succeeded. The special skill has been enhanced. The number of avatars you may possess has increased. Now I can increase the number of avatars again. Let's see what else I obtained. Avatar potential has been enhanced. Each entity's learning ability has improved. The avatar's cognitive abilities have increased significantly. Song-hyen chuckled. No wonder it feels as though the mental energy allocated to my avatars has increased. At this rate, will my original body be the only one getting dumber? But after thinking about it, he realized something was wrong. That can't be right. The avatars are me, and I am the avatars. Whatever. On to the next one. The special skill has been enhanced and developed a new variation. The special skill Avatar Cloud has been acquired. Avatar Cloud allows avatars to share items through a small pocket dimension. Avatar Cloud? Sharing items through a pocket dimension means I can transfer things across space. I won't need to bring them back personally anymore. I should test it with the Elven group immediately. When they placed a pickaxe into the item storage, it was successfully stored. Excellent. This will allow me to expand trade with Hubert. I could even send the Death Knight's core that Heinrich kept to Hans. Then shall we begin the main event? Sorry, Zaonic, but consider this proof of your value in my life. It's time to use customization to summon a dwarf. As soon as he began, Song-hyen successfully created a dwarven version of himself in mere moments. I need a craftsman to maintain my avatar's equipment. Ultimately, I need a reliable blacksmith like Zaonic. But when the dwarven avatar appeared, he looked nothing like what Song-hyen had expected. What is this? Why does he look so adorable? This isn't the kind of dwarf Zaonic described. Utterly disappointed, Song Hyen immediately opened the appearance adjustment menu. Set the race's height to the maximum. Make the face look slightly more mature. Give him a beard so he appears more distinguished. Adjust the physique too. He started to look better. They are finished. This dwarf will work as a blacksmith. Now he finally looks like a proper dwarf. From this moment onward, your name is Howard. A pleasure to meet you. Howard. Race, dwarf. Trait, artisan spirit. Special note, the 8th avatar of Han Song Hyen, a dwarf who wields the artisan's pickaxe. Perfect. He's exactly what I wanted. Even his first link skill is just what I needed. If I had to point out one minor problem, it would be that, like Harris, he lacks common knowledge. I'll have to link him with Harley again, but the North is currently in chaos, so I can't do that immediately. It's decided then. Heinrich will have to step in. Meanwhile, Heinz took out his phone. He called Jean Soran. It's been a while. Have you been well? Oh, Lord Heinz. Is something important happening? She asked from the other end. I have an urgent favor to request. A favor? Please, just give me your orders. Prepare materials on material engineering, especially metallurgy and the study of metals. I do not care how much you bring. Documents, videos of artisans, or anything else will do. Smithing techniques can be practiced using information from Earth. I will need to establish a forge in Turok. Practical training will be the most effective method in Auterica. Thus, the avatars could now use Avatar Cloud to transport items to one another. Oh, Avatar Cloud is extremely useful. I never imagined receiving Heinrich's gift could be this easy. At last, I'll be able to make proper use of my resources. Hans raised his hand. Now arise. I have work for you. Another undead emerged in response to Hans's summoning. Who are you? How dare you summon me, McCain? Hans folded his arms and answered, It is I. Oh, Immortal King. I was certain the hero had defeated me. Please forgive me. To think you even remember the name McCain. You truly are extraordinary. I swear my eternal loyalty to the Immortal King. According to the previous Immortal King's memories, McCain was better suited to being a strategist. The more useful subordinates Hans possessed, the better. Green flames then appeared nearby. Olivia, offer my respects to the king. Hans asked, What brings you here so suddenly? I have come to report on the task you assigned me. Is that so? Then give me your report. As ordered, I pursued the oath of reversal and gathered every piece of information I could find. My abilities were well suited to the mission. We expanded our investigation from the western region across the entire continent, eventually reaching the territories of the Central Empire, and I discovered a location believed to be one of their main strongholds. You finally found one. Excellent work, Olivia. I shall devote myself entirely to you, my king. Olivia did not even have bones, so how exactly could she devote her body and soul? Hearing that thought, she turned and gave McCain a chilling stare. Death Knight, I have a task for you. Assist Olivia. What? He glanced back at her. She still wore the same expression and the same empty shell of a body, yet he felt as though he were about to be butchered. Yes, Immortal King, I shall obey. Olivia, make certain they submit. If necessary, you may take Chasm with you. Yes, everything shall be done according to your will. At last, the oath of reversal was within his reach. Just a little longer. Wait for me. I will come for you soon. Tabija, Asian Empire, Central Continent. Dark energy began swirling outside. Inside was an aristocratic-looking young woman with pink hair and a blue dress. As she gazed outside, she wondered if she had caught Olivia's scent for a moment. Well, it must have been my imagination. There is no way she could discover me now. She was Sienna, the current leader of the Oath of Reversal. I will never become your slave again, former Immortal King. A knock came from outside a moment later. The young woman returned to her usual demeanor and spoke. Comin. A drunken man entered. He was an oath-breaker named Ander Zephyr. You are as beautiful as ever. Enough nonsense, Sander. Have you identified the new head of the Brokaslack clan? Of course. Our target possesses the blood of a true vampire. His name is Heinz. Even if he is a true blood, how did he take control of an entire vampire clan? Ander scratched his head. Well, I'm not certain about that yet. She immediately flew into a rage. What did you say? Sienna, your horns are showing. As I told you, my trajectory observation is practically a form of prophecy, but I need to upgrade it with karma to see more details. Enough. I do not want to hear your excuses. She should have provided him with at least some information. No matter how powerful a long-range surveillance skill was, the view would remain blurry without enough data. In any case, it is fortunate that the new head of Brokaslack is not a sacred blood. We can eliminate him easily. He then asked her, "Are you going to handle this yourself?" Sienna, open it. She slowly opened the watch. The most powerful vampire clan on the continent, Nebezia, is preparing to launch a war of invasion. You gathered that information quickly. Impressive, right? Well, it was a special request from you. I devoted all of Heder Jazit's resources to it. The composition of the metals, how to handle a hammer, and practical applications cannot be understood from data alone. Still, a dwarf is a dwarf. Howard should be able to understand it, right? Once the portal's cooldown ended, he would send Howard to Hubert's workshop. Jean, Soren added, "Oh, right? There's one more thing I need to report." "What is it?" "I confirmed that the Heaven Reversing Society has been contacting other guilds." "Other guilds?" "I intended to investigate further and discover who they are." What was the Heaven Reversing Society plotting? Still, there was no need to rush. He could deal with them when the time came. Tom was on his side. His avatars had grown stronger over the past 10 months, while only 1 month had passed on Earth. Outside the castle, a hooded young woman appeared and knocked on the door. The butler noticed her and went to answer it. "Yes, I am coming." "A child? May I ask what brings you here?" "I have come to see Mulo. Take me to him." How dare this child speak so disrespectfully of Lord Mulo? "Do you have an appointment?" "An appointment? Do I need one?" "He will know who I am if you announce Bojiki." "How insolent." "I will inform Lord Mulo, so please leave for now." "There is no need." "Welcome, Lady Brocaslack." "It has been a long time, Mulo." Lady Brocaslack. Could this person truly be the founder of the clan, the Sacred Blood Brocaslack? "My apologies for failing to receive you properly, Lady Brocaslack. Priscilla is not here at present." "Ahem. I told you to call me Bojiki." Brocaslack sounds far too formal. "Yes, my lady. This was going to be troublesome." Her next scheduled visit was not for another 20 years. Why had she suddenly appeared now? Something was strange. The child standing at the front gate had not changed in essence. Yet there were far too many inexplicable differences. He did not even recognize his own master. Is that so? I'm not certain. Do not bother denying it. You know the truth. Mulo could not oppose Lady Bojiki, nor did he want to. And this had happened precisely while Lord Hines was away. He has undoubtedly inherited my blood, but can that alone truly change someone so drastically? Anyway, where's the one who made you like this? Fear gradually spread across Mulo's face. She already knew everything and was merely testing them. With no other option, he explained, "Lady Bojiki, he is currently away." "Is that so? Then I suppose I shall remain here until he returns." "Have them prepare a room." "Of course, my lady." She studied Mulo's expression and remained silent for a moment. How fascinating. I have always dreamed of this, strengthening our bloodline through evolution and passing superior blood to our descendants. If such a thing were truly possible, I believe that we vampires might finally step into the light. And after awakening from my slumber, I discovered someone who had actually opened the door to that possibility. How intriguing. My admirable descendant, and the traitor who dared challenge my blood. Meanwhile, Harley was energetically finishing off the monsters for everyone. "All right, everyone, get out of here right now." "Good grief, you startle me." "Harley, it looks like you defeated your opponent. Are you all right?" It was certainly a difficult battle, but for some reason, I feel even more energetic now." "What? Harley, are those scales on your body?" "What? Really? Well, anyway, we do not know when another monster might appear. Let us hurry to the Steel Fortress." After saying that, he raced forward like a madman. Izani wondered aloud. "But have you noticed?" "What?" "You are incredibly powerful, and you seem to be growing even stronger." "Is that so? You have become this strong, so why? Why can I not sense Ellen's energy at all? Could we have failed to protect her? Did something terrible happen?" Hearing this, Harley's face grew tense. At last, the question he had been dreading had come. Perhaps it would be better for Howard to gain experience from Izani, but he could not allow himself to become entangled in this matter now. Lowering his head, Harley answered gravely, "The truth is, there's a deeply painful story behind all of this." "A story?" Thus began Harley's tale, the great adventure of two friends forever. Harley began fabricating a story to deceive Izani. At first, everything went smoothly. The enemy was certainly formidable, but we had anticipated that. Then something happened. The enemy completely surrounded the area. I could hardly believe it. How could I possibly defeat all those gigantic monsters? I gave it everything I had and continued slaughtering them, but I gradually began to tire. Damn it, there were more behind me. In the end, a surprise attack struck me. Just as I accepted that death was near, that unforgettable moment arrived. "Ellen, did you save me?" You saved me? No. She shattered into hundreds of pieces right before my eyes. I will never forget that moment. I swear I never will. I flew into a rage and began attacking the ogres. I was determined to avenge Ellen myself. Tears welled in Izani's eyes. That is such a tragic story. At the height of my desire for vengeance, I suddenly realized that dragon blood flowed through my veins. I only discovered it because of the final opportunity Ellen gave me. It appears that dragon blood remained dormant in my ancestry. Perhaps its inheritance was interrupted around 300 years ago because of the Great War. Understand, I believe that answers the mystery. It makes perfect sense. Your dragon blood awakened when you were in mortal danger. What a magnificent legend. That explains why you became so powerful. Ah, is that so? Zobin suddenly noticed something ahead and cried out in surprise. Everyone look, if we cross that area, we will reach the steel fortress. Izani asked, then why have we stopped here? Look carefully. When they looked down, they saw countless ogres scattered across the ground. Yet something even more horrifying caught their attention. That is a mutated minotaur. It has already reached the steel fortress. We need to hurry, but be careful. The situation inside the fortress looks extremely dangerous. All right, let's go. We're going to save everyone. The Minotaur was still fighting, and the fortress soldiers were struggling desperately against it. It had easily defeated the mages of the Holy Church and the Lesser Magic Tower, and not even mercenaries gathered from across the continent could approach it. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He is here. He has finally arrived." Harley descended from the sky at a terrifying speed. The Minotaur abruptly jerked its head around. Before it could react, Harley landed on its horn. He was a true one-horn monster. Harley bared his teeth in a confident grin. A monster, you say? Then I will show you what a real monster looks like. He seized the Minotaur's horn and mercilessly snapped it off. How does the strength of a real monster feel? The Minotaur panted heavily. It returned to a defensive stance and continued fighting Harley. Oh, so we are settling this with brute force? Excellent. Come at me. The two charged at each other and tore into one another. The Minotaur released a deafening roar, and blood erupted from the ensuing collision. The fortress soldiers peered out to see what had happened. The Minotaur's remaining horn had been broken, and it had even lost an arm. Its wounds were too severe, and it collapsed dead. The sight was beyond anything they had imagined. You were never a match for me. The triumph of justice filled everyone with joy. We won. We did it. Seeing them cheer brought Harley some relief. These horns might prove useful. Howard could use them to craft equipment. But the greatest prize was inside the corpse. Harley pulled a red jewel from its abdomen. Madness control would help restrain the insanity invading his body. If he intended to use the Minotaur's genes, he would definitely have to apply them to his lower body. Harley regarded the Minotaur's corpse with satisfaction. The soldiers began running toward him. "We survived because of you. Well done." "It was nothing. Lord Tamananya is currently here. He said he wishes to meet you personally." This time, it was the actual Lord. "The battle is over now, so why not rest for a while?" But the moment Zobin blinked, Harley had already vanished. Unbelievable. Did he run off already? Without hesitation, Harley rushed straight toward the Lord's office. After running desperately, Zobin finally caught up with him. Harley was standing before the door, about to open it, when Zobin somehow arrived just in time to stop him. "Harley, wait. I have told you about the lore many times, but you should still behave cautiously." "What? Is there something wrong with me?" "You need to be as polite as possible." Harley thumped his chest and declared, "Do not worry. Politeness is part of my very nature." "Ah, all right, fine. Let us go." They slowly opened the door. Before them stood Tamananya, ruler of the Anya territory. He welcomed them warmly. "So, you're Harley? It is a pleasure to meet you. Come closer and take a seat." Harley replied loudly, "Oh, hello, my lord." The way he spoke made Zobin increasingly nervous. "I have heard many impressive things about you, but meeting you in person is truly different. I do not even know how I am supposed to behave. To be honest, I only did everything for the payment. Still, it was amazing, was I not?" Zobin stared at him as though begging him to stop talking nonsense. "In any case, your remarkable achievements during this mission make you fully deserving of a reward." "Oh, a reward? I do not need anything extravagant." The Lord unconsciously clenched his fist before making an offer. "I propose that you become an official knight of the Anya territory." Harley immediately responded, "No, I do not want to." His answer left everyone dumbfounded. The nearby retainers angrily rebuked him. "You bastard! How dare you answer the Lord like that? How can you be so disrespectful?" "Enough. Everyone calm down. Harley explained, I do not need anything so troublesome. I only want an impressive axe to use. An axe? Then I shall grant you a perfect axe made of Zaonic steel. Thank you, my lord. You are truly generous, just as a proper lord should be. Deep inside, however, Tam and Anya's thoughts were filled with schemes. That was right. He was never stingy when rewarding those who deserved it. A simple refusal could be dealt with another way. He would eventually have Harley in the palm of his hand. Harley was equally calculating. He would wait for another opportunity, pretend to side with the Lord, and seize him when the time was right. The two stared at one another and burst into laughter. Zobin felt a chill run down his spine as he watched them. Evening was beginning to fall. Hubert and his colleagues were inspecting the area. My lord, I have heard that the workshop you requested for Howard has been completed. Really? Is everything in order? Yes, my lord. We have prepared the most advanced equipment and sufficient personnel to support his work. From now on, the guild will provide anything Howard needs. Make certain you treat him with the same respect you show me. As they continued walking, a figure in a long black robe appeared behind them. Hubert suddenly stopped. His instincts warned him that something was wrong. What? There are 4 of you. What? Where did that man come from? The hooded figure gave Hubert a sinister smile. He revealed his face, his eyes unmistakably those of a vampire. You reacted quickly, but you were already too late. Before Hubert could understand what was happening, a surprise attack struck him, sending blood pouring from his face. The pain in his organs made him cough repeatedly. His body soon gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. His 3 subordinates cried out to him, Master, Master, what happened? What is going on? Why is there a vampire here? Master, please wake up. The vampire's eyes gleamed with malicious amusement. One of the 3 subordinates approached Hubert to examine him. But Hubert had suffered a fatal injury from a single blow. Master, are you all right? Hurry, move him somewhere safe so he can receive treatment. However, the system announced that instant death immunity had activated, reducing the damage to a severe injury. Instant death immunity would now be unavailable for 24 hours. Without that skill, Hubert would have died. The attacker was a vampire, and at the very least, he was probably a pureblood. Why would such a high-ranking vampire target Hubert? What reason could he possibly have? If they discovered that Hubert was still alive, they would undoubtedly return for him. After some time, his subordinates moved him somewhere he could rest. Hans will investigate that man's identity. For now, I should withdraw to ensure my safety. I have a way to contact Howard. I'll handle all business matters through him. His subordinates stared at him in confusion. What? Why would you? These people were recommended by my trusted associates in the South, so they can be trusted. My priority right now is receiving treatment. After giving his instructions, Hubert teleported away. Thus, Hubert was released from his summoning in the other world. Meanwhile, at the stronghold of the vampire from earlier, the man seated on the throne asked his subordinates, Is everything ready? The man on the throne was the clan head, Bears Nebezia. The bespectacled man was a pure-blood vampire of the clan named Theodore Nebezia. He knelt and continued, My lord, I have come to report that the mission in Tajik has been completed. Tajik? Yes. We eliminated the merchant who was secretly colluding with Brokaslack. We have successfully diverted their attention. The clan head praised him. Well done, Klein. You have successfully paved the way for an all-out war. It is an honor, my lord, though the task was hardly difficult. The timing truly was perfect. Moreover, have you finished verifying the information obtained from the Oath of Reversal? That is not all, my lord. The Blood Gate has also been completed. Are the coordinates accurate? Yes, my lord. Before heading to Teleria, I will stop at Labella to make preparations. If we depart from there, we should arrive around noon. Bears raised his chin and pondered for a moment. So an unknown vampire has taken control of Brokaslack. I am beginning to look forward to meeting him. Make your preparations. Yes, my lord. We shall advance on Teleria. Meanwhile, Olivia spoke leisurely. Young man, if you keep this up, you will collapse from exhaustion. While I am tracking the Oath of Reversal, you also want me to find the vampire who attacked Hubert. My spirit familiars are searching the entire continent, but they have yet to uncover a single clue. Today, we will only monitor Labella from a distance. She discovered that Nebezia's subordinates were beginning to arrive through summoning. Oh my, it seems I have spotted a few children. I should report this to the Immortal King. Upon receiving the news, Hans thought, an attack from another vampire clan? So the attack on Hubert was intended to divide our forces. The other two members of the three great vampire clans are the Abepo clan in the east and the Nebezia clan in the central region. Of the two, Nebezia possesses the greatest military strength. It seems Olivia once belonged to the Nebezia clan. If that is true, Brokeslak's forces alone will not be enough. We need to send reinforcements. Meanwhile, Milo was busy working through a pile of documents. Suddenly, Bojiki called his name from outside, causing him to stop. She opened the door with an extremely urgent expression. "Excuse me, I need to come in." "Lady Bojiki, greetings. Why are you here?" "Milo, you had better prepare for battle." "Battle? Has something happened?" "No, nothing has happened yet. I simply have a bad feeling." "What? Is that all? If I order you to prepare, then do it and keep your mouth shut. Do you think I would fabricate something like this?" It was difficult to believe that a war could erupt so suddenly. However, the intuition of his sacred blood was never wrong. Lord Hines was not there, but they had no other choice. They needed to prepare their defenses immediately. As night fell, all 4 sacred bloods and 44 true bloods had assembled. They are all elite warriors, so we will undoubtedly crush Brokeslak in an instant. There is no need for empty boasts. We will march into Teleria before those fools even realize what is happening. At that moment, the clan head sensed something that made his face turn pale. "Is something wrong, my lord?" "It is nothing." He looked up at the crescent moon with hatred in his eyes. This strange feeling must merely be an illusion. We only need to eliminate a band of underlings without a sacred blood. He stepped forward and skillfully leaped down. Today will mark the end of Brokeslak. Meanwhile, Hans watched the Nebezia clan's movements from high above. Surprised, he activated the Eye of the Abyss to obtain a clearer view and realized that they had already begun their operation. The sacred bloods of the Nebezia clan? This is troublesome. Heinz still needs more time before he can be summoned. If I intervene personally, I will attract far too much attention, and Heinrich cannot leave the Holy Land. But there is someone here who bears a grudge against the vampires because of what happened to Hubert. That warrior is the perfect person for this task. Hurry over here, Harley. Meanwhile, an interrogation was taking place at the church. "Seize that suspicious man. Someone with a head like that cannot possibly be human." "Of course I am. I have official church identification right here." "Shut your mouth, you giant." "Damn it. How many times is this going to happen?" "Oh, this seems interesting. Is something wrong, my lord? I feel somewhat uneasy." "Brokeslak. It feels as though that old ghost has returned." "Are you referring to Brokeslak's sacred blood? What is there to fear from her? With me here, there is no need to be afraid." "It is nothing, my lord. I am merely concerned about the losses we might suffer if something unexpected happens." "Forget it. Let's advance. Let no one forget that the Nebezia clan has no equal." The castle's exterior was now reinforced by a protective barrier. Bojiki sipped her tea and said, "The defensive barrier remains stable. How are the other preparations progressing?" "We have recruited more fighters, but the situation remains extremely grim. We have no other choice. The enemy is already too close." "Can you see and sense them approaching us?" "Of course. They are directly across from us." As soon as she finished speaking, clan head Bears stormed straight into the office. "You're still alive, Brokeslak? You truly are tenacious. I thought you had died or been captured somewhere." She immediately taunted him. "Still as rude as ever, I see. Is that a custom of the Nebezia clan?" He replied, "I will kill you right here and wipe that smug expression off your face." There he goes again, spouting nonsense. What an idiot. The situation was highly unfavorable. Even if Lady Bojiki dealt with bears, the others would still be a serious problem. The difference in strength between the two sides was far too great. However, they still had a trump card. Within this barrier, their side would receive a significant increase in strength. Once you set foot on Brokeslak territory, do not expect to leave alive. The blood domain continued to increase in power. Standing nearby, Milo raised his hand and summoned someone. "Come fort, Priscilla." Oh, what a large gathering of guests. "Priscilla, because of this magical barrier, you're the only one I can summon for now. Use your full power to protect Brokeslak." Upon hearing this, the clan head understood the situation. He turned his attention toward Milo. "What a pointless waste of effort and time. If I kill you, the defensive barrier will collapse, correct?" The instant his claws reached for Milo's neck, an explosion stopped him. Bears looked back and saw Bojiki standing directly in front of him. You are underestimating me. Seeing this, he changed targets. Very well. I will deal with this hag first. You truly are asking for a beating. Priscilla and Theodore immediately joined the battle. Brokislack, slaughter those who dare invade our territory. Nebezia, crush these fools who do not know their place. The battle between the two clans rapidly approached its climax. Meanwhile, outside the blood domain, Harley destroyed the barrier. Klein turned around in confusion. There is something behind us. What the hell? Who dared to destroy the blood domain? When he looked more closely, Harley smiled with vengeance in his eyes and shouted, Was it you? Were you the one who attacked Hubert? I finally found you. Hubert? What connection does he have to that man? Harley's arm was now covered in scales through the power of the warrior dragon. Theodore asked Klein, How did you handle that matter? Lord Theodore, I assure you that I erased every trace perfectly. Someone followed you all the way here, and you still intend to deny your failure? But I'm telling the truth. Oh, you dare lower your guard in front of me? Theodore nearly took one of Priscilla's fists directly to the face. Damn it, we must deal with this bastard first. Call the other True Bloods here. Oh, more True Bloods? Excellent. I finally have a chance to test my new abilities. Bio-Aura and Madness. Activate. Dragon Scales and Wind Barrier as well. The commander of the Vampire Legion and its executioner? No, all of you are equally guilty. What kind of monster is this? I will make all of you regret touching Hubert. Harley unleashed his tremendous power and began eliminating them one by one. My goodness, what will you do now? Your disciples are being beaten to a pulp by a heroic young man. Just what kind of bizarre creature did he bring with him? Am I obligated to explain that to you? Yet inwardly, she thought, to be honest, even I do not know. Forget it. This will be over soon. My people are far more capable than yours. This is unbelievable. I cannot even follow the battle. So this is the legendary clash of causality between Sacred Bloods. The two stared at each other for a long moment before resuming their taunts. You have finally made a mistake, you demon. Just as I expected, you're using all your strength in this battle. If I were still in my prime, this would be simple, but I have grown considerably weaker with age. I do not know who that man is, but I will need a little more support. Harley was also paying close attention. His radiant dragon heart was sounding an alarm. That Brokislack True Blood is incredibly formidable. It will be too late by the time Heinz arrives, so I will use every resource at my disposal to fight you. Mutation, Frenzied Beast, Demon God's Battle Mark, Bio-Aura, and Selflessness. Harley activated all his skills in succession. With all these powers combined, I will become the ultimate life form. The Nebezia subordinates stared at Harley's current appearance in terror. Is he truly a monster? Harley no longer resembled a human. He looked like a savage beast preparing to tear its prey apart. What kind of monstrous species is he? Is he some sort of hybrid? Is this not wonderful? So this is what it feels like to wield all the draconic power I have absorbed. Excellent. Let us test the strength of this form. All right, let us begin. Enhanced firepower. That madman dares to launch a surprise attack on Lord Nebezia. Damn it, stop him. We must stop him immediately. How did he penetrate the defensive magic? Harley charged directly toward the battle between Bojiki and Bears, his expression resembling that of an utterly deranged creature. Bears seemed to notice something. Sparks from the barrier crackled around Harley's hand. Damn, merely touching that magical domain shattered my scales. So this is how the vampire's protective blood magic domain operates. However, if I synchronize the dragon heart with the power hidden within that demonic eye, I should become strong enough to break through this domain's defenses. Harley let out a tremendous roar. Using both hands and all his strength, he tore through the barrier. The protective layer quickly shattered into pieces. Has that man lost his mind? Ha ha ha. Are you the leader of this lot? That is right. What kind of monster are you? Consider me the representative of all the victims you slaughtered. Bears clicked his tongue. Victims? When Bears turned around, Harley had already raised his fist. If the murderer does not know who his victims are, then he will have to become a new victim for me to torment. Harley's fist slammed into Bears' face and sent him flying. How did it feel to take a punch straight to the face? Just as Harley began celebrating, Bears' voice sounded from behind him. Worthless. It appears you are suffering from an illusion within the domain itself. What? Impossible. I clearly felt my fist strike you. Did you think someone carrying primordial sacred blood like me would be hit by such a trivial attack? Oh, do you really think that means you are safe? Bears flinched upon hearing him. What? Did my insignificant attack not distract you just now? All you can do is run your mouth and bluff. However, during that brief lapse in concentration, Bojiki landed a devastating blow on him. You wretched bastard. Thank you, you strange fellow. Thanks to you, the battle is balanced again. Ha ha ha. I'm heading back over there to continue fighting. The moment Harley returned to Bears' subordinates, they became wary of him. You there. We will not let you approach Lord Bears again. We will finish you here. Bold words, but everything has already gone according to my plan. Someone else will take care of your leader, so I can fight all of you without worrying. Just as expected, every one of them was beaten to a pulp. After watching all his comrades die, Klein's face turned pale. Is Brokaslak truly this powerful? They're still overwhelming us despite being vastly outnumbered. No, at this rate I am going to die. If I cannot find an opening. What the hell is this? Space has been completely isolated. Heinz appeared behind him and asked, "Was it you?" Klein spun around and shouted, "Who are you?" Heinz slowly approached him. Who was bold enough to lay a hand on Hubert? What, Hubert? Before Klein could comprehend what was happening, Heinz thrust his bare hand straight through his heart. The blood in Klein's body began flowing into Heinz. Before dying, he bitterly regretted the previous attack. I should never have accepted this mission. First that monster, and now this bastard. Just how important is that man Hubert? After swiftly finishing him off, Heinz flicked his hand and answered his own question. Why? He is naturally an important figure who will soon dominate commerce across the entire continent. A notification appeared. New blood factors acquired. Through the effects of the special hybridization skill, the individual's physical attributes have increased. This is the first time I have activated this skill in a Terzica, and the first time I have absorbed the blood of a vampire outside the Brokaslak clan. This is rather interesting. Hidden skill, concealment, activate. All right, now let us proceed toward victory. Meanwhile, Theodore was struggling in his battle against Priscilla. She continued taunting him as they fought. It is fascinating how your expression keeps changing. Everything has gone beyond my expectations. I never imagined Brokaslak would possess this level of strength. Heinz's voice suddenly interrupted their battle. Are you the deputy commander of the Nebezia clan? My lord, you have finally arrived. When Theodore saw Heinz, his face filled with apprehension. Is this man the lord of this territory? But why is he merely staring at me without saying anything? The surroundings fell silent. Heinz thought, if he truly is the deputy commander of the Nebezia clan, is that not the same position Mulo once held? Heinz smiled, his expression revealing his desire. If so, this is a talented individual I absolutely must recruit. It would be wonderful if he joined our side. What is with that perverted smile? Why are you looking at me like that? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Heinz, the new lord of the Brokaslak clan. I already know that, and before long, I will also become your master. What the hell is this? While Theodore was distracted, Priscilla seized his arms and restrained him. Once everything was under control, Heinz approached, slowly placed a hand against Theodore's face, and bared his sharp fangs. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly for the Brokaslak clan. Meanwhile, Bears began to tremble in fear at the sight before him. How did things turn out like this? How did everything fall apart? Damn it, they promised to send reinforcements if the situation became critical. Where are those damn members of the Oath of Reversal? The Abyssal Demon skill has been activated, dispatching elite reinforcements to Aboso. However, he had no idea that Hans had already dealt with the reinforcements on his side. I am very curious to see what kind of leader he will become. I shall entrust you with a great responsibility. You have impressed me immensely. Pure bloodlines truly are the finest. Are you Lord Heinz? I have been wondering what sort of person our new lord would be, but you appear truly remarkable. Oh, thank you. Are you the legendary Sacred Blood of Varkalak? Would you please call me Aboso? I prefer that name. Harley then walked over and burst into laughter. I suppose forms of address are important, but it seems we are interrupting someone. How dare you mock me? This is not over yet. Who do you think I am? Enraged, Bears immediately began fighting Heinz. His attacks grew faster and faster until he struck one of Heinz's arms. However, the moment Bears let down his guard, he was struck as well. Harley seized the opportunity and leaped in. You have not forgotten something, have you? He then drove a fist straight into the clan head's back. Bears swung his arm violently at Harley. He shouted, "You are nothing but worthless fools who can accomplish nothing on your own. Do you not see how pathetic you look? Oh, really? Then where is the vampire who was supposed to help you attack us?" Bears found himself in an increasingly desperate position. No, this cannot be. Fury twisted his face. I will become the king of all vampires. I cannot fall here. Before he noticed, Heinz was already behind him. Then I shall inherit your ambition. You are merely an inexperienced lord, yet you dare act so arrogantly? Do you intend to seize sacred blood by devouring your own kind? Worse still, blood from another clan? You will be cursed and die a gruesome death. Who knows what the future may bring? The next instant, Heinz decisively sank his fangs into Bears's neck, bringing Bears's glorious era to an end. Impossible, you bastard. Will he truly obtain sacred blood from another clan? Heinz told him, from now on, you need not concern yourself with your clan. I will care for them. Their bloodline will continue beneath my rule. I have always dreamed of a way to unite every clan and all vampires under a single banner. You will be the one who leads us to glory, the one true king. I was furious over everything you had done, but that fury gave me the strength to rise. I have desired this for a very long time. Bears's body rapidly dissolved into smoke. Once it was over, a new power of blood enveloped Heinz's body. Another transformation appeared to be underway. A Tezuka, a new sacred bloodline, has been born. Evolution is possible once the necessary conditions have been fulfilled. The Blood Kindred's special skill, True Blood, has evolved into Sacred Blood. Further evolution is possible once the necessary conditions have been fulfilled. The stealth and concealment skills have fused and evolved into the special skill Presence Erasure. You're now Heinz 2. Race, Sacred Blood Vampire. Furthermore, through the special trait Hybrid Evolution, you have forcibly inherited Sacred Blood and completed your evolution. You can now exert a minor influence over the Nebezia bloodline and partially manipulate the threads of causality. Transcendent perception, which had already reached the realm of extrasensory awareness, has now surpassed its limits. Space, and even time itself, seems to lie within your grasp. I can sense the flow of causality. So this is the power of sacred blood? If not for Eboso, we never could have one. She could only stare blankly at Heinz, unable to find the words. Thanks to this, I had the opportunity to witness something exceptionally rare. Now that my revenge is complete, I should return immediately. I had to put everything else aside to come here. All right, Harley, thank you very much for your help. You do not owe me anything. They were the ones who attacked my friend first. Are you not on Hubert's side? In that case, I will return to Talia now. After Harley departed, Eboso asked Heinz, "Are you sure it's all right to let him leave like that? He looks extremely suspicious to me." "It is fine. I already investigated him." "Understood, if that is what you say." Heinz then looked toward the subordinates standing behind them. A cunning smile crossed his face. "It seems our family has gained even more new members." Meanwhile, the vampires of the rebel Oath of Reversal had risen against King Tulik. What is this? Why has Chasm, Supreme Commander of the Immortal Legion, appeared here? Our branches lost contact one after another. I suspected that the main clan was involved, but was the Immortal Legion responsible for all this? McCain spoke. "You're only realizing that now? What fools! Chasm, do not allow a single one of them to escape." They began to panic. "We shall all obey your majesty's command." Meanwhile, Hans was silently observing everything. Olivia approached him and reported, "Did you summon me?" "Your Majesty, these wretches are traitors from the Oath of Reversal who attempted to infiltrate Talia during this operation. It appears that high-ranking members were involved this time. Interrogate them and uncover the location of the mastermind behind them." "As you command, Your Majesty." Olivia's spirits began closing in, terrifying the entire group. "Stay away from us." But it was already too late. Their fate now hung by a thread. Elsewhere, Howard was expertly forging a weapon. This is absolute perfection. It is completely different from a human body. Exactly what one would expect from a mastersmith. On Earth, I gather information with Hubert's help, while in a Tezuka, I can train 10 times more efficiently than on Earth. First, I repeatedly hammer the metal. Then I use my power to melt and heat it, before blowing air into the forge to intensify the flames. At this rate, I will become the greatest blacksmith in the world. Meanwhile, Hubert was still receiving treatment from Heinrich's holy power. He is recovering quickly. The compatibility between a Tezuka's sacred laws and super recovery is better than I expected. Once the next spatial portal opens, we can send him home. Wait, send him home? If Hubert leaves, I will lose all that blacksmithing knowledge, will I not? Han Sung-hyen stared at him thoughtfully for a moment. That is unacceptable. He then opened the system interface. Thanks to Heinz devouring that sacred blood, I have accumulated even more merit. Although the upgrade cost has increased, I'm the only one who can save myself. Having made up his mind, he selected the option to upgrade his unique skill. Avatar's potential is being enhanced. You may now select the basic traits of newly created avatars within certain limitations. Basic traits? Does that mean I can choose a starting skill? Alright then, create avatar. So I have to choose one of these. I understand X-ray vision and ice resistance, but what is scalpel binding? It grants an additional effect when forming a blood pact. It will be extremely useful with Harris, an elf. However, it only works when there is a bound target available for summoning. But wait, summoning? That sounds interesting. Furthermore, I can also change classes and become a mage. Excellent. Then it is decided. At last, another avatar began to take shape. Han Sung-hyen raised it in his hands and considered his options. Let me see. Your name shall be Hesperon. You will become the greatest summoner of all. Meanwhile, Heinrich and the Saintess were walking through the courtyard. By His Holiness's command, I hear that every major power will attend this summit. They only gather when the continent is facing a dire crisis. By now, everyone has grown extremely anxious. Even so, many things will change after today. The Saintess turned and gazed up at the sky, offering a prayer. May the future of this land follow the right path. At last, the Continental Summit was about to begin. It was a gathering place for all the heroes who protected this land. The Central Azizian Empire and the Grand Duchy of Zohan, in particular, only expressed their willingness to participate after being directly affected by the chaos. This would certainly not be an easy meeting. The spatial portal remained active. They have arrived, emerging from a gate, with the representatives of the Elf Kingdom. Sometime earlier, in Durzania, the capital of Enamel, Harris sighed contentedly. Ah, what refreshing weather. Even the sunlight is wonderful. This is what it means to be alive. And there is one more thing. Harris hugged the bough against his body in delight. Oh, this feels incredible. Simply embracing its wooden frame makes me feel completely at one with nature. This bough is named Themet, a weapon crafted from a branch bestowed by the world tree itself. Its power can be enhanced by both spiritual energy and elven magic. It offers outstanding performance, exquisite craftsmanship, and a beautiful design. Better still, it is an exclusive weapon intended only for elves. It is truly magnificent. You have fulfilled the requirements, and evolution is now proceeding. The skill nature affinity has evolved into the special skill assimilation with nature. Harris grew increasingly pleased as he read the message. I continue drawing power from nature, even while resting. I want to remain here forever. While Harris was relaxing, his spirit suddenly awakened him. What is it, Jezebel? Is someone approaching? If so, remove the sound barrier. This sound control skill became incredibly convenient after reaching the intermediate level. Harris, why are you still awake? Well, oh, is that you, Shapiron? But she looked somewhat different than usual. Frowning, she asked, "What are you staring at? Your ears look a little unusual." What? We will be attending the Continental Summit as envoys, correct? I used the stories you told me about the Ion continent as a reference when preparing everything. Do I look all right? Harris stared at her in astonishment. You prepared all of this merely from listening to my stories? She managed to prepare this much using only what I told her. Shapiron truly has changed a great deal. She always watches me closely and greets me very politely. Shapiron added, I prepared 2 sets of everything. There is one for you as well. Harris, you did not need to prepare so much. Besides, this is only a journey. We will be traveling along the Spirit Road, so we do not need to carry much luggage. Even so, I wanted everything to feel right. You did an excellent job, Shapiron. Thank you. Then let us go. Everyone is already gathered, and we are going to be late. Harris smiled and nodded. Is your luggage heavy? Not all. And thus, all 4 of them arrived at the present gathering. Welcome to the Grand Cathedral of Dosilica. Thank you for receiving us, Your Holiness. It is regrettable that we must reunite over such a grave matter. I hope everything will soon be resolved. Cecilia hesitantly spoke. Greetings, Your Holiness. I am Cecilia Granwood, a high elf from the Kingdom of Elborn. Oh, Cecilia, you have grown so much. Thank you, Your Holiness. The spatial portal remained active, and more people continued to arrive. The Mage Tower Alliance is here. The Azizian Empire has just arrived. The Mercenary Guild is here as well. The most influential figures in Atezica had assembled in one place. That meant making a good impression here could earn an enormous amount of merit. They chatted while walking. I heard the news. Heinrich has become a saint, has he not? He has received God's blessing. You certainly are dependable. I'm counting entirely on you. Leave everything to me. Your accommodations are over there. Oh, thank you. The meeting will begin soon, so you merely need to arrive on time. Harris glanced at Chapiron and noticed that she seemed somewhat uncertain. What are you looking at? I'm not disappointed to be here. I knew from the beginning that things would be like this. Of course, we simply need to act as though everything is fine. Inside, everyone had taken their places, including representatives from Azizian, the kingdom of Elborn, Yana, the wastelands, the central marshes, and the Grand Duchy of Zohan. Among them was Zenith, heir to the Grand Duke of Zohan. Our Grand Duchy is in danger, yet everyone here appears so relaxed and composed. Monsters are pouring out of the northern mountain ranges. We must gain something from this summit. The doors opened, and Sanctus Dosilica entered the meeting hall alongside Holy Knight Heinrich. Everyone stared at them in astonishment. They truly have received divine favor. This place seems an entire century ahead of us. That is the newly appointed Sanctus. Heinrich glanced over and sensed her nervousness. That is understandable. Meetings of this magnitude are extremely rare. The Church of the Main God finally took its seats. Thank you all for traveling such great distances despite your many obligations. With that, the Continental Summit shall begin. I hereby formally declare the Continental Summit open. As you are all aware, the third Immortal King has returned. He deceived the Church and lured it into a trap, then caused the vampire clans to slaughter one another. He conducted atrocious biological experiments in the monster forest, committed countless other atrocities, and occupied the Grand Cathedral, resulting in the loss of innumerable lives. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. His very name inspired terror. However, another threat remains. The madness of the Abyss is spreading across the entire world. After a thorough investigation, we concluded that the only solution is to locate the core responsible for that madness and seal it away. A core of madness? Does such a thing truly exist? How do you intend to seal it? If that is the case, there's a strong possibility that the Immortal King possesses it. Correct. This madness is clearly being spread by the Immortal King. We ask for your assistance in preventing this catastrophe. You want our assistance? The speaker was Simon Karzazian, Crown Prince of the Azizian Empire. He openly objected. Are you attempting to shift the responsibility onto us? If the Church had properly guarded the Immortal King's fragment from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Struck by his accusation, the Church's representatives could only remain silent. Believing that he had seized the advantage, Simon folded his arms arrogantly. Excellent. I have been considering how to weaken the Church and strengthen imperial authority. I will become the emperor who rules this empire. No one will be permitted to stand above me. Heinrich stepped in to defuse the situation. I fully understand what your highness is saying. You dare interrupt me merely because you have the support of Saint? However, our church has never once fled from its responsibilities. The church's history has always been written in blood. We did not flee 1,000 years ago. We did not flee 300 years ago, and we will not flee now. I have no intention of denying our mistakes in this matter, but I swear that I will stand at the forefront of the battle against the Immortal King, for that is the sacred mission of the Church. The Saintess gazed admiringly at Heinrich as he delivered his rebuttal. Your words have truly moved my heart. Current merit points, 347,182. Seeing the promising result, Heinrich was inwardly delighted. My merit points are soaring as if I have won the grand prize. Audition. The position you expressed just now was truly magnificent. After a lengthy debate, a proposal was made to establish a continent-wide hero squad that would directly confront the Immortal King. A hero squad? Its official name will be the Immortal King Assault Special Task Force. While the Continental Alliance will clear the way, the hero squad will revive the ancient tradition of assembling around the saint, with the mission of directly confronting and destroying the Immortal King. However, despite his youth, Viscount Ikazin has already become an archmage of immeasurable power. He is truly a great source of pride for our empire. He would be the ideal candidate for your hero squad. Indeed, Viscount Ikazinton is the pride of our nation. Ah yes, of course. I have also heard of Viscount Ikazin. He is an exceptionally gifted mage who earned his title entirely through his own abilities. Yet you would nominate such a talented man for so dangerous a position? Or has he become a thorn in your side? Come to think of it, is Marquis Sezanon of the Kingdom of Let not rumored to be a master of martial arts? We will decide who represents our own kingdom. However, I hear that your side also has a highly skilled champion, does it not? What? Every remark left Heinrich feeling helpless. They were all trying to pass the burden onto someone else by nominating another nation's finest talents to march to their deaths. How dare they turn Heinrich Landguard's conference into a graveyard? They smiled at one another while scheming behind each other's backs. At this rate, the meeting would never reach a proper agreement. Heinrich carefully observed their exchange. Just wait and see. I have plans of my own for the heroes you send. I cannot wait to see the looks on your faces when the time comes. Sometime later, an announcement was made. Today's meeting would be adjourned here, and the next session would continue at the same time tomorrow. Everyone was exhausted. The meeting had only just begun, yet the atmosphere was already unbearably oppressive. Throughout it all, Harris passed the time by eating snacks. Hey Harris, what are you eating? Just a local snack. It is perfect for situations like this. Let me try some. Sure. There was no chance things would end so peacefully. Unfortunately, the popcorn was already gone, and everyone had begun to disperse. I believe you should all move a little closer together. The windows inside the hall began to crack. When they shattered completely, Hans was revealed floating in the air outside. What the hell is going on? What happened? Look over there. It appears we arrived a little too late. I had hoped to find a mask more fitting for the day I bring about your apocalypse. The Immortal King. Do you have any idea where you are, barging in here like this? Form ranks and prepare for battle. All warriors of the Holy Knight Order, assemble immediately. Upon hearing the command, the knights prepared for battle. It was the same call to arms. Establish the defensive barrier. A moment later, a golden wall rose from the ground. The holy wall will protect us. Everyone, retreat inside the barrier immediately. Hans touched the wall and exclaimed, "This protection is rather impressive. It seems you think quite highly of me. Excellent, Hero Heinrich. I see you have prepared very thoroughly. Splendid." Heinrich surveyed the situation and silently understood that every piece had now fallen into place. The Immortal King had invaded the continental summit of the kingdoms. As a result, the leaders of every nation had no choice but to rise together against this threat. This was the opening signal for a great war between the continent's powers. Heinrich, I commend your courage, but victory is something you will never attain. My magical power has grown far beyond anything you knew in the past. Is that so? Then today will be the day you taste defeat. Heinrich glanced at the people gathered behind him and smirked. Very well. Since you went to such lengths to stage this performance, we have no choice but to play along. The church will tend to the wounded, correct? Every ruler and leader assumed a battle stance beside Heinrich to confront the Immortal King. The most powerful individuals on the continent had assembled in one place. Hans saw them and burst into laughter. How interesting. What could possibly be so amusing? First, allow me to correct one little misunderstanding. Your side is not the only one that is gathered here. No, that cannot be. Watch out, they are right beneath us. Excellent. I have been eager to test the abilities of my newly acquired subordinates. Hans's new subordinates included Fiona, the fallen spirit lord, and Fargoth, the terror-spreading wraith. Above all, there was the Death Knight chasm. Their confrontation officially began. Lafori invoked the spirit art, Dark Purification. A single sweep produced a massive explosion ahead. A mere lesser spirit dares act so arrogantly without giving Lafori another opportunity. The Wraith Fargoth immediately counterattacked. Wipe out the Immortal King's army. Hurry and escort the guests deeper inside the barrier. With his immense strength, Chasm easily overwhelmed all weaker opponents. These puppets are rather entertaining. Hear the Sovereign's decree. Annihilate every enemy. The Wraith's movement and attack speed continue to rise, making it increasingly difficult for them to resist. Lafori noticed something strange about the enemy's movements. It felt as though they were only targeting a few specific individuals. Or was he simply being overly suspicious? Watching everything unfold, Hans chuckled. Everything is progressing exactly as I planned. They may have their doubts, but they no longer have any other choice. I have already made my decision. I will purge only the corrupt and filthy people who stand against me. I investigated these people beforehand. Heinrich then charged toward Hans and shouted, "Immortal King, I will end you with my own hands. I shall fight beside you, Saint, as will I." "Hans, this ends here. The two of them began reenacting the performance from their previous battle. Excellent. The atmosphere is sufficiently dramatic now. It is finally time to make this bag of popcorn worth its price. When Shapiron saw Harris preparing to leave the barrier, she hurriedly called out to him, Harris, if Heinrich was the star last time, then this time the stage belongs to me. It is time for you to make your appearance, Themis. Harris, have you lost your mind? Why would you do that? Did Father not order us to remain here? My body feels a little stiff, so I thought I would warm up with a few light shots. What? How can you call any attack in this situation light? Ordinarily, a vast difference in power is an insurmountable barrier. However, there's always a way to overcome it. Unable to suppress her concern, Cecilia called out to him, Lord Harris, what are you planning to do? Do you understand how dangerous this is? Of course I do. Even so, I cannot simply stand here doing nothing. His determined declaration made Cecilia's heart tighten. If you're truly resolved, then allow me to lend you my strength. That is the spirit. Harris raised the bow of Themis high. He slowly took aim at the Immortal King. Once he had locked onto his target, he released a blazing arrow. The shot streaked across Hans's face. When everyone looked again, Hans's mask had split cleanly in two. Unbelievable. He destroyed the Immortal King's mask with a single shot. The target has fulfilled all mandatory prerequisites and is undergoing evolution. The unique ability child of the World Tree has evolved into heir of the World Tree. All conditions required to reach the rank of High Spirit have now been fulfilled. Heir of the World Tree. Is this power not outrageously unfair? When Hans's subordinates saw that Harris had attacked the Immortal King, they immediately turned toward him. How insolent! As they approached Harris, Hans ordered them to stop. How intriguing! I assumed you were merely an inferior creature, yet you possess talent far beyond my expectations. I will have to revise my plans. For today, I shall withdraw my forces. Who do you think you are? Do you take this place for a marketplace where you may come and go as you please? Please calm yourself, Saintus. I understand your anger, but our losses are already far too severe. Before them, the undead horde continued closing in. Do not look so miserable. You have hardly enjoyed any peace lately either, have you? Fighting monsters consumed by madness must have left you exhausted. Heinrich, prepare yourself. The day we meet again will be the day of your death. I return that threat to you exactly as it was given. Just wait. Await the moment of destruction that I shall personally bring upon all of you. The true nightmare has not even begun. After Hans's forces withdrew, everyone could only stare silently at the sky. Heinrich thought to himself that Hans's acting had become increasingly natural lately. Did he even realize it? Take the wounded to the treatment area immediately. We must prioritize the safety of the delegations. What did his final message mean? Was he saying that true despair still lay ahead? He appears to be plotting something. We must not lower our guard. After witnessing everything, Rashi praised Harris. You did well, Harris. I truly never expected you to possess such tremendous power. Exactly, and we are not the only ones. Even the members of the delegations are now focusing their attention on Lord Harris. It was nothing more than luck. Besides, he acted entirely on his own again. What an unpleasant personality. This is not yet the time to celebrate victory. I believe everyone here now understands the gravity of the situation. It is regrettable that we failed to stop the Immortal King's assault in time. Unity among all our factions is now essential. I fully agree. It is now clear that no sacred territory can remain beyond the reach of danger. Since matters have come this far, even if it is somewhat late, we have no choice but to cooperate. Voices of agreement followed. Yes, let us join forces and establish the Hero Squad. Our nation also pledges its full and enthusiastic participation. Everyone, well said. Some of them still appeared to harbor schemes of their own, but there were also many who were sincere. I apologize for interrupting the meeting, but we have an urgent report. The entire border defense network of the Grand Duchy of Zohan has completely collapsed. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the news. What the hell happened? Those defensive lines should have held much longer. The cause is still unknown, but the checkpoints on all three fronts were breached almost simultaneously. At nearly the same time, strategic locations throughout the Grand Duchy suffered terrorist attacks. So that was what he meant when he said true despair had not yet begun. This must have been orchestrated by the Immortal Army. Was the attack here merely a diversion intended to distract us? Wait, hold on a moment. What is the meaning of this absurd situation? I know exactly who possesses the ability to orchestrate something like this. So that provocative declaration of war meant they had already begun making their move. A moment later, a soldier whispered something to the Saintess. She asked whether the information was reliable, then immediately made an announcement. Everyone, please pay attention. In response to this crisis, Cardinal Pion of the Empire's Grand Cathedral of Azizian has decided to personally deploy alongside an elite force. We will fight steadfastly until the very end. Therefore, I implore everyone not to abandon hope. It appeared that all attention was now turning toward Hans, but that only made matters more favorable. Once the Continental Alliance resolved to confront the Immortal King, Hans would have no choice but to enter the maelstrom as well. After completing her reconnaissance, Hans's subordinate reported, "After considering numerous factors, we have discovered the perfect location. It is a suitable distance from the Grand Duchy, and although the land is fertile, it contains an extraordinarily dense concentration of dark magic." Well done, Olivia. So this is how forbidden magic is used. Everyone, listen carefully. The Continental Alliance has declared that it will stop my immortal army. If that is their decision, then we must clearly demonstrate our own resolve. Open your eyes and witness it well. This is my ambition, to plunge the entire world into terror once more. This shall mark the beginning of a new age of darkness. Most importantly, fight with everything you have, Continental Alliance. Oh, has the Immortal King finally decided to bring down Zohan? How commendable. At the very least, he must be capable of that much. We have waited far too long. What a rotten and wretched place this is. It appears the time has come for us to act. The hooded figure then landed heavily on the ground. Excellent. Should we awaken the seeds of madness as well? Meanwhile, at Hans's base, the Grand Duchy of Zohan was surrounded on 3 sides by northern mountain ranges, like a flickering oil lamp about to be extinguished by the wind. In any case, the Empire and the Church of the Supreme God had begun to move. Countless lives would be lost in this war. It would be extremely difficult for Heinrich to act at present, because he absolutely could not leave his post while the hero squad was being assembled. As Hans contemplated the situation, Olivia's image gradually materialized before him. "My lord, Immortal King." "Olivia, have you obtained any new information?" "I compared the records your majesty provided concerning the remnants of the Oath of Reversal with the testimony of the officer we recently captured." "That officer? You mean the man named Oman, who was identified as the head of the Tuluk branch?" "Yes. As a result, I discovered someone connected to the organization among the individuals currently under surveillance." Hans continued questioning her. "Who is this person?" "He is currently in the Azizian Empire, specifically in the city of Tobia, adjacent to the imperial capital." "Tobia?" "That territory is governed directly by the emperor. It is also where the order concerning the Nebizia family originated. A high-ranking member of the Oath of Reversal is hiding there. Hurry, move faster. Everyone must evacuate within the next 10 minutes. Ender Zephyr mobilized everyone to move their belongings as quickly as possible. The more Sienna thought about it, the more frustrated she became. "No, this makes no sense. There is no possible way they could have discovered us here. How the hell was our location exposed? I concealed myself thoroughly under the guise of a succubus. And they expect me to return to the Legion? Not a chance. What terrible luck. We should have fled much sooner. Not only did that man Manzi suddenly appear before the Nebizio estate, but our surveillance was abruptly obstructed. We have also completely lost contact with the other members of the Oath who promised to send reinforcements. Someone is definitely tracking us from the shadows. But if the secrets hidden here were exposed, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Unless the Immortal King comes here personally, victory remains firmly within our grasp. Very well. As long as we take these crucial documents and escape, everything will be fine. Both this city and this mansion are protected by the strongest layers of defenses. Unless the Immortal King comes here personally, victory remains firmly within our grasp. A moment later, Sienna sensed something strange. The windows began to shatter. "No, I cannot believe it. We are under attack. Why did you suddenly stop?" Hans smiled it. He descended to the ground and said, "It seems you have been enjoying a rather peaceful and comfortable life." "Oh, of course not. I have been counting down the days while awaiting this moment." Hans continued, "And yet you poured all your effort into concealing your identity, did you not?" "That is not true at all. I have always been ready to appear before you." You certainly lie without batting an eye. You may be able to deceive anyone else, but do not think you can fool me. Hans activated Abyssal Eye and peered deep inside her. Sienna was descended from a noble succubus lineage. Even during the reign of the former Immortal King, she had served as a trusted confidant to one of the 10 most powerful beings. For a demon, the ability to flawlessly disguise herself as a noblewoman was the greatest possible gift for covert operations. Fear became increasingly evident on Sienna's face. It is time for you to fulfill the pact you made 3 centuries ago. Hans's dark power bound Sienna, leaving her no choice but to submit. Once the spell had been placed upon her, she let out a soft sigh and declared, "I pledge my eternal loyalty to the Immortal King." Hans and Olivia watched with satisfaction. Once again, "I've been dragged back into that army again." Zephyr consoled her. "Please don't sob like that," Sienna replied. "These are tears of overwhelming emotion. I am merely overjoyed to serve under the great Immortal King once more." What a loyal subordinate. I can easily see through your lies, Sienna. By the way, who is that man standing over there? He possesses a considerable amount of mana, but strangely, I can detect no sign that he is trained in either magic or battle aura. Sienna said, "It seems we have yet to introduce ourselves properly." Zephyr, hurry up and introduce yourself. He respectfully addressed the Immortal King. "Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Zephyr. Zephyr is also an exceptionally gifted man whom I worked hard to recruit for our great cause. You will surely be amazed once you witness his abilities for yourself. There is one more thing that will surprise you. He comes from another world. He is neither from the demon realm nor the spirit realm." Hans was startled. If he is from neither the demon realm nor the spirit realm, then does that mean he is? "Your Majesty, I come from a place known as Earth." That concludes this video. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe to see more content from my channel. See you in the next video. Goodbye. The video ends here. Have a wonderful day, and remember to like and subscribe so you can be notified as soon as the next episode is released.